You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
What you are hearing, folks, is for the first time in history the public revelation of the origin, the history, the dogma, and the identity of those who operate in secret to bring about a worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate. The sun enters each heavenly sign or house of the zodiac in what is called the 30th degree, and leaves at the 33rd degree. Thus, God's Son is said by the ancients to begin his ministry at 30 and dies at 33. A Freemason is not told the truth of the object of his worship until he attains the 30th degree. And this is why the highest degree in Freemasonry is the 33rd degree, for no one can rise higher than the sun. When viewing the shimmering rays of sunlight on a body of water at dawn or sunset, one can still see today how God's Son walks on water. It was well understood by ancient man that our weather was caused and controlled by the sun. It was a simple fact that God's Son had the power to control storms at will. The ancient Egyptians taught that he did this as he rested in his heavenly boat while crossing the sky. Thus we read that God's Son quieted the tempest or great storm on the sea while in his boat. Which boat? The boat of Isis. Ra, the sun god, also known as Osiris, in the bark of millions of years in which he traversed the heavens, he wears on his head and accompanies a vast sun disk symbolizing his powers as Lord of the heavens. The boat formed of a serpent bears his eye, and the god is seated on a pedestal representing Mayat, the divine order. Folks, when we stop to realize that every single king, prince, lord, governor, dictator, despotic ruler, civil and social institution, national flag, coat of arms, educational institution, military medal, award, organizational insignia, medallion, badge, emblem, citation, trophy, banner, pendant, political standard, or ensign, agency of government, or religion uses the sun as a primary symbol, then it can truly be said in the mystery school that God's Son is, quote, King of Kings and Lord of Lords, unquote. A worldwide totalitarian socialist government. They are known to Christians as Mystery Babylon. It is an ancient religion. Those of you who are smart enough to know what is transpiring here know that these are historic broadcasts, and by making these broadcasts, I have sealed my fate.
A worldwide totalitarian socialist government.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Riddle. This is Cloak Dagger.
Yo, how's it going, everybody? The listeners of Cloak and Dagger,
the best people ever. At least, the ones who give me a few bucks every week. So that makes you special in my eyes. We may or may not be live on Zap.Stream, folks. I guess we probably are. So check us out there and zap us, which means send us Bitcoin over Lightning. If you're cooler than that, send us some Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio and tell them Thane sent you. And either way or neither way, go to PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio to get your ass into the PAZNIA radio network chat on SimpleX. If you don't want to install SimpleX on Android, they do have a desktop client, even though they don't tell you about it on that page. Later on, when I start taking call-ins at the end of the show, I'll also check PAZNIA radio network chat and read what you said and answer you live. Nobody said anything in the chat. Actually, well, no, that's not true. Rayo said something. Rayo 2 said something. That doesn't count. He's running the show. That doesn't count. Somebody else should say something. Either way, please do get your ass into the chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio. Today, the down-to-earth tip is going to be less down-to-earth in a way. It's going to be about what I call gizmo groundwork, which is talking about high-level concepts in privacy, digital privacy stuff, but not in an academic way. Like, these are the things you want to look for, like open source software and decentralized networks, and what that means and how do you identify it and stuff, so that you don't have to be like 100% dumb and like just asking me every 2 seconds, how do you do this little thing? How do you do that little thing? Maybe you can think for yourself a little bit and, don't like, let's take technology off the pedestal, right? Demystify a little bit. And I'm going to be answering Sama's fan mail more links, talking about something, a Tor-based P2P instant messaging protocol called Quiet, which has a Slack or Discord-like interface and some cool features. Today my guest is nobody, so I might just go longer on stuff or end early, or probably both. At the end of the show, we have call-ins and chat reads after 5 or 5:30 Eastern, 2 or 2:30 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call if you want to speak out loud or send Morse code or something. And if you're too shy for that, then get your ass to the PAZNIA radio network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleX radio and actually say something there between now and then, or at that time, and I'll read what you're saying and answer you there. I'll talk about news now. Here's some digital news. Unstoppable Swap has rebranded to Eigen Wallet. And your first clue that this is a questionable branding decision is that I have to spell it right now. EIGEN wallet. You can't tell how it's spelled when I say Eigen Wallet, and that's a problem. That's a problem with the brand. But I do think it's cool. Eigen Wallet is like cool, but yeah, they should have thought more about that. But Eigen Wallets, Unstoppable Swap rebranding to Eigen Wallet. It's more than just a rebrand like it's supposed to, because they're going to do more than just be, a way of doing atomic swaps between Bitcoin and Monero. It's going to be about other shit, being a wallet and doing cool stuff with decentralized exchanges all around, and I don't know, being like a cool Monero and Bitcoin wallet that happens to have atomic swaps in it, which is cool and good. And they're like writing it in Rust and stuff, and they aren't using Electron anymore. That might sound like gobbledygook to you, but to like a cool nerd, it means that they're less gay. They're doing stuff that's less gay, which is good. Would you be shocked if I told you that there was yet another so-called IT outage at a big corporation in North America. If you've been listening to me, maybe that wouldn't shock you. But would it shock you if I told you that it happened at another airline corporation? That's right. This week, United Airlines had a big so-called outage, grounding flights all over. And this comes, what, only a week or two after this happened at another big airline? If you've been listening to me much, you know what I'm going to say. All these big corporate IT outages are being carried out willfully by them to test their new kill switches and also to see what happens when there's an outage. Some folks high up the chain might be told that these are secret tests for cyber attack scenarios and that they're working with the feds to harden critical infrastructure against cyber attacks, but they aren't being told the whole truth either. More than anything, this is about getting ready for one very big false flag cyber attack where they'll shut down everything all at once and they'll lie and tell you that it's a cyber attack from some foreign entity like Russia or something. This is sometimes called the cyber pandemic, and it will be the excuse for a worldwide totalitarian crackdown on the internet, the financial system, and other privately owned critical infrastructure as well. I'm not sure when the cyber pandemic hoax will be carried out, but I have a feeling it won't be much more than a few years from now. But who knows? As I say time and time again, you need to work as much as you can to replace and supplement the internet with mesh networks like Reticulum and other things, like the Femtostar satellite network, if that ever actually gets off the ground. That's a pun it just works too well. Get off the ground. You need to get your wealth out of the white market banking system. You need to buy and sell with Monero and do business in the second realm more and more, namely when it comes to shit that is a big deal, like food and transportation, because that's what they will be attacking with the cyber pandemic host. And you need to do all this shit yesterday and keep doing it. Do not put these things off any longer. Only talking about this stuff and thinking about this stuff and wanting this stuff isn't enough. You have to get off your fucking lazy ass and start doing something about it, because they're coming for you. They're coming for your little comforting niche in the white market in the first realm that's not so bad, and there's still some privacy. They're getting rid of that. So before they get rid of cash, before they want you to fucking present a facial scan to use the internet in every country, every first world country in the world, before it gets there, get out. If you're into mesh networking, you should check out the next Vonu podcast, which will first air live tonight, right here on the PAZNIA Radio Network at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific, because Rayo 2 is going to have a guest on who will talk about mesh networking. Also, if you want to work on anything to do with mesh networking or second realm transportation networks, among other things, we can get you into some PAZNIA chats on SimpleX to do with those things. Find my SimpleX address on vonupodcast.com/CD and send me a message. It's not enough just to sit around wanting this stuff. You have to do something about it. You have to do something about it now. It's about to get worse. It's about to get a lot worse. It's already gotten worse. It's going to get even worser. Crackdown news. Sort of. Also natural problems, I guess. Wildfires in Canada, in Saskatchewan and Manitoba were happening. Saskatchewan and Manitoba, that means like south central Canada, close to the US border. I guess that's close to, like, I don't know, fucking geography failure. Montana, or a little east of that. Anyway, yeah, so whatever, there's some smoke and fires happen all the time. It's a natural part of, fires happen in the woods sometimes. That's been happening for as long as there's been woods. That's supposed to happen. It's a part of nature, but the state always acts like natural stuff is some big unprecedented problem that requires them to do something bad. And this is no exception. The bludgies in Saskatchewan and Manitoba are cracking down on hiking, telling people they're not allowed to hike and looking for people hiking. Why don't they stop hanging around in the woods if they think it's so bad? Why don't they leave? It's because it's not about that. And even on private land, they were trespassing on people's property and telling them that they shouldn't be hiking on their private land. Not like legally threatening them, but just asking them not to. And there's also snitch hotlines. They have snitch hotlines for, do you think someone's hiking? You should snitch on them. I think we should have, I remember in like 2020 or 2021 or something, there was a COVID-19 snitch hotline thing where, like, I don't know, people would call and say people weren't wearing masks or doing something. They were doing bad stuff. They're meeting, they're having gatherings or whatever. And someone leaked a list of people who called the snitch hotline. It'd be nice if something like that happened again. We should have a snitch hotline leak this time, because you know what should happen to snitches, folks? If all you do is prank call them or something, they're getting let off easy. They should go away. They should go bye-bye for good. Yes, that's right. Karen, the old lady down the street who called someone to say they're hiking, so that, yeah, that's right. She should go bye-bye. That's what I think. That's not a joke. I'd do it myself, happily, while she slept with her children. No remorse. It would be fun. Not joking. Talk of federalizing Washington, D.C. and having pretty much martial law there, in so many words. Well, and nothing of value was lost. War news. Israel is ramping up a new big ground invasion of Gaza, saying they want to annex Gaza once and for all. Yeah, good luck with that. I think it may be true they want to occupy Gaza forever and keep fighting going in Gaza forever. And it's true that Israel has done a pretty good job of genociding Palestinian civilians in Gaza lately, since they bombed all their hospitals and then stopped them from getting any food. But Hamas is another story, as well as any other gang in Gaza that happens to have some guns. The IDF can occupy Gaza for years if they want to, and they can fight with guerrillas for years in Gaza, but I don't think they'll be annexing it anytime soon. There's some talk of the U.S. military attacking drug cartel forces throughout Central and South America. Now, the truth is they already do this all the time. However, they're mostly small attacks carried out by spec ops. So I guess what they're trying to say here is that the attacks on cartels could become bigger or more conventional, like they're going to bomb them or some shit like that. Now, at this time, this is only talk, and it might not go anywhere at all. It might only be talk, but I guess it could go somewhere, so it's worth keeping an eye on. If they did do something like that, it's hard to say how these foreign states would answer these attacks. After all, some of them like their drug cartels a lot more than they like the U.S. military, so this kind of thing could start a war throughout the Americas if it happened. But like I said, it's only talk for now. The U.S. and Russia were talking shit some more, and no, it does not bring you any closer to World War III. The U.S. said they sent 2 nuclear subs closer to Russia. Guess what? The U.S. always has 2 nuclear subs close to Russia, and everybody knows it. Russia has nuclear subs close to the U.S. too, among other things. That threat is a nothing burger. World War III still isn't imminent, but it is likely happening in the next few years or so, and it is something you want to be ready for. Read strategic relocation, read the high security shelter, have a hidden nuclear fallout shelter with at least a year's worth of food and supplies, and more than one way of getting there and hiding there for a while. It doesn't cost that much to do. Takes a little work. Don't put it off anymore. I'll keep saying this over and over because it's a big deal. Time is running out, and it's not that fucking hard to do. Feds are, yet again, this isn't even war. What is this? In alien news, in space news, the feds are yet again trying to push extraterrestrials on you and hinting that they want to disclose shit that they've covered up before. This is a trend that's been going strong for years now, and it's something I think you should worry a little bit about. Why? Because for many decades, the state has been carrying out hidden research into things like advanced energy technology, teleportation, anti-gravity, and genetic engineering. They even have illegal genetic experiments where they make hybrids between humans and other species. Now, I do not think that they've worked out all these technologies as much as some folks think they have. I don't think they have a really, truly good handle on, let's say, teleportation or anti-gravity. Some think they do. I don't really think that. However, I do think they have wanted to fake alien contact for a long time. And if they can work out even a tiny bit of this advanced technology, all they have to do is throw in a few lies and tricks to make a lot of folks believe the alien contact is truly happening. And whether the aliens are peaceful, hostile, or both, you can bet that the contact will support an authoritarian globalist agenda somehow. Of course, nobody can deny that the state has covered up a whole lot of true UFOs and USOs, and they can disclose some of those true findings too, but they will always throw in a few lies with it. This is what I'm warning you about. If you're a kind of conspiracy theorist who believes some of these UFOs are spaceships flown by flesh and blood extraterrestrials from other planets or something, that's fine. But even if that's true, the state will lie, even as they say they're disclosing the truth about them. And they'll have their own fake aliens that have nothing to do with your true aliens, if there are any. So don't stop short with your conspiracy theories, namely when it comes to being skeptical of conspiracy theories, which are often themselves disinfo from the feds anyway. Self-Liberation Book Bundle is this really cool book bundle thing that you can find at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. It's fucking every book, or almost every book, really, under Liberty Under Attack. I don't know, is it really every, or is it almost every? Anyway, it's 27 books, dear listener. And these aren't any old books. These are fucking Liberty Under Attack books. And Liberty Under Attack is the best, most helpful, most down-to-earth, most fun book catalog in the world right now. It's kind of reminiscent of Paladin Press and Loom Panics, which are long gone. But it's for today, cutting-edge stuff. And you can get the best deal ever on all this cutting-edge shit at Lua with the Self-Liberation Bundle. Save big and start your Self-Liberation library today. Go to libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. And please leave a note saying Thane sent you, so you can help me out, liberate me, liberate yourself, liberate, libate, and librarify yourself with a big fat fucking 360 win at libertyunderattack.com/SL bundle. Do you want to officially join the second realm? You can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles on the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of Chads that get laid every day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. Richard is a credentialed journalist, award-winning songwriter, and connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. He'll take you through a tour of deep tracks and entertaining and enlightening banter. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odysee, Zap.Stream, and Rumble. Now I'm going to talk to you about Gizmo groundwork. Hold on. Yeah. Okay. Gizmo groundwork. Some things, a few things that you should know about that are a big deal in the world of gizmos, like computers and stuff like that, phones. These things will help you. These thoughts that are going to go into your brain will help you with hiding things as well as your freedom overall. Almost nobody understands them, but everybody should understand them at least a little bit. And they aren't even hard to understand. Okay, I'm not talking about deep, complex, nerdy stuff here. Let's demystify that stuff. Okay, your brain is not going to get that big of a workout here, so just chill the fuck out. You're going to be all right. Here's what you should look for in your gizmos more often than not. Open hardware, open source software, encryption at rest, or sometimes called full disk encryption, decentralized networks, end-to-end encryption, which can be called E2EE, and metadata privacy. So what the fuck is all that jargon I just threw your way? Are you scared? Did you get scared when I said something I just said? Is your brain, you feel your brain shutting down? The blood is leaving your brain. Because just don't get scared. It's okay. Take a few deep breaths. You can do alternate nostril breathing to balance the hemispheres of your brain and tune in to the frequency of 432 hertz or whatever. And then we can start talking about what these things mean. And it's okay. Don't worry. You'll be okay. You're going to understand what I'm going to say. You'll be fine. What's open source software? Let's talk about that. Open source software is what you have when the source code of the software has been put out in the open. Don't get scared. I'm going to explain what source code is. It's okay. You see, when programmers make software, they're writing code in one or more programming languages. These programming languages are human-readable languages that say what the software is doing. This source code can then be compiled into binary files. You could say it's being translated into binary files, which can be run more efficiently by computers. As you may have heard, binary is a language made of only ones and zeros, and it is machine readable, but not very human readable. Now, if somebody writes some code, compiles it into binary files, and then puts out the binary files, but does not put out the source code, that's closed source software. Are you following? It's okay. You can come back and re-listen to that if you're really that, or just read someone else's thing about it. I don't care. I'm sure you're following. Okay, it's not that hard. You write the programming code. You program the code. Okay. So you almost always want to stay away from closed source software as much as you can. Why? Because it's hard to tell what it's doing, and you're being asked to trust the developers, not only to not willfully do something bad to you, but to not fuck something up. The cypherpunks have a great saying: don't trust, verify. And that's why you want open source software. Everybody can see the source code. Folks know much more about what the software is doing. And if they find something wrong, they can tell somebody or even help fix it themselves. Open source software does not ask you to trust. It beckons you to verify. Lucky for you, it's not hard to have almost all of your software be open source. There is a lot of open source software, from operating systems and sundry utilities to business software and server software to games and virtual cats that sleep on your desktop. Some of the most weird, niche, specialized stuff, like fucking digital forensics suites or whatever. You have no excuse to not cut almost all closed source software out of your life. So stop trying to make excuses. I'll talk to you more about this at other times when it comes to specific examples. But like some of the big ones are, instead of using Windows, use Linux, like an easy to use Linux that's like Linux Mint or something, okay, which is easy to use. Or instead of stock Android, you could use Graphene OS or Calyx OS, or at least Lineage or something. Anyway, and that's just the operating system. And then you can for your apps and your little programs and stuff, you can also use open source stuff. Alternative 2, what is it? Alternative2.net or alternative2.org or something? Or wait, it's probably alternative2.com. There's some website, okay, it's called Alternative 2. It's pretty good for finding open source software well, it's really for finding alternative software to any software, but you can put like an open source filter on it or whatever. Now let me talk about encryption at rest. Encryption at rest. I mean, shit, do I have to explain what encryption is to you? Let's take a second to explain what encryption is. Encryption is a thing. It's a technique or a method of making something hard to understand except to the intended recipient who shares some sort of secret with you. That makes it easier for them to decode or decrypt the encrypted data. Encryption is not necessarily digital. Encryption has been around for a long time, way before computers. I guess the Romans or something had some sort of encryption where like they'd take a strip of paper and spiral it around a rod or like a cone, sharp, like a conical rod kind of thing. And then they would write their message on that so that when you unravel the strip, it's kind of hard to tell just by looking at the strip like what the message says, unless you have a rod like the other one. So then the rod shape is like your shared secret. And yeah, I mean, that's not the most secure form of encryption in the world, but hey, it was something. Anyway, digital encryption is using computers, using magical math shit that you do not need to understand. And that takes a lot of work to understand. That actually is hard to understand, unlike everything I'm going to say here. But anyway, encryption at rest is when data that is merely sitting around, such as on your own drive, is encrypted. And you have a passphrase or something like that, or whatever, that you got to type in or something to decrypt the drive or whatever it is. This is encryption at rest. This is a big fucking deal. Namely, if anyone gets their hands on your drives, such as if you lost it or it was taken by a bludgie or some other thief, or merely because you gave it to somebody without wiping it. When almost everything on a whole drive is encrypted, even most of the operating system, this is often called full disk encryption, or FDE. All the best OSs will let you set up FDE when you're installing them, or better yet, might even make you do it. And I'll speak more on that sort of thing at other times when I'm recommending specific OSs. But I guess for now, I'll say like, I think Linux Mint lets you set up full disk encryption when you're installing it. You might have to like make sure that you select that option though, or something. And any Android fork these days, it doesn't matter whether it is Graphene or Calyx or even just whatever. They're all encrypted as long as you set a lock screen, set a lock passphrase or PIN. But don't use your fingerprint or face unlock. That's bad because at the very least, because you can be forced to unlock it pretty easily. For online services like email servers that claim to have encryption at rest. Ooh, your emails are encrypted at rest on our server. That's cool and all, but don't put too much stock into it. If the protocol doesn't have end-to-end encryption, which I'm going to talk about soon, then they have the unencrypted data at some time, even if they truly are encrypting it and then getting rid of the unencrypted data. They had the unencrypted data at some time, so it's stupid. Do not trust them to keep the data encrypted. Like encryption at rest, whatever. It's nice to have. Like if I was running an email server, I would have that. But you're relying on them. You're trusting them to do it. And like even then, it's like you're trusting them with the unencrypted data, like for at least a moment. There's obviously blind spots there if you think that magically protects you. It's fucking dumb. Like if the cops seized their server and nobody knew about it, they could just watch. I mean, first of all, they could turn off the encryption at rest, or really just, they could turn off the encryption at rest. They could watch the messages as they're coming in, intercept them when they're unencrypted. It's, I don't know, it's just kind of a silly thing. It's sort of like a marketing thing, not a big deal, but it's nice for them to have though, because then it's like it reduces what they can hand over or what they can leak if someone compromises them later. Decentralized networks. Let's talk about that. Fuck is a decentralized network? Decentralized networks are networks not run by any central entity, whereas centralized networks and services are. Centralized services, once again, ask you to trust somebody. Trust them to have utter power and knowledge of everything that their centralized network is doing. Trust them not to do anything bad with that power and knowledge. Trust them not to fuck it up, not to be hacked, not to go down or be taken down. That's an awful lot to trust somebody with, especially if the network's doing something you care about. And you don't have to. At least a lot of the time, you don't have to. Decentralized networks can be more private, or they can be less private. Take Matrix, a decentralized chat protocol that leaks your metadata to the whole damn world. Or take Bitcoin, a decentralized cryptocurrency that leaks everybody's transactions to the whole world. So decentralized networks don't have to be private, but they can be more private than a centralized network if they're done right. However, so when a decentralized network is built with good enough privacy features, nobody knows anything they don't need to know. Like with Session or Monero, almost nobody knows anything that they don't need to know on those protocols, and they're decentralized. Of course, many decentralized networks fall somewhere in between these two extremes. In truth, there are many kinds of centralized and decentralized. This is going to get a little nerdy. You don't really need to know. You don't really need to think too hard about what's the difference between centralized and decentralized, and there's different kinds of. But I just want to say, so just so you know, it's not black and white. Like, well, something's centralized or it's decentralized. I'm not going to go into depth, but I am going to talk about, just for the sake of giving your brain something to. You don't need to fully understand what I'm about to say, but just give you an idea. Don't put too much stock into the names I'm going to give these categories, because folks can't see eye to eye on what these should be called. Roughly from most centralized to most decentralized, you could have a protocol that works with a central server, a centralized cloud, a polycentric protocol, a federated protocol, or a distributed protocol. And I'll give you a little explanation on those. So a central server. A central server is one fucking computer. A small website run from your mom's basement. So you have a computer. It could be a big fat server. It could be a PC. It could be a tiny little Raspberry Pi. It doesn't matter. And you can run your little lowly cone image board on that Raspberry Pi in your mom's basement. And that's, when you think about it, the most centralized possible thing, because it's one little computer. You probably take it down with a 22 or a ball peen hammer. or just unplug it. Centralized cloud. A bunch of servers run by a central entity. AWS, Cloudflare, Google, Facebook, Reddit, YouTube, Dropbox, PayPal, Telegram, Signal, and a whole lot of other shit. This is big tech's thing now. They use centralized clouds. Lots of different servers. They benefit from some decentralization of their infrastructure, so they can have like load balancing and blah, 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 redundancy. It's harder to take them down or for them to accidentally go down. But they're all controlled by a central entity. We have polycentric protocols. This is where anybody can run a server, but the servers don't talk to each other. So cases like this, VPNs, Nextcloud, not counting some Nextcloud plugins, IRC, forums, image boards, Cirx, which is a little decentralized search engine thing that you can self-host, or even Apache and Nginx, which is like shit that websites run on. You don't know what it is, but you interact with them all the time. These are polycentric protocols. Anyone can run a server, but servers don't talk to each other. So your little server is just a walled garden, even though anyone can run one. Then we got federated protocols. Federated protocols are where you pick one server to be. By the way, people throw around the word federated to mean all kinds of things, but for our sake, we're saying federated is where you pick one server to be stuck on, but the servers do talk to each other. Some cases like this: banks and credit cards, email, XMPP, Matrix, the Fediverse, which it means stuff like Mastodon, Pleroma, PeerTube, and something called STP. So yeah, it doesn't matter. It could be a bank, it could be email. You pick a server to be on, and your account is stuck on that server, but the servers do talk to each other. They speak standard protocols. So, you can send an email from your server to somebody else's email server, or whatever. That's a federated protocol. And then we have the most decentralized one, distributed. This is where you're not stuck with any one server, or there are no servers. So I'm including, well, for the sake of not saying too much jargon, this includes stuff like BitTorrent, cryptocurrency, darknets, meshnets, IPFS, Session, SimpleX, Tox, Nostr, Spasm. You're either not stuck on a server or there are no servers. If there are no servers, they call that a P2P protocol. But then, it gets weird because, like, for example, on Session, there are Oxen service nodes, but let's not get too heady here. Anyway, so as you can see, different levels of centralization or decentralization. It's not really a black and white thing. Let's talk about end-to-end encryption, or E2EE. This is a big one. And a few years back, 5-10 years ago, it used to be, oh my God, you have to have end-to-end encryption. Nobody's doing this. You idiots, you fools. No one is. Now it's kind of like, okay, a lot of people are doing it and they don't even know they're doing it. So it's really taken off. Things have gotten better for end-to-end encryption, but it's still good for you to know what's going on, because sometimes it's not there, and like you're just not holding people accountable because you just don't fucking know about this thing. Okay, end-to-end encryption is what you have when the data is encrypted at its origin in such a way that it can only be decrypted at its last destination. So it's encrypted end to end, from one end, the first gizmo sending the data, to the other end, the last gizmo getting the data. These gizmos are sometimes called the endpoints. With end-to-end encryption, nobody in between can read the unencrypted data because it's encrypted the whole time it's going through the network. It's only unencrypted when it needs to be, at the start and at the end. End-to-end encryption is a big fucking deal. Big fucking deal. You need that shit. If you have no end-to-end encryption in a centralized protocol, at least the one running the protocol, running the server, can see the data and spy on everything and record it and do whatever they want. They could also pretend to be you or just censor messages based on their content. If you had no end-to-end encryption in a decentralized protocol, then everybody could see the data. The latter is not something you see very much, but you see the former all the time. A centralized service that does not have end-to-end encryption. You see that all the time. Many protocols have encryption, okay, but not end-to-end encryption. Okay, so don't be impressed by someone saying, there's encryption. That doesn't matter. Everyone's got encryption now. Everything is encrypted these days. It's nothing to brag about. Take something like email, Facebook, PayPal, the Fediverse, or Telegram, mostly. The connection between your computer, the client, and the server is encrypted. And that stops your ISP or other middleman between you and their centralized service throughout the internet from seeing unencrypted data. But then all the data is decrypted on their server. So they can see all that shit or even change what it says. They can pretend to be you and do anything they want as you. Once again, you're trusting folks that you don't need to, and oftentimes very much shouldn't. And if they try to trick you by saying they're super encrypted, but they're not using end-to-end encryption, like Telegram or Proton Mail, that might be a bit of a red flag. Who do you think would go out of their way with their marketing to trick folks into giving them a bunch of private data by saying, our service, oh, it's encrypted. Look at Telegram's marketing. Did you think Telegram was an encrypted chat program? Oh, it's encrypted. Everything's encrypted. The fuck are you talking about? There's no end-to-end encryption for almost anything in Telegram. Telegram's a really good case study for here's why you need to know what end-to-end encryption is. In Telegram, there's one way to get end-to-end encryption. It's by making something called a secret chat. And you have to go out of your way and dig into the user interface to enable a secret chat. And it only works one-on-one. There's no secret group chats or anything. That's the only way to get end-to-end encryption in Telegram. Everything else is unencrypted. They can read every single other message one-on-one and in group chats. They read all of it. They have all of it. They record it forever. If you delete it, you should not trust them to delete it. I think they're recording it forever. Telegram, look, that's all you need to hear. That you don't need to know who runs Telegram and how malicious and suspicious they seem. You just need to know that from a technical standpoint, it doesn't work. That's not secure. That's not private. There should be end-to-end encryption. That's all you need to know. Think about it like an autistic person. Focus on the technology. But if you want to take a trip outside of autism, you can take a look at the people who run Telegram and go, well, this was founded by 2 Mossad agents and they scrubbed it from the internet that they were Mossad agents. And now they're acting like that never happened. And they never said that. And when it came out that the guy's girlfriend was a Mossad agent, they were like, whoa, maybe it's a honey trap. Maybe his Mossad agent is trying to get close to them. No, it's because they're a Mossad. And they're very obviously courting like right-wingers and libertarians, government dissidents, to be on their platform so that they can watch them and openly admit that they'll share whatever law enforcement asks for with them. And they also try to stop you from registering a Telegram account with a one-time SMS number or open source Android fork or over a VPN. They're pretty fucking hostile to privacy. But now that you are thinking about end-to-end encryption, you can just put on your autism hat and go, hold on, the technology's bad. There's almost no end-to-end encryption. It's a centralized service. They've got the metadata. We're going to talk about that. Anyway, so there you go. This is what I'm giving you. I'm giving you the autism hat, which you can put on, and you can think about the technology that's being used. Oh, by the way, their end-to-end encryption, even when you turn on a secret chat, they have something that looks an awful lot like a backdoor for that too, by the way. And they actually got caught with the backdoor in an older version of it. And then they were like, oh, whoops, that's a bug. And they changed it, but it still kind of looks like a backdoor. Anyway, so any protocol, make sure your protocols have end-to-end encryption. If you want to go further, check what folks say about their end-to-end encryption. Do they have the same good open source end-to-end encryption that everybody knows works? Or do they do something weird with their end-to-end encryption that some folks think is worrying? Any protocol worth its salt has its own great end-to-end encryption these days. It should be baked in. It should be always on by default. It shouldn't be something that you have to turn on. It should always be on. You should not have to go out of your way to turn it on. Like encrypting email with PGP. Okay, okay, whatever. If you're a nerd from 25 years ago, then you're like, well, here's my PGP key. You're like, okay, great, but come on, a little outdated now. I'll do it if you want. We can encrypt PGP email to each other if you really want to. But anyway, if the protocol wants to be very cool and cutting edge, it should even have post-quantum encryption. Ooh, what the hell is that? At this time, PQE, post-quantum encryption, is only starting out. SimpleX has post-quantum encryption in one-on-one chats, and you won't find it much anywhere else yet. This will be out of date by next year or 2 years from now. In the next few years, it'll be everywhere. The faster you get PQE, the better, because your foes, such as the NSA and the like, are keeping a lot of encrypted data for later, for when they have quantum computers and or merely much better supercomputers. And one day they'll likely will crack a lot of that data. And when that happens, it will be very bad, because it'll be like, 30, 50 years from now, they'll have, if they're still around, if we don't just kill them all, or, whoever happens to have, even if we, let's say the state was gone by the time that happened, someone will do it. We'll be using our own decentralized quantum supercomputer cryptocurrency fueled protocols to be cracking. Hey, if we work fast enough, maybe we can just destroy all the NSA data centers, and at least a bunch of the data will be lost. Anyway, PQE. The faster you get it, the better, because one day all the non-PQE stuff might get cracked, or at least some of it. Now, if you want to jump through hoops, nobody is stopping you from doing your own end-to-end encryption on top of any unencrypted protocol. Believe it or not, if you want to be a fucking nerd or weirdo, you can fucking do an encryption over anything. You could use PGP or maybe even OMemo, and you can encrypt something manually and paste it anywhere. And then the other nigga can decrypt it manually on their end. It's very clunky, but it will do the trick if you have nothing else. If you want to do end-to-end encryption better than everybody else, verify your contacts' keys. This is what nobody's doing. What the hell does that mean? Well, it looks different in every client, whether it's fucking Session or SimpleX or Signal or whatever. The process is different. Verify your contacts' keys. There's something called, I'll tell you why you do this. And I know it seems kind of nerdy right now and nobody talks about it, but it is good practice. There's something called a man-in-the-middle attack, or MITM for short. That's where somebody between the two of you in the network is setting up an end-to-end encrypted link to both of you and the one you're talking to, both you and the one you're talking to. They have an end-to-end encrypted link with you, and they have an end-to-end encrypted link with the one that you're talking to. And they're the middleman, passing your data along to each other. So when your friend sends them a message that's meant for you, they pass it along to you. You send them a message meant for them, they pass it along to them. Each of you thinks they're talking to the other person, but you're actually talking to the man in the middle who's just passing your messages along. And, you know, because of that, the man in the middle can see everything unencrypted and change something if they want to, or fake something. To stop this, you verify your contact's keys over some other communication channel. The most secure and hardest to fake communication channel that you have. The best is when you can meet them face to face. Maybe they have their device right there. You have your device right there. You meet them face to face. You see, verify the keys right there. You see it on their screen. Some protocols have something to do this automatically, like by scanning a QR code on your phones or whatever. If you can't do that, you can try reading at least a little bit of your key or fingerprint over an audio call. But keep in mind that an advanced attacker can fake somebody's voice, and this is getting easier all the time. So if someone's really going after you and you're feeling super paranoid or schizophrenic, they could fake an audio call with you and just pretend to be your friend, fake their voice. If this is somebody you only know over instant messaging, at least keep a chain of verification going from each encrypted chat to the next. That way you at least know that it's the same nigga that you've been talking to all along. So any man in the middle attack would have had to be happening from the very start. If you have a shared secret, something that you're pretty sure nobody else knows, you can be a true nerd and try verifying them with something called the Socialist Millionaire Protocol, SMP, which is strong assurance that it's the right person. SMP is like if you have some friend who either you're not going to be meeting face to face and you know something with them, you maybe have some inside joke or something, like you say, the squirrel, which hole did the squirrel crawl into? And like, you know that they know the answer to that, and it's something that nobody else could ever guess. You can use Socialist Millionaire Protocol to cryptographically verify that they typed in the correct answer without revealing what the correct answer is to them. It's like a zero knowledge proof, sort of. Anyway, there's some weird stuff for your brain to chew on. I hope that you're not too confused, sweetie. End-to-end encryption is important. Let's talk about metadata privacy. All right. So end-to-end encryption hides most of the data, like what you're saying or sending to folks, but there's also something called metadata. Metadata is the data about the data or somehow linked to the data. This is stuff like IP addresses, who talks to who, when the talking happens, how many folks are in a group, how bustling a group is, what something is named, or what it's about. Leaking metadata on its own can be very bad for you, and most folks do it without even knowing. So even if there's end-to-end encryption, you leak a bunch of metadata, who's talking to who, when they're talking, how many people in this group, what's this group about, how active is it, when are people talking in it, who's talking in it, who knows who. With metadata, your foes can make in-depth social maps of criminals, dissidents, and so forth. That means you, boss. They can find out who the big players are and go after them to get the biggest bang for their buck. Who's the person that everyone talks to, who introduces the most people to the group, or the most people talk to them, or they're the ringleader, they're a big networker. We can just go after them. They can guess a lot about who, what, where, and when. Watch it closely and wait for the right time to strike and fuck shit up big time. Metadata can lead to guilt by association. Metadata can be admitted as evidence in court. It's circumstantial evidence that can help put you behind bars. And such soft evidence can lead to somebody poking around, finding hard evidence. Like every time you send X a message, your smartphone goes to Y parking lot. All right, well, we already know X is a shady motherfucker and we don't know where he is, but we think you might be meeting him. Next time you message X, we stake out Y parking lot and see who shows up. Maybe we'll find him. Encrypting the main data alone is not enough to stop any but the weakest of foes. Metadata is sensitive and it needs to be fucking taken seriously and kept private. Okay, and not enough people are fucking talking about this, and a lot of protocols are leaking metadata. Stopping metadata leaks is done in sundry ways that are sometimes called obfuscation. As there are many kinds of metadata, there are many kinds of obfuscation. I won't go in depth on this, but here are some kinds of metadata obfuscation: network obfuscation, anonymity, social obfuscation, presence obfuscation, packet uniformity, timing obfuscation, and noise. I'll give you a little bit about each of those. Network obfuscation is when you can't tell where anything is coming from or where it's going. This is what dark nets do, such as Tor, I2P, Session, or LokiNet. SimpleX when private routing is on. SimpleX's private routing is not that good, actually. Anonymity is when nobody but, at most, the recipients knows who is doing or sending anything. Social obfuscation is when nobody but you knows your contacts. Nobody but, at most, group members knows which group is which or who's in a group. Better yet, an onlooker can't even link any given message to any other, so they don't know if any groups are even there or not, how big they are, or how active. That would be great social obfuscation. Presence obfuscation is when asynchronous messaging is there. There's no need to be online at the same time. There's no presence broadcasting. There's nothing that says you're online, away, offline, connected. No typing notifications. No delivery receipts. That's that second check mark you get when you send a message. And nothing that prompts an automated answer from your client. Packet uniformity is when all data packets are the same size. Timing obfuscation is when data is sent after standard and/or random delays. And noise is when some bullshit data is sent here and there, only to throw off onlookers and make it hard to see what's happening.
The origin of symbolism. Carlyle said, "It is through symbols that man can consciously or unconsciously live, move, and has his being." Those ages, moreover, are counted the noblest, which can best recognize symbolic words and prize it at its highest. You just listened to an opening number called The Circle of Life. And if you listen...
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
The school year is just getting started, but it's not too early to start thinking about ways to keep your kids busy next summer. You don't want your child to miss our Cypherpunk Summer Camp. We are now enrolling all kids ages 7 through 16. Cypherpunk Summer Camp teaches students how to build their own seed signer, broadcast a transaction using ham radio, run a lightning node, use coin joins, set up a Sparrow wallet, and much more. At Cypherpunk Summer Camp, kids don't just learn how to transact adversarially, we also cover homesteading, rolling your own open source cigarettes, and even martial arts. Hear what parents have to say about Cypherpunk Summer Camp.
My name is Jeff from Naples, Florida. I send my son to Cypherpunk Summer Camp because, as a macro podcaster, I'm not a technical expert, but I want my son to learn the skills necessary to defeat the feds.
Space is limited, so don't wait. Enroll your child in Cypherpunk Summer Camp today.
Brian FreeRobot here, with a quick update pertaining to the Free Republic of PAZNIA. The following items are now available at the PAZNIA shop, whether digitally via PAZNIA.com/shop, or physically here at the consulate. PAZNIA seal shirts, sizes medium to 2XL available in limited quantities. PAZNIA hat. PAZNIA pen with stylus, 5-pack. PAZNIA sticker. PAZNIA coffee mug. PAZNIA flag. PAZNIA beach towel. And 4 bundles featuring some or all of these items at a discounted price. Load up on PAZNIA goods and contribute to the second realm. Bitcoin and Monero preferred, fiat accepted. Visit PAZNIA.com/shop. Thanks in advance for your contribution to the second realm. Cheers.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
And now, back to Cloak and Dagger with host Thane Riddle.
Hey everybody. There's music. What is this, Anya? Yeah, it was, so I there's a little commercial break there. And I knew that was coming. And I should have said something like, I'll keep talking about some crap after the message from our sponsors, but I was caught off guard. Even though I knew it was coming, I was like, oh shit, abrasive. And I'll be better at it next time, folks. We'll all be all right. Why the fuck is the music still playing? Okay, there we go. You're doing it on purpose now. All right. So that was actually perfect. It was great timing, besides the fact that I didn't say anything, because that was the end of the metadata section. But metadata is a big fucking deal, folks. It's no fucking joke, and people need to talk about it more. I'll talk about open hardware before I close out the down to earth tip. But I'm just gonna remind you that if anyone wants to call in or fucking say something in the chat, You can call in at PAZNIA.com/call. PAZNIA.com/call. Or in like a half hour or something. I don't know. You can call in PAZNIA.com/call, and you can also say stuff in the chat, the PAZNIA Radio Network chat at PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. And I'll answer that shit in like, I don't know, half hour or something. I'm doing whatever I want over here, okay? Open hardware is the hardest to find out of all these things I'm talking about. As you may know, hardware is the physical stuff that the gizmos are made of, such as electronic boards filled with circuits and components, and even other stuff, such as the case they might be put inside. The most open hardware would be a gizmo where all the schematics for the hardware, as well as for every chip and every component inside it, were released out in the open. Kind of like with open source software, the code, the source code is released out in the open. Well, for the hardware, it's schematics and like what materials are used and stuff. And the most open hardware would be not only schematics for the overall hardware, but also for every little component, every little piece that is used in it, that should be open hardware too. That's the ideal. It's hard to find with computers, at least. That way, everyone could understand how it works and maybe even build their own from scratch. These days, even cases can be very open, as folks have 3D printers now. So it's not too hard to make your own case. And you can just release the files for 3D printing the case. There is at least one open hardware certification out there. And they have info on their website of gizmos they've certified. It's funny how in my notes I didn't link to that. Open hardware certification. I must have been talking about, what is it called? It's like I don't know. Just look up open hardware certification. You'll probably find it. And they've got like, I mean, honestly, it's not great to navigate this thing they have on their website. Should be better, but they have a list of everything they've ever certified. It's hard to get through. Firmware, as the name implies, is somewhere between hardware and software. What the fuck does that mean? Firmware is pretty much software that's installed on the low-level components of the hardware, and it is either never swapped out or updated, or it is swapped out or updated not very often. So firmware can be open source as well, but it is often so that you must have some closed source firmware in your life, as many components have no open source firmware. Like, to give you an example, you might have, like, let's say a Pixel with Graphene OS or Calyx OS on it. Graphene OS, Calyx OS, those are open source. And some of the firmware on your Pixel is open source, believe it or not. But some of it's not. Like, the mobile broadband chip, which is like you stick your SIM card in it and it talks to cell phone towers and shit like that, is closed source firmware. There is a project to try and reverse engineer that shit in an open source software project. But yeah, that's a case of like something that there's like no real open source. I think 2G cell phone technology has open source software for it, but not like 4G, 5G. Mostly the best you can do with hardware and firmware is for it to be open-ish, at least some of the time. Not all the time, but some of the time it can be open-ish. It's not like software. Like with software, almost everything that you ever have can be open source. With hardware, it's like sometimes it can be open-ish, is mostly how it is. There are some computers and stuff out there that claim to be open hardware, and a few of those may even have the certification. They might put out the schematics for their boards and maybe even the case. They might have some or even all open source firmware, but some chips and components on the board are not open mostly. For one, the CPU, which is the heart of the computer, is almost never truly open. I don't want to get too nerdy for you here, but most computers, whether it's a phone or a PC or whatever, will have a CPU architecture of AMD 64 or fucking x86 64, x86. Okay, this is officially too nerdy. And there's ARM CPUs. That's pretty common in phones or Raspberry Pis, shit like that. And none of these things are open hardware, but there is an open CPU specification called RISC-V, which is sort of on the up and up. Like you can get like a little RISC-V computer. I recommend it if you're a nerd, not to any old dummy. But if you're kind of nerdy, you might want to look at Pine 64. They've come out with a single board computer similar to a Raspberry Pi that has a RISC-V processor in it. That should work pretty well, but they're still working on it, some of the firmware and stuff. But I'm sure you can, if you're a nerd, you could probably get something working with it. Anyway, there you go. There's your down-to-earth tip today, a little more conceptual than it usually is. Just getting you to think about open source software, encryption at rest, decentralized networks, end-to-end encryption, and metadata privacy, and open hardware. Just thinking about what these things are, having some concept in your head of what they are, and some idea of why you want them and stuff. And like that's, good, and it's a big deal. And you don't have to be a genius to have that. You can definitely read more about any of these things if you wanted to have a better grasp on them. But if you want to ask me anything or say anything about any of the tips I've given on today's show or an older show or a future show for that matter, call in. If you have premonitions about something I've said in a future show, call in in 15 minutes or something. At PAZNIA.com/call, or you can find my contact details on VonuPodcast.com/CD and send me some fan mail, or you can go to fucking PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio and get in that chat there, and I'll look at the messages there soon. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane, where you'll find Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS, Calyx OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel Management Engine, open source firmware. Now that you know what that is, huh? Whatever Linux OS you like. I believe they may have X200 tablets as well. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want something that's not in stock, they're not listed there, or you want a custom job, just email Shane, that's SHANE, Shane, at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME, flash your own firmware to a laptop, and you do want this done. Please save yourself the headache and buy some of Jamin's goodies at libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And how does this connect with the shit I talked about today? Well, you know about firmware now. You kind of have some sense of what firmware is now. So like on a ThinkPad laptop, the Intel Management Engine, I suppose you could say that's firmware. And all you need to know about it is that it's kind of scary and bad, and it's something that you want to neutralize as much as possible. And there's also, the BIOS or UEFI or whatever, which is what you see when you first boot the computer and you see some fucking logo. It says I don't know, ThinkPad or something. I don't know what it says. Before the operating system starts. That's firmware. Jammin will neutralize the Intel management engine and put open source firmware, open source BIOS UEFI firmware on there, so that you'll see some shit that says something else, like fucking Libra boot or skulls or heads or something. You'll see some open source firmware logo. And actually, to be a little nerdier, I think he actually does do some other open source firmware stuff on there. Like I think he even uses a different network card that supports open source firmware, as opposed to the one that comes with it, because that doesn't have open source firmware. Yeah. Something you don't really need to know, but since we talked about it, there's something for your brain, for your stupid little brain to chew on. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane and buy a product that you now understand slightly better. Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Pain Liberator is what you want, folks. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane to get Pain Liberator, which is a 20% DMSO with base of colloidal silver solution, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain, sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. DMSO and aspirin on their own are quite miraculous. When put together in Pain Liberator, it is magical. libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. Really unique product that works really well. You spray it on anything that hurts and it helps pretty much right away. And it can even, I have a hunch it could probably help heal some things, like a muscle injury. The magnesium will probably help. There are some cases where inflammation might do more harm than good too, and the aspirin and DMSO will reduce that. There's really no product like this. You definitely want Pain Liberator. It's really cool and really special. Go to libertyunderattack.com/PainThane. All right, fan mail. So I got a donation on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio, where you can send us some Monero and give me a message that mentions me so that I get some of the money. Can you guess who sent us a donation on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio? It was Thought Crime Boss again, with the first one anyway. Thought Crime Boss says, "Yo, Thane sent me. Do you know if all the different state DMV databases for state ID cards link to each other now that we live in a real ID world, or is it different in every state?" That's a good question to ask. I bet a lot of people are confused about that. So for those who don't know, Real ID is the Real ID Act is like a 9/11 era thing, like because of the terrorists, we have to spy on everybody. One of those old things. I imagine someone who could be listening now who is so young that they weren't even born, possibly in like 2001, when this shit was like, or 2002 or whatever it was. So the Real ID Act, the government takes so long to do everything. Thankfully, the Real ID Act, it was like a plan for a nationalization of IDs, so that your fucking driver's license that is issued by the state will also be a federal ID. Isn't that a great idea? Well, the U.S. already had a federal ID. It's called the Social Security number, but that didn't have a picture or any other biometrics and stuff. So the Real ID thing is just a way to make an even worse national ID and to make it that everyone gets it without even thinking about it. And it's just a new normal to have a federal ID card with biometrics and so on. And that's what Real ID is. Massive power grab, huge attack on privacy in the first realm by the state. And they had like a many years long schedule that kept getting pushed back for actually enforcing Real ID on the states, so that the states would have like fucking decades to actually do it. Here. So to answer what the fuck you're talking about. This is really confusing for a lot of people. Like, okay, so yeah, like Thought Crime Boss said, well, so all the states, do they share all the IDs with each other now? Do they share the driver's licenses and stuff with each other now? Like, if I have a driver's license in one state and I go to another state, can they, is it all connected now? Can they verify now? The short answer is, for the most part, yes. And also the answer has been changing a little bit every year, and the answer has been getting worse every year and becoming more yes every year. So here's the thing. The state is very ineffective at enforcing the law, even against other states that are supposed to be beneath it. And so the federal government enforcing federal laws on the states, not only did they keep pushing back the Real ID deadlines over and over, but they also, towards the end, the DHS, so the Real ID Act does say that states and territories have to share their ID databases and driver history databases with each other. But when the DHS actually got around to certifying whether they had Real ID or not, they just didn't include that requirement. So as a result, all the states right now on paper are compliant with Real ID because they're all offering some sort of Real ID driver's license or ID card, even if they're also offering a non-Real ID one. However, there are a few straggler states left that aren't sharing by the way, the two databases are called S2S and DHR. I'm pretty much reading Wikipedia to you right now. There's a Wikipedia article called Real ID Act, and there's a section in the article called State Certifications. And here's where they talk about this. State to state verification service, that's S2S. This is where they share the IDs. And then DHR, driver history records, is where they share the driver history. So as you can see in the table there on the Wikipedia article, all the states and territories have Real ID now in some way or another. But for when it comes to S2S and DHR, there's a few stragglers. So we've got Connecticut has neither right now. Iowa has S2S but not DHR. West Virginia has neither. Wyoming has S2S but not DHR. Vermont has neither. Nevada has neither. Louisiana has S2S but not DHR. New York has S2S but not DHR. New Hampshire has S2S but not DHR. Puerto Rico has neither. Guam, Illinois, U.S. Virgin Islands all have neither. Alaska has S2S but not DHR. California, Kentucky have neither. New Jersey and Oregon have S2S but not DHR. And then Oklahoma, North Mariana Islands, is that what that stands for? And American Samoa have neither. So as you can see, while they have Real ID, and while the Real ID Act says they're supposed to share that stuff, not all of them are doing. There's still a few stragglers left that aren't sharing their databases, as long as the Wikipedia article's been updated properly. And this is changing all the time. You can see the dates there. Some of them are recent. So you can look forward to more of these stragglers catching up and sharing their databases, probably. So the DHS is just a piece of shit. It's just not enforcing the full act, even after their own deadline. They're just like, whatever, you all got. Yeah, I remember that. I'm about to say it, but I do appreciate the reminder. So I got another Monero donation on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio that happened during the show, and it just says, great explanations, thank you, donor. You're damn right. They're great explanations. Actually, I don't know. I'm sure they're probably a little rambling at times, but yeah, I try to. Hopefully, you kind of got what the hell I was saying. That's the main thing, because I'm saying stuff that's important, and I feel like there's a disconnect between people who understand this stuff and people who understand how to speak in such a way that normal people can understand them. There's a lack of overlap there, where like it's just a bunch of autistic nerds who understand the technology and care about this stuff, but they don't know how to say it, communicate it to other people. And they also don't even try, because they're just like in their room all their time on their computer, which is what I'm doing right now, actually. But I'm talking to people at the same time. So yeah, I'm glad you like the explanations. If you have any thoughts on anything said on this show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in, and I'll likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, call in a few minutes or something. PAZNIA.com/call, or say something in the chat. At fucking PAZNIA.com/SimpleXRadio. And you know, I mean, yeah, the foundational stuff is important. You're damn right it is. But yeah, well, whatever. It's close enough to you can honestly call in anytime. If anyone's gonna call in, I'm gonna keep talking and stuff, but you can call in at any time and interrupt me. Just go to PAZNIA.com/call. You can interrupt me. I'm also going to look at PAZNIA Radio Network chat. Let's see, did anyone say anything? Oh, right. Well, Rayo2 had a question in there. He said, question, could you look into and give feedback on Copy Party? It was sent as another library possibility other than PeerTube. And then he links to the GitHub for Copy Party. Yeah, I only learned about Copy Party not long ago. And I don't know a whole lot about it. But, well, here's what they say on the GitHub. Turn almost any device into a file server with resumable uploads/downloads using any web browser. They also have an Android app, I think. They have a phone app. So Copy Party, it's not exactly like something like PeerTube, right? So like PeerTube is for uploading audio and video content on a server that federates with other servers. So like even if you have an account on a different PeerTube instance, you can still watch a video on another PeerTube instance or whatever. It's all part of the Fediverse, kind of like Mastodon or Pleroma or something, but it's just focused on video and I guess audio content. Whereas Copy Party is, I've never tried it, but my impression of Copy Party is that it's a very easy to run. And it just works. Like it's just a little Python script or whatever, and you just run it and it just works. It just creates a file server with a web interface, and also the app can work with it. And also I think it's like an FTP server and stuff. So if someone has an FTP client, like fucking FileZilla or some shit, it should just work. And people can maybe upload stuff or download stuff from it. And as far as I can see, there even is in the web interface and in the mobile app, there's a player. So if you have a folder on your Copy Party server that has a bunch of audio files in it, then you can kind of play them from the app or from the web interface with like a play button and shit. That's pretty neat. It looks cute. It looks fun. It looks like it was developed by somebody lazy who values laziness, which is both a good and a bad thing. I think it looks really neat. I have no problem with Copy Party. It looks cool. Like, it's not some sort of fancy decentralized thing. Like, it's not federated, right? Like PeerTube is federated. Copy Party is just a simple file server with some interfaces and stuff, and you just run it and it just works. So like, it's really easy to use, and you can upload whatever you want there and download stuff from it. I don't know. It's pretty straightforward as far as I can tell. I don't know. It's not as geared towards playing video content as PeerTube is. Like, as far as I know, on Copy Party, if you want to play video, it just like opens, like, you can play it in the browser, but it's just using the browser's native, it's not like there's no fancy video playing interface, I think, in Copy Party. It's like PeerTube would give you more of a polished, like, YouTube-like experience, and also, like, you can comment on videos, you can probably like them or something, like, it's meant to be more YouTube like PeerTube, right? Whereas Copy Party is just kind of like a bare bones thing. Appreciate the explanation. That's him telling me to shut up. All right, there you go. I'll go back to I'll try and pay attention if someone says something in PAZNIA Radio Network chat, or if somebody calls in and interrupts me. For now, I'll move on to building the second realm topic for today. I'm going along since I have no guest. So I'm going to keep going through some of the links to websites for decentralized networks and shit that we got from Sama's fan mail all those weeks ago. Our ancestors have passed down Sama's fan mail throughout the generations, and each shaman from each generation, who is my reincarnation, reads the next link and tries to decipher it. And it's rumored that one day we'll get to the end, and that will be the dawn of a new era. Next up, we have the so-called Slack and Discord alternative work in progress, which is called Quiet. And because that name is not search engine friendly, I'll say that the website is tryquiet.org. All right, so right off the bat, the front page seems to tell me that Quiet is a P2P chat protocol that works over Tor. That makes it sound kind of like other protocols that are around, like Kutch, or older ones that were around before, like TorChat or Ricochet or whatever. So what I'm wondering right away is, what sets Quiet apart from them? And does Quiet do anything about asynchronous messaging or stopping the leak of presence metadata, which most P2P IM protocols don't do anything about? And I'm going to dumb down what I just said a little bit. P2P stands for, we're going to lay some more groundwork here, but P2P stands for peer-to-peer. And truthfully, folks call all kinds of things P2P. But for now, let's merely say that a P2P protocol is a protocol with no servers. On the other hand, digital communication protocols that do have servers are called client-server protocols, because computers in those protocols can play one of two roles, either client or server. But in P2P protocols, there's only one role to play, which is called peer. So that's why these protocols are called peer-to-peer, or P2P. There are no clients or servers, only peers. Now, in communications, you have synchronous communication and asynchronous communication. Synchronous communication is when all the folks communicating are all there at the same time, communicating live. So on audio or video call, or an IM chat where the users are talking back and forth in real time, those are synchronous communication. On the other hand, asynchronous communication is when you may not be there at the same time, but somebody can leave a message for you. So something like email, an offline message, a voicemail, a voice clip, or a handwritten suicide note. These are all asynchronous communication. Now, earlier in this show, I talked about metadata privacy, and I talked about how I didn't harp on it much, but I glossed over the different kinds of metadata privacy and the different kinds of obfuscation. One of the ones I said in that list was presence obfuscation. This is one of the worst kinds of metadata that folks leak most often. Your presence. Presence data is data that shows others that your device is online and connected to the network. And sometimes even whether you've been idle on your device or not. There are protocols where if you're idle for 5 minutes, your status is automatically set to away. And this is an even more presence data, even more unnecessary metadata leak. To give you some thoughts about why, I think presence should not be leaked so much. You can do correlation attacks. Let's say you have a group of people. It could be a public group. It could be a big group. It could be a group about where you discuss some dissident topic, or where you're there to do illegal activities or something. Whatever. It could be something sensitive. Whatever. It doesn't matter. You should have privacy either way, really. But if there's presence information, when people are connected or online or whatever, then you see whenever they go offline. Let's say people sit in that group chat for a long time, for months, for years, and they're there most of the time. Maybe they have a computer at home that's always on. Or is it when there's a blackout in their area, the computer goes offline and everyone can see that they go offline? You can sit in there, a Fed or bot or whatever can sit in this public group, or maybe it's a not so public group, but they got in there anyway. And they can record this presence record, this presence data forever. And they can later compare that. They can cross-reference that with, let's say, times when there were blackouts in certain areas. Or if you want to go for a really cyberpunk one, let's say the state actor makes blackouts happen. I'll do it in this region of the country and see who goes offline. Then I'll do it in that region of the country, see who goes offline. Maybe I'm trying to find a specific person in the chat. So once I find the region they're in, then I'll break that region down into smaller chunks, make those chunks go offline until I find the one they're in, break that down into smaller chunks, and so on until you've got their exact address. Or maybe you don't do it with power. Maybe you do it with the internet, like these internet kill switches that they're making right now and testing every week that I talk about in the news. You know about that? This is another thing they could do with that. Anyway, so presence data, you might think that I'm a fag for caring about, but actually, I think it's bad. I think it's bad that everyone is leaking presence data in a lot of protocols, even some of the best protocols, like SimpleX is one of the best IAM protocols, and it leaks presence data. It's something people aren't really think. It's the one bit of metadata people are kind of failing to cover up in a lot of protocols. And P2P protocols, which we're talking about a P2P protocol, it's one of the biggest pitfalls. It's pretty unheard of, you could say, for a P2P protocol almost to not leak presence data. Anyway, all right. So why did I dumb all that down for you, or ramble and confuse you further? Well, you see, P2P chat protocols, as I said, almost always run into pitfalls when it comes to both asynchronous messaging. It's when you're not online at the same time and you're leaving a message for you to get later, and leaking presence metadata. Why is that? Because most P2P IAM protocols work merely by getting the users connected directly to each other. So the users have to be online at the same time. Right off the bat, that leaks presence data. Each user has to know when their contacts or fellow group members are online or not, so they always know about their presence, which isn't the best thing for privacy. And on top of that, there is mostly no asynchronous messaging in P2P IM chat protocols, since the users mostly have to be online at the same time to send messages. So now you understand one of the biggest pitfalls that almost every P2P IM protocol runs into. And I'll tell you right now that some P2P IM protocols have tried to do something about these things, more so with the asynchronous messaging thing than with the presence. Most of them leak presence metadata, but a few of them have tried to do something about asynchronous messaging. Like Briar. Briar is a P2P instant messaging program that has something called Briar Mailbox, where you can have another device sitting around with Briar Mailbox running on it, and it can take messages for you and hold them for you to download later. So that doesn't fix everything, but it's cool, and it does help a little with asynchronous messaging. Or take Kutch. Kutch, which has one of the worst branding ever. Kutch is spelled CWTCH. Why is Kutch spelled with a fucking W there instead of a U? Because it's fucking Gaelic. Okay, this is how autistic the people who made Kutch are. So you know it's cool. That's kind of like the best Tor-based instant messaging protocol that's around right now, Kutch. It has some support for servers for asynchronous messaging, but then that's not P2P anymore, is it? So they didn't really fix the problem. They're just like, you just have a server for asynchronous messaging. They just kind of copped out. So anyway, is there any way, you might be wondering, is there any way to have reliable asynchronous messaging utterly sidestep the presence metadata leak and stay wholly decentralized all at the same time? Yes, there is. You merely need to have a distributed data store. Then you can merely upload the message or file or whatever onto that distributed data store. That's the best way to do things. And right now, I think the only good IM protocol that does this is Session. It's not done very much. And Session is not really what most people would call P2P, by the way. Yeah, Session's very decentralized. I would call it a distributed protocol, but it has aux and service nodes, right? It's not just peers. It's not like all the computers are the same. So it's not really servers, but there's still specialization in the network. No, we're not all just peers. All right. So now you know a little about what Quiet needs to stack up against. What's the competition? So how does Quiet stack up against other decentralized darknet instant messaging protocols like Session or Kutch? Shockingly, Quiet is going to stack up pretty well from the looks of it. You see, unlike most any other P2P IM protocol, Quiet has a fucking distributed data store. That's right. I didn't see it coming either. But one of Sama's links here is something interesting. Quiet has a distributed data store. They've thought, that's crazy. Almost no P2P IM protocol has that, but they have it. Now, namely, Quiet has IPFS baked into it. That's how they get their distributed data store. But Quiet does not work with the worldwide IPFS network, mind you. Rather, each community on Quiet has its own IPFS data store. And on this IPFS data store for the community, Quiet gives you what's called a CRDT, which is, I'm not going to go into depth on what that is, but long story short, it's a way to come to consensus about stuff. The other thing that's very good about this, about Quiet, is its UI. You see, there is a great need for something that has a UI kind of like Slack or Discord. Folks need to organize into communities that have sundry rooms within them and stuff like that. Like you have a community for your business, and within that community, you have a room for each team in your business or each project that your business is working on and so forth. Or whatever, like in Discord or in, you have different rooms for people to play games together or some shit. You know, like we need that. We need this kind of organization. Folks need this kind of user interface. It's a big deal. But the UI of, say, Session or SimpleX doesn't work like this. So Quiet's two greatest strengths are, firstly, putting a distributed data store on a P2P network, and secondly, in having a Slack or Discord-like UI. And those are two great strengths to have that not many others do have. So Quiet does stand out. So what's wrong with Quiet? Well, first off, they're still leaking presence metadata, like most P2P protocols do. So they will pretty much never have the metadata privacy that Session has. Another big thing that's wrong with Quiet is that, like Sama said, it truly is very much a work in progress. Quiet is not ready for prime time yet. They don't have direct messages. They don't have user profiles. They don't have mentions. You can't remove users from your community. They don't have emojis. They don't have reactions. And you can't even join more than one community in the same client. However, all of these lacking features will, of course, be coming to Quiet sooner or later. But for the time being, Quiet is very half-baked. Also, you could say it's a weakness, too, that Quiet isn't monetized in any way. So that will hold back development. And, of course, network infrastructure, right? Like your community's infrastructure is just whatever devices your community adds to the community, which, you know, it's okay. But it's not as good as a fully monetized network like, let's say, Session. Another thing I'd like to bring up is that somewhere in their docs, they talked about maybe one day decoupling Quiet from Tor. Now, if that ever happens, then Quiet could become another thing altogether. If you could take Quiet off Tor, you could make it work on another darknet like I2P or LokiNet, or you could make it work on a mesh network or something. And if that day ever comes, I should be taking a second look at Quiet and thinking about what can be done with it. At the end of the day, though, while Quiet looks like a great project, and is surely one of the best ones that our friend Sama has shown us so far, it still doesn't take metadata privacy to heart as much as it should. It has some good metadata privacy, but the presence thing is being leaked. Developers need to get this through their thick skulls. User presence is the kind of metadata that other users mostly don't need, and it should not be leaked unless maybe a user wants to leak it. And you need to know that before you even start building a digital communication protocol, because you need to build it from the ground up to have a distributed data store, and it needs to be a data store that isn't only held by your contacts. That's the only way to sidestep presence leakage in a decentralized network. Right now, the big IM protocol that does this right is Session. But yeah, Quiet is still cool. So I'm glad that I know about it now. That's it for Sama's links this time. Talk to me if you want to work on stuff like decentralized networks and mesh networks and shit like that. I got some friends they want to tokenize the Reticulum network or something. If you want to work on stuff like this, we want to link up with others who do. Talk to me. Go to vonupodcast.com/CD, and you can talk to me on Session or SimpleX on there, and I'll get you in touch with them. They're on SimpleX right now, though. And if I'm not getting any call-ins on fucking PAZNIA.com/call, I guess I'll just end out the show. Oh wait, but let me check so that I can find that there are no chats on. Yeah, no one said anything on PAZNIA Radio Network. Thank you, everybody. All 16 of you, or whatever. That's a lot. Hey, there used to be like 5 of you or something. Good job listening to this show. Soon I will give you your marching orders for the communist revolution. I hope that you liked the ramblings. You gained something from it. It wasn't too impenetrable. I am a privacy and security consultant expert kind of guy. One of the best in the world, believe it or not. And that's sad. That's sad. I'm really sorry to say this, but it's like every time I meet someone who's supposed to be like a privacy or security consultant, I don't want to talk shit about anybody specific except for Mike Basil, but he's actually pretty good. The stuff he says in his book is pretty good, but he's just a fag. Anyway, sadly, one of the best in the world. So if you want someone to help you with a privacy or security concern, you should contact me at VonuPodcast.com/CD. You can find SimpleX address, session, ID, and talk to me there, and I'll help you or something, especially if you pay me money, with the steep discount for PAZNIANs and so forth. On my next show next week, I'll be talking, my down-to-earth tip will be about shopping, and we'll keep going through Sama's links. Self-Liberation Saturday, we'll keep going for another few hours, and then later tonight will be the first ever live Vonu podcast at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Rayo 2 will have somebody called Shadrach or Shadrach, I don't know how to say it, on the show to talk about mesh networking, Bitcoin, and shit like that. And they'll be taking call-ins. I may even listen to the show and call in myself. We'll see. So don't touch that dial, folks. Stay tuned and stay frosty.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You've just heard another edition of Cloak and Dagger, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. For full show archives or to reach out, visit VonuPodcast.com/CD. Next up on the PAZNIA Radio Network, a short deprogramming break, followed by Building the Second Realm number 2, a deep dive on the philosophy and culture of the Second Realm. Coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern/7 p.m. Central, is Vonu Podcast Live, hosted by Shane aka Coordinator Rayo. He'll be joined by a gentleman named Shadrach for a deep dive into Bitcoin, mesh networking, and in general, viable path forwards for liberation. You can give us a call here at the PAZNIA Radio Network, too. Just visit paznia.chat/PRN to be brought into our self-hosted Jitsi chat. And tomorrow, Sunday, starting at around 11 a.m. EST/10 am CST, is the audiobook premiere of Anarchist to Abolitionist, A Bad Quaker's Journey by Ben Stone, courtesy of Liberty Under Attack Publications. At least $100 was committed to its creation, so please do consider supporting our efforts. PAZNIA.com/prop is the link to donate Bitcoin, Monero, or Fiat. Thank you so much in advance. PAZNIA.com is the website for all things PAZNIA. VonuPodcast.com is the website for all things Vonu. And LibertyUnderAttack.com is the home for freedom books, publishing, privacy tools, and much more. Thank you so much for being here. Please enjoy.
Does your body ever hurt anywhere? Get some Pain Liberator. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. It's a little spray bottle with 20% DMSO and a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, or jaw pain. I heard the Pain Liberator ad on the stream before my show today, and it reminded me a lot of Head On, applied directly to the forehead, that old video, because there was like a female voice talking about spraying it on your forehead, and it was kind of, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say the female voice was abrasive, but it was, I don't know, it was close enough to remind me that. Anyway, it works really well. Pain Liberator works really, really well, and it's really unique. DMSO and aspirin on their own are each very useful. When put together, it's fucking magical, because aspirin works kind of slowly when you swallow it. If you mix it with DMSO and spray it topically, it's absorbed right away into your body and it works right away. That's really good. And the magnesium is important too. It helps with muscle damage, injuries, and it's probably recovery from workouts, I imagine, too, now that I think about it. And probably with migraines. I don't know. It's a big fucking deal. It's a unique product. You really can't get something like this anywhere else. It's crazy. No one's thought about this before. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Get some pain liberator.
Vonu Fest 6, the premier, yearly gathering of self-liberation held at the Veritas node of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, happens once again this year, from September 22nd to the 29th. Join fellow self-liberators in our vetted agora, in the second realm, and soak up knowledge from those deep within the realms of breakthrough energy, health and wellness, open source technology, privacy and security, and much more. Alongside that, enjoy the nights around the campfire, underneath the Veritas skies untampered by city light pollution. A perfect view of the cosmos, great conversations, and connections that will last a lifetime. And while this event is not public and therefore not open to just anyone, getting vetted to come out isn't usually that hard. We either have to find someone in common that will vouch for your reputation, or just email Coordinator Rio, coordinator@PAZNIA.com, and send an introduction and background to your liberated lifestyle and path of self-liberation. That's a damn good start, and one that has gotten some folks out here a well-tread path. Anyway, join us for Vonu Fest 6, happening from September the 22nd to 29th. Most are only able to make it for the weekend, but vetted self-liberators are encouraged to stay before and after if desired. Thanks for your time. PAZNIA.com.
You're listening to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. Visit our website for free resources to aid you in your pursuit of self-liberation, old Vonu publications, podcasts, guest articles, and much more. Go to VonuPodcast.com. And now, your hosts, Shane and Jason.
Hey guys, Shane here. Welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. So just got a brief introduction for you today for this second installment of our Building the Second Realm series, the philosophy and culture of this second realm. So first off, if you want to get the audiobook for Second Realm Book on Strategy, you can get it for free by signing up for a free trial through Audible, ACX. You can do that via the link libertyunderattack.com/SR Audio. And as of today, and this is being recorded on May 22nd, as of today, you can get it on the LUA site by visiting libertyunderattack.com/SR Audio 2. So to sign up for a free trial and get the audiobook for free, libertyunderattack.com/SR Audio, or to purchase from LUA directly, libertyunderattack.com/SR Audio 2, and I will put all those links at the show notes, or you can just go to libertyunderattack.com/Second Realm. All those links are there, and you can also get links to the free digital versions of #Agora, Second Realm, and you can also get the link to the paperback if you want to get a paperback copy of the book as well. So in this episode, here's just a brief overview as I've done in the past couple episodes. But the philosophy and culture of the Second Realm was the discussion today. We started by talking about the distinction between the First and Second Realm, and how most folks are in transitions, shades of gray versus wholly either in the First or Second. So shades of gray versus black and white is kind of the way the discussion goes. And I should have mentioned this already, but this was originally recorded and released on January 22nd, 2018. January 22nd, 2018. Now, back to the overview here. We obviously define our terms. We talk about the amorphous Second Realm. So, these temporary autonomous zones, they appear, and then they disappear just as quickly as they appeared. So then we talk about, then we cover some excerpts from the book on strategy on individual autonomy, because if we're talking about the philosophy and culture of the Second Realm, that is a critically important concept. Next, the Second Realm comes down to property rights. That is ownership of oneself and the fruits of one's labor. We talk about import-export, which is a Vonu concept, which is the way Vonuans interface with the First Realm. That's the topic of discussion in Second Realm book on strategy as well, because we're talking about these two realms, one of freedom and one of servitude. So the way they interact is crucially important. So they talk about that. We talk about it as well, and also the importance of keeping these two realms separate. We talk about the parallels with indigenous cultures and communities. We answer the question and kind of discuss the possible answers. Could the Second Realm participate in assassination politics, assassination markets? The Avenging Angels concept that Rayo put out in his book, Vonu, The Search for Personal Freedom, and anarchist vigilantism. So are these concepts compatible with the Second Realm? Could individuals in the Second Realm, consistently participate in such activities? It's a very, very important question, and there's not really a clear-cut answer, I don't think. Next up, we talk about the parallels with the constitutional or colonial era, at least to some degree. We talk about technology in the Second Realm, because that's a very important concept, or I guess a very important connection. Then the last excerpt we talk about, the last excerpt we discuss was Second Realm culture. That is art, creativity, symbols, and codes, etc. We discuss privacy's critical role in the Second Realm, because that's very much a part of the philosophy and culture of the Second Realm. It's a part of autonomy. It's critically important. And we kind of conclude with talking about building each other up in the Second Realm versus the constant tearing down that occurs in the servile society. So another really, I re-listened to it this morning. I re-listened to it, and then I record these, so it's still fresh on my mind. Yeah, I really enjoyed the episode, guys. I really did. Definitely more positive than the philosophy and culture of the First Realm, the last episode. We talk about good things like freedom, and again, I really appreciate a lot of Kyle's insights. And I certainly hope you do as well. So just to reiterate, again, libertyunderattack.com/SRaudio to get the audiobook for free via Audible or ACX through a free trial. Or from LUA, the LUA website, libertyunderattack.com/SRaudio2, or to get all this stuff for free, libertyunderattack.com/Second Realm. I'll put all those links in the show notes. That's all I have for you today. I hope you're staying safe and staying liberated wherever you are, and hopefully somewhere, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, hopefully you're building some sort of a second realm. You're organizing with individuals in the at least in the digital realm, because everyone should be doing that. But in the physical space and time, that needs to be kind of the focus right now, as we've talked about so much in these past episodes on the podcast. So that's all I've got for you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Please enjoy, and hope you find this content as valuable as I do. Until next time. What is the philosophy of the Second Realm contrasted with the First Realm? What role does culture play in it, and what might it look like? Those are both questions that we'll answer with our guide, again, being Smuggler and XYZ's Second Realm book on strategy. And yes, those are pseudonyms, as you can imagine. So, Kyle, before we provide a refresher on definitions here, is there anything you'd like to bring up beforehand?
Sure. There's always been the issue about black and white type thinking versus, shades of gray thinking and all that. And while there is a distinction between the first and the second realm, there are also quite a bit of folks who are transitioning from one to the other, and for them, the difference between the two realms is more shades of gray. In fact, one descriptor was like during the day, they'll do their first realm job and et cetera, but then pretty much once nightfall happens, almost like a Batman comic book almost, once nightfall happens, then they are into the second realm and they're doing all the stuff that they really care about, et cetera, et cetera. So,
right. And the way that was presented in #Agora, if I remember correctly, was so like they would do what they did, and then at night they'd go to this club where they'd have private access, and they would snort coke and get strippers and all the stuff that they couldn't do in the first realm apparently. So I mean that's just one possibility for folks, or it may not be, but that's kind of how it is. It's two separate realms, and it's very important to keep those separate.
Yeah, and that there are people who are very much are part of the second realm, but they'll be stepping between the two. And then, of course, I think at least at this current evolutionary stage, there are a few folks who are pretty much virtually wholesale in the second realm, but that's not the norm. The norm, at least at this point in history, from what I understand, is that people are kind of jumping back and forth and between first and second realm, and the tendency is toward, at least I'm hoping it's toward the second realm. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting that some people might be mean and call it controlled schizophrenia. I don't see it that way. I see it as people trying to wean, kind of like people who are weaning themselves off the welfare state and trying to become independent, trying to become more entrepreneurial, et cetera, et cetera. I think in some sense, people are who actually care about freedom and or liberty on some level, are trying to wean themselves off the first realm and all the safety, convenience, and dare shall I say efficiency it may very well provide, and try to get to something a little bit more consistently wholesale, so to speak, with the second realm, something that actually respects their autonomy and so forth.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And yeah, I wouldn't call this controlled schizophrenia at all. I mean, it's obviously, unfortunately, as far as we know right now, I mean, there aren't any permanent temporary autonomous zones that are second realms yet, as far as we know. So obviously, people have to survive. So yeah, they may do some trading in the first realm, and then do some trading in the second realm too. But yeah, at this stage, as you were saying, I think it's very much as Rayo discussed in Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom. There's very much a need for import-export, which will come up, at least different terminology here as we move forward in this episode. But anything else?
I think that's a good way of putting it. It really is import-export, and that's kind of the bottom line here. So,
all right, so let's do a quick refresher on definitions here. So second realm, and this is from the book Second Realm Book on Strategy. Quote, an updated version of temporary autonomous zones, TAZs, essentially the ability to conduct trade and other activities, including vices, in certain areas at particular times without reprisal from the state. TAZs were originally conceived of as geographically mobile, like Vonu's shelters, yet now it may include cyberspace, such as the deep web. And the last portion of that wasn't from the book, but yeah, sorry for not making the distinction there. Anyways, so yeah, that's the second realm. So now with things like the deep web and Silk Road and I2P, the Internet Invisibility Project, and things like that. I mean, there are ethical enclaves or agoras opening up on the internet, and those could also be considered second realms too. Now, another definition we talked about last week was individual autonomy, and this is from the book. Quote, the foundation for liberty is a small but powerful word. Autonomy comes from the Greek words autos, meaning self, and nomos, meaning law. It refers to the ability, right, or wish of something to be governed by its own law. Anarchism is therefore not what the media tells us, but instead the presence of law chosen by those that are covered by the law, contrary to a law given by rulers to handle subjects, that each and every person has the right, that is morally justified, to be the final authority over the law he chooses for himself, and that anything that violates this right is a crime, end quote. And we'll get more into that momentarily, but I'll stop now and turn it over to you, Kyle, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, sure. So the kind of operational definition for a second realm is that, yes, it can include cyberspace, but it's not limited to that. For example, consider, to go to a more pop culture / comic book fictional example, like anytime you have your alleged superheroes kind of get together, whether it's in an alleyway or, not the official clubhouse, because that's leaning more towards like a PAZ, a permanent autonomous zone. That's something different. But whenever they kind of get together and or whatever, or they're at a warehouse or whatever the setting is, sometimes those areas can be temporary autonomous zones too. But then, as is the main characteristic of mobility, they then have to move their activities elsewhere. So that's kind of something too, is that the second realm really is amorphous in terms of its geography. So, for example, you could have like a block party tonight, but obviously you wouldn't be holding it tomorrow night or even next week or next month, but you might do it again next year. Or at some other irregularly scheduled time and place, because you're trying to avoid being oppressed by the state. Because obviously, if you have, and this is the one problem with like nightclubs, is that generally speaking, the standard model of a nightclub is that it is a singular place, usually a bar with a dance floor, that's, at a certain address in a certain part of the city in this particular building, and it's always there. So should the bludgies ever decide to raid a nightclub, it's kind of like, is anybody really surprised? As opposed to having nightclub events that are held at different places, which are by invitation only, and the guests are brought in using good security culture, which may or may not include blindfolds, which may or may not include encrypted communications, etc. And then once everybody's together, then they can get together and party. The second realm is more similar to the latter, where it's an amorphous thing where people are kind of moving around, convening together, but then also dispersing, only to then convene together again later. And it can either be a peer-to-peer one-on-one thing, or it can even in a lot of ways can be a groupy, almost nightclub type atmosphere, or like an open market bazaar type thing. So, I mean, even something like a farmer's market, if it was held in like different parking lots on different days, depending on how openly advertised it was, if it was by invitation instead of putting out an address on Twitter, which is about the worst thing you could do, right? Because the bludgies have access to that kind of thing, as does anybody else on the blasted planet. But if it was by invitation only, then that would be closer to a second realm, actually.
Right. And something I did just think of, at least in some ways, freedom festivals are second realms of sorts. Like I know when I've gone to the Midwest Peace and Liberty Fest or Intercon in Virginia, it's very much a second realm type atmosphere. I mean, trading without the coercion of the state, taxation. There's participating in vices, things that people don't really get to do, the rest of the year. It's very much kind of that, and I think that's why, for me and for others that have gone to these things, it's that one time a year. Like it's that one time a year everyone looks forward to, because that's the second realm. I mean, that's actual freedom, being able to do with your body as you wish, without the threat of the state. So yeah, for those of you who want to conceptualize it in some way, I'd say a freedom festival is a great way to do it. If it's like the two that I mentioned. As far as freedom conferences, that may or may not be. I guess that's just kind of depending. But I really do think freedom festivals could be at least recognized as a second realm in some sense,
or closer to it. Yeah, closer.
So I guess let's go ahead and get into it here and get into the philosophy of the second realm. Now, the first portion of this is individual autonomy, which we've already defined that. But we will now dive into it a little bit further and get some more explanation from Smuggler and XYZ. Quote, since the application of individual autonomy has these implied limits, and because multiple autonomous individuals can create conflicting laws, it is necessary to define the boundaries in which autonomy can exist. This sphere of autonomy is known as property. It is the physical boundaries in which a person is the sole source of law. It is physical because only physical interaction can limit the autonomy of another physical being. And it is necessary so that individuals have room to decide for themselves and know if their decisions are justified. Any attempt to deny the concept of individual property is an attack on the concept of individual autonomy. Both are interlinked inseparably in the universe we live in. This brings us to the second fundamental statement about liberty. Liberty is not pure independence or self-sufficiency, since most of us are unable to satisfy all wants solely by ourselves, and because our spheres of autonomy border upon those of others, we are required to interact with each other, mate, trade, socialize, etc. The only possible way to do this while preserving individual autonomy is to interact on a voluntary basis, meaning that everyone interacting must do so by his own will, and that the only acceptable interaction is one in which both parties agree fully. Any other interaction amounts to a violation of individual autonomy and must be considered a crime, end quote. So I think there's two important things to mention here at least. And the first one is they're talking about import-export. They really are. So yeah, as far as, as Rayo said, Vonu is not self-sufficiency per se. So yeah, they kind of recognize that as well. And second, it all comes down to property, right? I mean, that's kind of the fundamental here. And sorry, socialism and communism. I mean, it does come down to property. You own yourself, and you own the fruits of your labor. And any infringement upon those things is a crime. And if the person believes in self-defense, you might see that come at you. So I guess I'll turn it over to you, man. What do you have?
Well, regarding the passage you just read, it kind of reminds me, and maybe I should have said this in the previous episode, but I'll do so now since I thought about it. A lot of mainstream feminist academic literature that I read back in college mentioned constantly about autonomy, but they meant something different by it. Obviously here, autonomy means basically individualism in some sense or another, right? There's no collective movement of any kind. There's no identity politics, which of course the feminists are just but one flavor of. There's none of that. It's basically, the biggest, or should I say, the most notorious in some sense minority on the planet is of course the individual. It's not all the Jane Does in the world. It's that particular Jane Doe or John Doe or fill in the blank, right? That's kind of the point here. So regarding autonomy, it's autonomy at its most fundamental level. So like when the feminists talk about autonomy, they're only really talking about women. So they're already playing the collective movementist game because they already have a boundary of who counts and who does not count in terms of autonomy, because they're making all sorts of assumptions about males and such, which of course I largely disagree with. Here, you're noticing something much more different. In a lot of ways, actually, in a more classical sense, the notion of individual autonomy is actually the really only truly genuinely humanitarian approach to any sort of description of autonomy, period, because it's universal. Pretty much all human beings are individuals without getting too philosophical here, by the nature of their own existentiality, they are individuals, right? There is no we. You can't say we humans this, we humans that. Sure, there can be some, superficial characteristics like two eyes, one nose, one mouth, stuff like that. But other than that, individuality, you really have this flourishing of different tastes, different preferences, where yes, there can be trends here and there, but then there's also a lot of overlap, and then there's what some people would consider to be odd combinations of tastes and all that, and that's all part of individuality too, right? It's pretty much a limitless tapestry. So when it comes to individual autonomy, it makes sense why the authors of this strategy book essentially we're mentioning that is that there had to be a baseline of understanding about human nature is really what they're getting at here. And the baseline is you have to be autonomous, because if you're not, then anything else they talk about is really just fluff, really. And even when they get to the more nuts and bolts, pragmatic, like the secret trading floors or double blind booths or whatever else they mention elsewhere in the book, which we'll cover in other episodes. This is the individual autonomy is the baseline. That is the must-have, if you will. So yeah. So if you don't have that, then the rest of this is just kind of nonsensical.
Right. I think another important thing to mention here is when individual autonomy is infringed upon, it's crushing to the spirit. It really is. It's crushing to innovation. It's crushing to I guess just us as basic human beings to use a collectivist term there. I'll mention it again in a lodging of wayfaring men, and this isn't a spoiler at all. It's something that's I think most of us, most people listening to this podcast, and you and I, Kyle, are well aware of. But when people are held down, like if you look at the most communist and socialist countries, innovation is definitely quelled. If you look at somewhere like North Korea, there's not a whole lot of innovation there. They aren't allowed to innovate at all, and therefore, as it's been going around the news cycle, that's why that place is kind of a shithole. It's because there is no individual autonomy. There is no ability for people to use their creativity to turn raw goods into producers' goods. There's nothing like that, except for kind of the black and gray markets. But that we're talking about small numbers there. Most people don't. Most people are very patriotic, and they want to obey the law and such.
Or the very least, cowed by cultural norms, considering that portion of the world, anthropologically speaking.
Fear and intimidation too by the state, obviously. But I think what you'll see in the second realm, if you haven't already, I mean, this would be like in a lodging of wayfaring men. They're free digital economy is what they call the FDE. When you see people. When there are no restrictions, there are no regulations, there is no taxation, and there's more capital investment to work with, you will see human innovation and creativity flourish. And that's why, even though second realms, I mean, this is kind of a new idea, at least in some sense. Well, I guess it's not really a new idea in some respects. These have existed throughout history. But as far as it being a strategy for libertarians and anarchists, I guess it is to at least to some extent. So I guess the point here is that it is kind of new for libertarians and anarchists, but at the same time, when human beings are allowed, or when human beings are doing what they do best, and innovating and being creative and coming up with solutions to problems, I think second realms are definitely places of definitely flourishing, whether it's cultural, economic, or whatever.
Well, of course, there has to be an outlet for creativity, for trade, for exchanging much of anything, whether that be keeping the lines of communication open, or the flowing of goods, or good old-fashioned socializing, just recreational type stuff of one flavor or another. Because if there is no interaction, what I liked about this book in general was that it was constantly stressing about, humans are social animals. But then you have the state, which basically tries to take that element of human nature and really twist it in on itself. So therefore, how do you maintain a good, shall I say, a good balance between preserving individuality, shall we say, individual autonomy, alongside cultural norms? And this book is basically the single best explanation of how to quite strategically how to go about doing just that. Because I've never read a book like this ever. So this is actually very unique from the various book reports and other stuff I've written.
Yeah, for sure. So let me read one more paragraph, and then we can discuss further. Quote, from this, it follows that even a temporary delegation of decisions to others and any kind of contract or law we choose for social groups must be unanimously consensual by all parties, delegating or receiving delegation, and all parties joining a group or forming a group that another joins. Anything not meeting the standard violates individual autonomy. Where no such consent can be achieved, the conflicting parties may only end their interaction and separate, end quote. That's kind of what you're just getting to, or what you're just talking about, is that when it comes to the second realm, basically, obviously, people can do as they wish. I envision many second realms, many Vonu, many cultures, all that good stuff. So there may be different I guess standards with each one, but the baseline for all of these, and I'd say the only rules, so to speak, that there would be is respect for property rights, whether that's the individual or the fruits of their labor, and everyone must agree to that. And if they don't agree to that, then you know what, the door hits you on the ass on the way out.
Exactly.
That's the all society.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing that I really liked about the emphasis regarding unanimous consent is that it's very undemocratic. Wait, let me say that one more time in case everybody just missed that. Actually, I'll go ahead and up the ante. Not only is it undemocratic, it's actually very, in a lot of ways, anti-democratic, which I'm a big fan of because I don't like democracy as a form of government or forms of government, since the official mainline political science literature has like 20,000 different flavors of democracy, each one more horrible than the last. You see, at least with a monarchist form of government, the buck stops somewhere, right? It stops with the monarch, the king, the queen, the sovereign, right? The buck stops somewhere, so that when there's a tyranny, you know who to point the finger to. In a democracy, you don't get that. With your hypothetically limited government, you don't get that because responsibility is diffused. At least with a monarchy, at least you know where the tyrant is, or at the very least, the buck stops somewhere, even if the tyrant is somebody else, not the king. The nice thing about the second realm, though, is it kind of transcends all of that, all those various forms of government, by basically saying that, look, it's all about the individual and what their choices are. And as long as their autonomy is respected, then whatever goes, goes. Even if the majority, even if your democratic mob is in favor of something completely different or even antithetical to what a particular individual, or shall we say the minority individual, wants. And see, that is another lie of democracy of any flavor, whether it be a constitutional republic or anything else, even a Greek democracy, Greek-style direct democracy so-called, is that each one of them claim in various different ways that, oh, our form of government, our particular democratic republic fill in the blank, is all about protecting the rights of the minority. Lie, lie, big fat lie. Whether you look at it philosophically or you look at it, in a more practical historical lens in terms of what actually happened, in history and so forth, that's not what it is. What actually is that the majority at least tries. Sometimes they win, sometimes not, but they really try hard to rule the minority, and the rights of the minority be damned. And then worse, then you have the emergence of special interests, lobbyists and all that kind of stuff, where basically everybody takes turn. These collective movements, like Rayo mentioned, these collective movements basically take turns, sometimes the majority, but then next election cycle they're the minority, and so on and so forth. Next thing you know, you have a two-party political system, which is the eventual result of all of that. Mm-hmm. But it was only possible because the baseline was democracy or a democratic republic or something of that flavor, some sort of majoritarian, like winner-take-all type thing. The second realm is completely antithetical to all of that because, and let me bring in another fictional example, in L. Neil Smith's The Probability Brooch, right toward, not to spoil the ending, I'll just give a little snippet, but it's relevant here. It was actually postulated, what if Thomas Jefferson's Declaration of Independence was slightly reworded where it required the unanimous consent of the governed instead of just the consent of the governed. No. The unanimous consent of the governed. Would history have turned out differently? And then, of course,
probably not.
No.
Well,
maybe Smith, through his characters, were being a little optimistic. The presumption was, yes, it would have turned out dramatically different. The whiskey rebels would have been successful instead of actual history where they failed, and so forth. Obviously, with fiction, it's all about hypothesizing in some sense or another. But suffice it to say, regarding the second realm, this real-world book on strategy and so forth, where it's mentioning about unanimous consent, by insisting on unanimous consent, I personally think a lot of problems are being avoided instead of, well, this election cycle we'll just, or if you don't call it election, call it something else. But during this particular cycle of decision making, you lose out. But then on the next one, then you may win. See, that's the other problem with democracies and all that, is that it's always win-lose. With the market, which is what the second realm is based on, it is unanimous consent. Hell, even where I work,
there's two parties to a transaction. If it's not beneficial for both, it won't happen. So yeah, it's certainly unanimous consent on both sides.
Even at my warehouse job, just to use a real world example, the customers place orders, and then the orders have to be assembled and then delivered. So, and if the customers don't want anything, then obviously the orders don't come in. And all that. And last time I checked, it's all voluntary, right? Nobody's putting a gun to their head and, the company isn't insisting they pay a tax or whatever else, right? If they want to get like their groceries delivered to them or whatever else, or computers or a lot of the other stuff the company sells, it's all voluntary. Last time I checked. And if it wasn't voluntary, I would have quit a long time ago. So, because I will only tolerate corporate America only up to a point.
Well, if it wasn't voluntary, then you might not be able to quit. But I get what you're saying.
Yeah, well, that's my point. And so for people who usually the minarchists, the people who believe in limited government for whatever strange reason, even though they sometimes might mean well, it's kind of like, okay, so you're going to fight and die for the Constitution allegedly because you're okay with a limited form of coercion as long as it's spelled out in the allegedly supreme law of the land, which itself is an expression of a monopoly on the practice of law? Really? And even bringing up something like privatizing law doesn't even come up. It's unspoken even as a possibility. Because, I mean, hell, these are the same people that freak out whenever anybody brings up about privatizing the roads. Never mind privatizing the legal profession or having multiple different forms of overlapping legal jurisdictions like was the case back in the Middle East, a couple centuries ago. So that's kind of the problem, is that there's a lot of different things that either have worked or could work, but they're not even allowed to even be brought up even in conversation. And the nice thing about the Second Realm is that the authors are explicitly mentioning about unanimous consent, which is much more in accordance with how the market actually works.
Yes. Let's go ahead and move forward here. Quote, "On the one hand, liberty is the fundament to our humanity. It is what leads us to self-motivation, self-determination, but it is also what allows us to interact pleasantly with others. Liberty is peace. Not a peace based on threats of mutual annihilation or cowardice, but instead founded on what makes us special as humans. Liberty is what gives us the room to become more human, to live in accord with our ethical and moral beliefs, to progress, to be in peace with others. In short, one cannot be fully human without also being in liberty." End quote. Now, obviously, Rayo had a different definition of liberty, but for the sake, I think it's appropriate. We know what they're meaning. We know what they mean by it. But yeah, I think that just kind of further elaborates their position and kind of our discussion thus far.
Let me just add an addendum to what I was saying a moment ago, because I think this dovetails in nicely. Imagine, if you will, if, and I'll kind of use some economic principles here, but there's no money being exchanged, just to kind of shift people's perspective a little bit. Imagine, if you will, if how dating, as it actually works here culturally in North America, imagine if dating, which technically is free market in how it works, even though there's arguably no money being exchanged, imagine if dating worked alongside like how decisions are made by government through our wonderful democracy, right? So imagine if you have like a woman or a man, straight or otherwise, basically having their lovers being chosen for them by a majority of either extended family or platonic friends, or just actually probably most accurately would be a complete bunch of strangers they never met. Now, if that's actually how some people might try and make dating work, nobody would stand for that. Yet politically, that's exactly what happens with regarding a lot of stuff in the First Realm, whether it's roads or so-called taxes or whatever else. And so it's very interesting for me to watch people in certain areas of their lives that are truly privatized, like romance. People are A-okay with that. They're fine, dating without rulers dictating to them that, oh, you should only court this person but not that other person because they're not of your social class, or 5,000 other million reasons they're not of the same religion or whatever. Sometimes even outright bigoted, like not even same skin color or whatever. But generally speaking, at least culturally on this continent, it's not like that as far as I'm aware of. It's pretty much free market, whatever goes, right? As long as everything's consensual, as long as it's not the big R, then whatever goes, pretty much. But oh no, if it comes to certain things that the state would like to handle through public policy, oh, we're not trying to dictate to you how to live your life. It's public policy. Then, well, obviously that's the first realm. That's the first realm, and anybody who wants to say, hey, maybe I should just maybe my individual autonomy should be preserved. If my individual autonomy is respected when I'm, dating, romancing whomever, or being romanced, or maybe even doing both at the same time, equality and all that little tongue in cheek there, then maybe if it's already like being in the second realm in some sense, then why can't the rest of my life, other elements of my life, also be in the second realm? That's when your authoritarians really kind of start going into controlled schizophrenic mode. And that's very interesting. So they'll tolerate, or let me put it a different way.
Well, maybe not controlled.
Well, I mean, they love the anarchy they live, but they don't like contemplating the anarchy they don't have. To put it a little bit more slightly risque way. It is controlled schizophrenic. It's like, oh, well, we have to have rulers and monopoly government laws, and basically the first realm for some elements of the human experience, but for other elements of the human experience, oh, it's just, as long as it's consensual, have at it, kids. And it's like, well, wait a minute. If that's what children are learning, and then as they grow up into teenagers and then finally, hopefully fully formed adults, what kind of consistency or integrity is to any of that? At least with the second realm, there is at least an attempt at ends means consistency, with individual autonomy being the baseline. Laissez-faire has to mean something. It's not just an economic prescription. It's also a social attitude. Live and let live, translated into English, basically. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to put it. It's just quite fascinating to me that in some ways, some people kind of haven't figured this out. And I'm really happy that these guys wrote this book to try and explain it as simply as they could.
Yeah, I think it can be summarized by that last sentence that we read. In short, one cannot be fully human without also being in liberty. I think that's quite profound for a lot of reasons, some of which we've discussed so far. So, I guess let's go ahead and move forward here. And this portion of the book is called First Implications. Quote, the ethics of individual autonomy have consequences for the culture of the second realm and the interactions we have with the first realm. End quote. So now we're going to get into, I guess, kind of the so in the second realm, we as individuals recognize our autonomy, and we act as such. We may participate in vices, we may we trade without the coercion of the state involved. We do all of these things. Now, what happens when the first realm comes into play here? Let's find out. Quote, we do have to respect the individual autonomy of first realm persons and even the decisions they have foolishly delegated to institutions and governments beyond their control. This does not mean that the resulting systems are ethical, but they are the will of the many. It is thus not for us to take down those systems, but rather to offer ethical alternatives to open doors into the second realm, where people can fully embrace their humanity through liberty. This is required for several reasons. First, it allows us to keep the moral high grounds. While this is not a reason in itself, it justifies our position and shows respect to the individuals on the other side, reducing emotional opposition against the second realm. Second, it is necessary to preserve the ethical integrity of the second realm. Michael Gaddy said, quote, the battlefield of freedom is littered with the bodies of those who believe in compromise, end quote. Compromising on our ethical foundations in relation to the first realm will also taint these foundations within the second realm. This calls us to keep the peace with the first realm as long as it is up to us to not intervene in the first realm to radically keep the two realms separate. There is no place for standoffs, end quote. So obviously they'll elaborate there, but I think that's a very important first discussion point. And I think some political crusaders and controlled schizophrenics might not like that too much, considering they tend to like to change the system from within. Make the government fit their preferences instead, even if it may benefit people as a whole through I guess more personal autonomy. But at the same time, as I said, these two. It's extremely important to keep the two realms separate. Second realmers don't interfere with the first realm, keep the peace, and hopefully vice versa. But obviously, the violence will come from the first realm, if from anywhere. So I think that's a pretty major first discussion point.
Yes, and Sorry, something you said reminded me of something that should be mentioned. There is an element of segregation here, which is important to mention. However, it also needs to be properly understood. This is not the equivalent of the statist, Jim Crow laws, where the state is basically forcing segregation, nor is it the allegedly opposite pendulum, but really in the same vein of coerced integration, which was the equally, right? Equality is fine as long as we're all equally enslaved. The equally, coercive integration of the so-called anti-Jim Crow laws or whatever, whereby now there's busing and all of that kind of stuff. No. The main thing here is all about voluntary association, right? The people who want to associate with each other will associate with each other, and the people who don't want to associate with each other won't associate with each other because, again, the baseline is individual autonomy. And some people are going to be multicultural, and other individuals are going to be more homogenous based on whatever set of characteristics, whether superficial or otherwise, is important to them. And this is something that the First Realm really does not understand because their baseline is coercion, period. And then anything after that is basically them forcing their preferences onto us or onto each other and so forth. That's kind of the first thing I want to mention. So there is a distinction of private property borders, amorphous borders in the sense of the mobility and the temporary autonomous zones and all that, but there are still borders. In some sense, sure. That's kind of something to keep in mind, and all that, And it's also kind of fascinating to point out that respecting the First Realmers, in at least in some sense, I mean that's kind of import export to some degree, right? It's kind of that one. I'm trying to think what the phrasing was. The one directional isolation.
Yep.
Yeah, and in a sense, that's actually a form of self-defense. In some sense, not in the I have to kill him before he kills me type of thing, but more in a self-preservation kind of context. And any type of, I don't want to say tribe, but any sort of indigenous people who have found themselves at the boot, basically getting squished by the boot of empire, can kind of understand the necessity and the desirability for self-preservation even as a culture. And so in a sense, they, in a lot of ways, of the various indigenous folks around the world who have been able to preserve their cultural norms despite alleged civilization knocking on the door or bombing them to hell or smallpox, blankets, or whatever else, I think even they can kind of appreciate that they too have had to use some degree of private property borders just to keep themselves cohesive, if not just straight up, good old fashioned survival and all that. So what I'm trying to say is that the First Realm is inherently imperialistic, and it has to be, whether explicitly in a practical sense or even implicitly in a cultural sense. I mean, even the whole notion of cultural assimilation has to be treated with some degree of delicacy, because you could be talking about something that's actually kind of not really a big deal, or you could be talking about something that's actually quite insidious depending on the context. With the First Realm, in the sense of the First Realmers want their culture to be assimilated by the indigenous in some sense. That's kind of a problem. You could say, to use a historical example, you could say that when the British Empire was warring against the various Celtic peoples, including the Irish, essentially that first realm of the British Empire was trying to absorb the Celts, whom they, I guess, would consider like some version of a second realm, not exactly, but closer to that, and try to kind of bring them in. And now we have the current political situation of Northern Ireland and all that kind of mess. And there's all that. So, and I would suggest kind of something similar here, right? You basically have, there was that whole war between the states thing, which was not just so much a political thing, it was also a cultural thing, because, the Northern Yanks are not the same as Southerners, who in turn are also not the same as Midwesterners. And then, of course, you have the left coast, which might as well be its own country in some sense. Albignon Seed, by David Lee Fisher. That was actually a fascinating book whose main thesis was that America was originally, this portion of this North American continent was actually settled by four different peoples. So the problem with the First Realm is that it's constantly assuming that there has to be this unicultural, monolithic thing you have to be a part of. The nice thing about the second realm is that it's much closer based on a market dynamic, right? People can choose to associate with each other in whether it's a commune type situation or some other sort of lifestyle arrangement, but it's all voluntary. People can disassociate at any time, and they can also reassociate if they should so choose. So ostracism is the main enforcement mechanism. And if you have a trader who treats his customers badly, or even in a more social context, just treats other people badly, then obviously that guy's not going to get any potential spouses if we're talking in issues in terms of romance and families and stuff like that. So it cuts in multiple different directions is what I'm trying to say, because individual autonomy for the umpteenth time is the baseline. And the first realm does not respect individuality at all, because we have to be part of this great amorphous empire of whatever kind, instead of acting more like close, at least in some cultural sense, more like indigenous folks who basically just trade with each other.
All right, so this, I guess this passage that we just read, not treating it as like the Bible or something, but it brings to mind episode number 3 of this series when Jason Booth and I talked to Ben Stone on the subjects of assassination politics, anarchist vigilantes, and avenging angels. Now, obviously, what we just read, keep the two realms separate, and second realmers let the first realmers have their I guess culture and society. Second realmers just separate. So as far as I guess assassination markets, anarchist vigilantes, and I guess avenging angels doesn't really play into it too much. So I guess we'll just stick to those two. I guess the overall question is, would the formation of assassination markets by folks in the second realm, would that be, I guess, an intrusion onto the first realm? Now, I'll provide my answer first, and then I'll turn it over to you. So, obviously, self-defense, when it comes to personal autonomy, self-defense is obviously crucial. It's obviously important. You need to defend yourself and your property. So when it comes to assassination markets, I mean, the people that would get the most would have the most bets on them. Their influence is wide, and it affects a lot of people, whether it's through war, taxation, vice crimes, etc., etc. So I would argue that second realmers are, I feel like assassination markets would be, a means of self-defense. I think so. I think so, at least. And as far as anarchist vigilantes, that may not actually be something that second realmers should participate in, now that I'm looking back on it. Sure, it could help promote the second realm, but some folks may appreciate it in the first realm if anarchist vigilantes are apprehending actual criminals. But at the same time, I don't know if that would actually be a something that the second realm should do. Now that I'm thinking about it, but what do you think? Assassination politics and anarchist vigilantes. Do you think that's an intrusion upon that first realm society?
To be fair, this is a very debatable point. I'm glad you brought up the question. There's only so much that I think can be logically extrapolated a priori, and I think most of the answer to your question is going to be a posteriori. We're just going to have history play itself out, and hopefully if enough people became vigilantes and or avenging angels and or whatever else, then hopefully we'll actually arrive at an answer empirically at some point. A priori, I'll give you my answer now, just based on my own observations and such. At bare minimum, I think the avenging angels are perfectly acceptable because they are really about as purely defensive as it gets. And again, as we've mentioned on previous LUA episodes, their main function is applying Pavlovian psychology to the state because they are, in some sense, trying to rescue a particular individual who's rotting away in a government dungeon. So, basically, the Schumer has hit the proverbial fan for an individual who is now a bona fide political prisoner, and the goal of the avenging angel is to either liberate them or failing that, attain some degree of justice. And that's just bare bones what it is. Regarding the other two, the vigilantism could be, that's really contextual. The vigilantism could be directed towards preserving the second realm and, like, shall we say, a private sector version of policing the border, so to speak, or otherwise providing security during import-export activities. I would say probably the vigilantes, as one of their more important roles, would actually be providing security services for the proxy merchants.
Yes.
That would arguably be one of their more important roles, because you just simply can't trust the state. And those proxy merchants, if they're not careful, are going to be especially if there was a lackadaisical security culture, or they were just outed through no fault of their own, or whatever the scenario is.
And by the way,
then what's the fallback?
By the way, in Lodging of Wayfaring Men, there's proxy merchants. But
of course, well, of course there are. I'm not surprised. But yeah, but what I'm saying is that if the proxy merchants get in trouble, but they're not political prisoners yet, then I think the vigilantes would definitely play a role in that. And even if they did become political prisoners, the vigilantes could team up with Avenging Angels, and or they be the same thing, or some sort of degree of overlap, and then we're kind of back to that again. So the vigilantes can kind of go either way. The somewhat more aggressive vigilantes, where they're deliberately taking on the state, would probably not be appropriate, because the degree of limitation on the activities of second realmers in relation to the first realm is already explicitly stated here, right? The whole point is not to change the first realm. The whole point is to preserve and develop the second realm despite the first realm. That's kind of the whole point. So if the vigilantes are trying to bring the statists to justice because they committed the 20,000th awful tyrannical thing this week, I guess bully for them, but that doesn't really have anything to do with the second realm at that point. Maybe there could be a tangential benefit, maybe, but that's really stretching credulity at that point. Now, regarding the third one, your assassination markets. Unless there was like an extreme situation where the entirety of the second realm was under dire threat, but that doesn't even make any sense, because the very concept of a second realm is amorphous and mobile anyway. If the second realm was more of a permanent autonomous zone or a private city or something, then okay, then an assassination market would be kind of on the table. But that's not what the second realm is, definitionally speaking. So therefore, the necessity and or desirability and or the philosophical basis behind an assassination market acting on behalf of the second realm, I personally just don't see it. I could be proven wrong if something happens in, let's say, the near future, shall we put it, and maybe there could be a bound. But as far as I can see it, it's Avenging Angels primarily, and then secondarily or peripherally would be some of the anarchist vigilantes, depending on their activities. And then I don't really see a role for assassination markets, because the whole point of assassination markets are to actively go after. It's not even so much the first realm. They're actively going after the state and whacking, to use the organized crime lingo, and whacking off although that sounds wrong in a different context, right? But basically whacking off the bureaucrats, judges, other statists and authoritarians of various flavors, maybe even some K Street lobbyists, as Rand Paul would call them, and so forth. So the assassination, the jackals, who either work independently or in conjunction as part of an assassination market, because there's different versions and flavors. They are just, I mean, I guess a better question is, how are they not revolutionaries in some sense? But they are actively using force against the state, because they are trying to take it down.
And the thought that came to me is okay, so. Say there are second realms in the Middle East, and there's word of obviously there's word about all of this stuff, but if there's an impending threat, so to speak, that could seriously affect the second realms, well, it'd be a lot easier than starting an assassination market or utilizing that. Just leave. That'd be the easiest thing to do.
Well, sure.
So yeah, I guess I could see the viability of anarchist vigilantes, and I definitely could see the role of Avenging Angels. I don't think there's really any conflict as far as you explained it with either of those two, but yeah, I guess assassination markets should be left towards the first realm or revolutionary, so to speak, or I guess the second realm. No, that wouldn't work either, because the idea is to keep these separate. So yeah, I think that kind of answers that question.
And let me add an addendum. The authors in the book on strategy mention about, there is no place for standoffs. That's very, very important, because there are certain folks and ideological adherents, who shall go unnamed here, who are very much in favor of would more accurately be described of as civil defiance. And civil defiance as a concept is pretty much arguably 1 or 2 steps away from full-blown revolutionary, put the bludgies 9 feet, 6 feet under type of thing. Because it's all about it's basically trying to reenact Lexington and Concord, at least in some sense. At least up until the point of the shooting, maybe including the shooting, depending on personal interpretation and so forth. So civil defiance is really about confronting the bludgies head on. I mean, even if you were to bring up Vonu, it's not even Vonu at that point, because you're not about, that related concept. It's not about even trying to gain an invulnerability to coercion. No, you're directly confronting the initiators of coercion, and you're basically kind of tempting them to and then it's what civil defiance really is? It's a game of chicken. It's a game of chicken, and then it's really like he who blinks
first.
Well, he who blinks first, but yeah, sure, you can use the firearm analogy too, and in some ways it'd be more accurate. But analogously, it's basically he who blinks first loses kind of thing. And it's also a game of nerves that may or may not result in dead bodies or whatever. So that's kind of that. You're in some ways. Maybe this is slightly off topic. In some ways, people who practice civil defiance either were or in some cases even are political crusaders. I've noticed more often than not. It's not a one-to-one correlation, but I've noticed a recurring trend that people who practice civil defiance, even if they accidentally call it civil disobedience, which is something different, and much more passive. Civil defiance is much more active and in the face of the bludgies, like, shoot me, you prick type of attitude. Kind of like Sarah Tarrant historically when she told that redcoat back during the Revolutionary War period, fire on me if you dare kind of thing with his flintlock musket or whatever. That's more like civil defiance. And it's kind of and it really is teasing the bear. It really is teasing the bear. And then the only question at that point is teasing the bear really a wise thing? Or is it a contextual thing where sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't? You're really just gambling and rolling the dice at that point.
Right.
See, at least with an assassination market, if you are going to take the state head on, at least you're maintaining the initiative. See, and sorry, one other thing too. I guess most folks are practicing, very good security culture too. And the only person really at risk would be the assassin, and that's if they can even find him. So there's also I guess the anonymity aspect of it too, where if it's civil defiance, like some of the events that have happened recently, there's no question who was involved. I mean, they all went to trial and shit. So with an assassination market, there's also that kind of anonymity aspect. Yeah, I mean, so you have some degree of better security culture, you're maintaining the initiative, and I would argue you actually have a realistic chance of success versus the civil defiance approach, where you're a known quantity, there is no privacy because the whole point is to make a big stink about something, and then there's also the likelihood of success measured in any sense of the term success, which pretty much is almost nil, and or it can kind of devolve into a soap opera, let's find out what happens in the government courts kind of thing, which is all based on their own laws and the interpretations of their laws. And as old man Rayo put it, laws and their interpretations often change. And it's like, okay, well, at that point, you might as well be promoting jury nullification, all the wonderfulness that entails. It's just, and then that's kind of starting to veer off back into political crusading, at least to some extent, which is another reason I don't like it. So, if civil defiance had a better track record and or could be used more efficaciously, I mean, maybe, but I don't know. A posteriori, civil defiance has got some real problems with it. And then when you compare it to assassination markets, it's like, I think the one has arguably a better chance of success than the other. I think that's just kind of obvious if anybody ever bothered to give it a try. But again, comparing those two different things with the Second Realm, in some sense, is almost like comparing apples and oranges, because with the Second Realm, you're essentially, I think there was the old syndicalist notion about building the new society from within the shell of the old. I guess a modified way of putting that to more accurately describe the Second Realm is that you're building a new society just completely separate from the shell of the old. I mean, you're essentially just starting over. Is really what it is. I mean, I guess maybe one way of describing the Second Realm that's in the spirit of what the authors are trying to get at here is analogously probably most similar to what some families did when they went during westward expansion, when they were trying to get away from the littered East Coast, which was gradually becoming culturally more and more European, less and less American in any context, whether indigenous or the more colonial American, any context with the word American culturally. And they were trying to we need to get into the backwoods. We need to go into the wild. We need to, some families were like, we need to act more like Indians. In one sense or another. There were actually some different discussion for another time, but there were some families who actually in their diaries and records and all that were basically, we need to act like Indians. Some of them even advocated for intermarriage. Even the phrase, Hakeem Bey even mentioned about there were some tales of like so-called gray-eyed Indians, basically mixed folks who were who had intermarried. The people who were from Europe intermarried with the locals, and their children were the so-called gray-eyed Indians who really didn't like the so-called more purebred Europeans, who it wasn't just an issue of genetics, it was also an issue of culture too, because the people who were mixed were more like the more indigenous folks who were allegedly purebred in their own sense. So you talk about cultural assimilation, whether that's genetics or a social environment or whatever, that cuts in more than one direction. So yeah, in a lot of ways, you could say that part of the American experience, besides the more political part about limited government and the experiment thereof, was also a cultural effort at getting away from Europe, at getting away from authoritarianism, at getting away from these false notions of civilization and really towards something that really is more truly human. Because the problem with empire, the problem with the state, is that it's basically trying to turn humans into a bunch of cogs that serve the rulers. That's, I guess, maybe a simplified way of trying to explain the first realm. And so the second realm is basically the complete opposite of that. Or as Murray Rothbard put it, it's the state versus the market, right? The state would be the first realm, the market would be the second realm.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead and move forward here. Quote, the strict separation and the respect for individual autonomy also implies that we do not needlessly violate the laws of the first realm, but instead either confine ourselves fully to the second realm or live a double life, paying taxes in the first realm and keeping the laws while we are located there, and ignoring the first realm whenever we are located in the second. This also includes to not profit from first realm redistribution and to pay for the services you consume while there. While these might be hurtful suggestions to many arch-libertarians, they are not without justification. Such a behavior both protects the autonomy of the second realm, and it shows respect to the individual autonomy of first realm inhabitants, even though their autonomy is wasted. In addition, it helps us make a decision to invest into the second realm and move there completely, fully withdrawing ourselves from the first realm. For most of us, the move from the first to the second realm will be a progressive one, a floating scale of radicalization and involvement. Some will stop short for various reasons, bearing the consequences. End quote. And I'll stop there for a moment because that's an interesting
shades of gray. It's the shades of gray.
I don't know how much that kind of counts out agorism there in the first realm. Holding up the integrity and autonomy of those in the first realm, and if you're continuing to do those things, I think it would damn it, I'm sick of paying taxes. I guess I need to devote myself to the second realm now. So I guess the first thing, paying taxes and following the law is not a big fan of, but I can understand where they're coming from, because if your autonomy is violated in the first realm and you care about your autonomy and you're spending some time in the second realm, that will definitely help you, radicalize, so to speak, and to devote yourself to being fully in the second realm. So that's an interesting suggestion.
Well, it's also the shades of gray that I mentioned earlier. I mean, even how the authors phrased it, I love the phrasing, a floating scale of radicalization and involvement. That's shades of gray. I mean, for better or for worse, that's what they're talking about. So I love that kind of descriptor. It's a much more flowery, poetic way of describing how I was putting it, but we're both saying the same thing. Right. So some people really can do kind of a more black and white jump from the one to the other and be fairly okay. From my understanding of the current more mainstream cultures, it is most people can't or won't do that. And the only realistic way for many of them, even assuming they wanted to be part of the second realm in any sense, would be more of a shades of gray thing where it's it first starts as like a strategic withdrawal type of thing in any sense, and then it's a more gradual over time pulling back, combined with pulling back from the first realm, combined with building the second realm. As the one goes down, the other goes up, so to speak.
Yeah, and it reminds me of #Agora. So the main character, the guy, and then the main character, the girl. When he first, I guess, gets on this internet chat and starts talking with these folks, and he meets the girl, and he gets kind of taken to that private back room. His involvement was pretty much nothing. And slowly, as he learned more, his interaction and I guess adoption of the second realm, or I guess moving towards it, it progressed throughout the book to where he was actually an entrepreneur selling these, I guess, the ghost pads, so to speak, that were not to be confused with Jamin's, but the ghost pads that they were selling in the book. So yeah, I mean, even in that example, in that fictional example, yeah, it definitely was a floating scale where as the philosophy became clear, as he became more involved with the woman and also the second realm, he eventually made his way to mostly second realm, if not all the way. So I think that's a very good way of putting it.
Right, and in some ways, at least with the cultural zeitgeist of and also personalities of arguably most people who come across this type of subject matter, it's a lot more realistic that somebody would transition in the way that Daniel, that character, did, as opposed to some sort of expectation that some people could honestly do in some circumstances, especially considering their current lifestyle circumstances and or personalities and so forth, where I guess you can have somebody go from a black and white distinction where they're jumping from a let me just use a little bit of a caricature here, but like a Ron Paul political crusader all the way to a Sam Conk and agorist. And I guess they can probably do it in like one move, I guess. And if they were able to do it consistently, I guess I would encourage that. But at the same time, is that really like realistic? You see, humans tend to, or at least people on this continent, because they are part of the so-called enlightened Western civilization or whatever, they're very taken to creature comforts. And unfortunately, many of the creature comforts, in some extent, are subsidized or otherwise regulated and taxed by the state. So if they were, for instance, wanting to become off-grid homesteaders, and that was one particular path that they were exploring to as a form of direct action to try and transition closer to the second realm, I doubt they would be willing, or even possible in most circumstances, just do it in like one jump. And even Old Man Rayo was like, Vonu is not an all or nothing thing. You kind of, it's more like, it's the journey, not the destination, to use another adage. And so I think something is like arguably similar here. The authors of this book, of Second Realm book on strategy, are kind of saying something similar to Old Man Rayo, where it's you put one foot in front of the other. Yes, you are keeping your goal in mind, but you don't need to like kill yourself in one sense or another trying to get where you're trying to go.
Right. So I guess one more paragraph here for this portion. Quote, to be able to implement such a progressive withdrawal and strict separation makes the drawing of boundaries between the realms necessary. The clearest of these is that our physical and digital temporary autonomous zones and any interaction between only second realm inhabitants belongs to the second realm exclusively, with everything else being in the first realm, end quote. So yeah, that's just referring to the separation again, and also back to the digital TAZs. Whether that's the deep web, some market on a blockchain, whatever it is, the second realms can exist digitally.
Well, yeah, of course, and I bet there would be some people listening to this who may very well then pipe up, whether they be the so-called preppers or various versions and themes of it, saying, but wait a minute, if the grid went down, how it is like no, there would hold on, I'm mentioning this for a reason. There would still be second realms even then. I guess they would be closer to farmers markets. To use a fictional example, kind of like James Wesley Rawls's Patriots novel, there was a scene in that novel, and this isn't spoiling the ending too much because this was more in the middle of the book, where the main characters were they're like, what is it, several months to like a year or two, or deep into the apocalypse scenario, whatever, and there's like this farmers market type of thing which I guess is more gray market because there's no government anymore, technically, in some sense. So you can't really call it black market. But there's no tax forms to fill out, and there's no regulations, there's no bureaucracy because there's no government, period. So I guess it's gray market by default, maybe. But people can trade like whatever, and it's kind of a miracle any of these people survived. So that being said, that farmers market scene was kind of a second realm, more or less by default. In some sense, and individual autonomy was respected. There was not necessarily a form of adjudication, but there were like witnesses to trades, and if anybody tried any practices, let's just say theft wasn't tolerated. So the people that wanted to be there. They had their own security to make sure that everything was safe and fine, and all that. So. In some sense, you had I guess maybe a more accurate way of putting it is a primordial version of a second realm in some sense. Like they kind of had the right idea, just wasn't fully implemented because, well, they're dealing with an apocalypse scenario and they're kind of doing this stuff on the fly instead of thinking it out ahead of time.
Right. And just so people know, there is, as far as I understand it, if there is, a second realm with say, 100, 150 people, or however many there are, 50, everyone there could set up mesh network nodes, and you could actually have, a blockchain running on that mesh network, and you could still use digital currencies. As long as electricity was provided for and things like that, yeah, it wouldn't be a problem at all. I mean, obviously with like Bitcoin and Monero and those things, you envision obviously there are a lot of users and therefore the internet is kind of necessary, but you can have small localized blockchains and such. As far as I understand it, talking to Jim and Baconic and such. So I guess that's just kind of I've heard that quite a few times before too, and the Patriots are. Patriots and minarchists that refuse to become involved with I guess the new revolutionary technology,
and they won't even. And as a side note, they won't
even give it a time of day. And plus, it's instantly. I've heard with blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies, it's disregarded outright because it's a path to a cashless society. Digital tyranny.
But it's even worse.
And sure, those fears aren't irrational, but at the same time, it doesn't mean you need to toss out that baby with the bathwater. There's also a lot of liberational ways that this technology can be used, in furtherance of second realms and such, and even the infrastructure for the.
And as a related, side note, they won't even touch 3D printed guns, which you would think they would fall all over that, even if they didn't like the rest of the crypto anarchy developments like blockchain technology. Could they at least get behind 3D printed guns? But I haven't heard one bit of advocacy coming from any of them in favor of Cody Wilson or any of that type of stuff. And it's just kind of wow, they were just amazingly absent and silent when he was being persecuted, and to some degree still is. That.
Well, it's because Cody Wilson talks about Foucault and he doesn't talk about he doesn't talk about Benjamin Franklin, or I guess not Franklin, but he doesn't talk about Adams or
then he's just
or Washington or anybody. He doesn't talk about the founding fathers. Therefore, he's automatically disregarded.
Yeah, and that's just a form of bias, which is rather kind of unfortunate because it's limiting their perspective about what's actually possible if they actually did give a damn about human liberty rather than just restoring some sort of constitutional fill in the blank, which may or may not be coming from a good place. But even if it were, I would suggest it's grossly misplaced, as I once did, and so forth. So that's not so much bashing them. It's more kind of acknowledging kind of where I was coming from at one point, and then kind of realizing the error of my ways, so to speak. But yeah, regarding the second realm and all that, yeah, you're right. Like with the mesh networks, even if there was, that's the other. Sorry, let me mention this before I forget. Without giving away specific examples, because I don't want to give undue promotion, there are some post-apocalyptic fictional storylines in some types of unnamed comic books where there is a focus on the later stages of the disaster, where the survivors are basically trying to reestablish. There was even one upcoming early access video game, which will also go unnamed, that is focusing more specifically on this element of the disaster fiction, where they're basically trying to reestablish actually the internet specifically because they already got the electricity back up. So what you're saying, real world in regarding mesh networking could also reestablish some form of internet and therefore also get a blockchain technology kind of thing going, even during the latter part of some sort of quasi-apocalyptic disaster type thing. is very much quite plausible if people wanted to do it. And that's a very big if. So, yes.
And you'd also have the programmers or the techie guys there to get it set up, because if this was a stereotypical TV show or something like that, yeah, there ain't nobody there that can set up a blockchain or anything like that. So you got to get lucky and have one of them, and you have to have one of them surviving with you so that you can get that set up. Not saying it's impossible, but if the place where you learn is the internet, if the internet's not there, then what is it? You're fucked. I guess would be one way to put it.
And just to finish out this kind of I guess related side discussion, I suppose, I will say this: whether it's real world or fictional, the so-called preppers or lovers of doom porn, for lack of a better phrase, they're not Luddites, because there's always at least a person, whether it's a fictional or real world thing, that is like a ham radio operator. And that's rather interesting, right? So it's like they can conceive of like...
That's pretty Luddite. Yeah,
okay, but to be fair, you need electricity to make that work. And from your stereotypical like preppers, that is kind of asking a lot in some sense, because they're presuming, a grid down scenario of some kind. But even they can conceive of like ham radio. And as an historical note, RIDI or radio teletype was a primitive version of the internet, which was think of it like texting would be the closest analogy. So it's not completely crazy. Even they can conceive of it in some sense, but they're not going kind of like all the way with an actual reliable internet via mesh networking that may or may not use some form of blockchain technology. They're not putting all those different components together because they are technologically incompetent. For the most part, at least. Let me put it this way, regarding 21st century technology, because they're still stuck in last century. So I don't want to let the perfect be the enemy of the good, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, I think a lot of the preppers are kind of stuck in last century and they're not thinking this century. And so I guess that's something else to kind of consider too when trying to build the second realm in any respect, is that whether it be digital technology or some other form of technology, if there are any sort of people who kind of like poo-poo it, you have to consider maybe it's not just that they're economically illiterate, which I would also add in as another good possibility. I would also say that they are, regarding this century's technology, also kind of not quite there yet, because they're still thinking last century's technology, which would, of course, limit their range of options and so forth. That's all I'm saying. Or let me put this analogously, too. It would be kind of like we're talking about using automobiles, and they're still talking about horse-drawn carriages. Not that there's anything wrong.
Right? Yeah, they're still paying for cable, and you can get every TV show and live event for free online. That's way premature to blockchain technology or anything. That's so far premature. So yeah, I think that kind of makes that point very succinct.
Yes, it does. And again, not that there's anything necessarily wrong with horse-drawn carriages or cable television, but if you have better options and you have better access, and preferably you have the knowledge to make those things work, like an actual automobile with an internal combustion engine, or even electric car, right? Or to go another evolutionary step, or something like maybe not necessarily like a Netflix type thing, but like getting your shows for free over the internet or whatever, then it's like, why wouldn't you choose the more developed option if you could, right? So like, what's the excuse at that point? And obviously for anybody who's being halfway rational, obviously if they could, they would presumably choose the more advanced option. All their factors being equal.
Yeah. So I guess that would kind of be this kind of goes on with the philosophy too, but let's move forward to the culture of the second realm, because as you guys found out, I guess last week in this book, Smuggler and XYZ, culture is a very big part of the first realm and the second realm. So we heard about it last week with the first realm. So let's get to the culture of the second realm. Quote, "It is easy to understand that the development of our own culture of the second realm is necessary, but attempts to artificially create culture are not only impossible, but also counterproductive. Culture is a spontaneous order that is shaped by the individuals of a society, reflecting their individual decisions and mentalities. Nevertheless, there are several things that contribute to the formation of culture. One of the most exciting is the influence of art, music, and literature that springs up from a cultural context and feeds back into it. The imagination of artists often becomes the inspiration to many. It'll be exciting to see the creativity in this area. Another influence is that of necessity. Culture encodes and optimizes social interactions, which are shaped by the reality that society finds itself in. Specific challenges and threats, but also abundances and blessings of environments flow into and through culture. Compare the longing songs of the desert people with the joyful dances of jungle tribes. Ethical, moral, and religious values are another point to mention. While they are often only reflections of the culture already in place, they also appear in the function of culture founding factors. This is especially apparent in cultures that did not evolve over a long time, but rather rapidly, like much of the United States of America. We'll do one more paragraph here and then we'll discuss. Quote, the last major contributing factor of new cultural formation lies in the character of the cultural entrepreneurs. It is their boldness, courage, mental clarity, and creativity that sows the first seeds of cultural movements and founds new societies. Those who intend to partake in the formation of the second realm culture should do so with confidence and boldness, but also in mutual support and encouragement. Many experiments and failures will be required before any significant process takes place, and every member will partake in the formation of a new society. Therefore, we must limit ourselves to contribute to the factors of necessity and ethical values in this text, but we cannot refrain to also let our dreams flow into it, end quote. So the culture of the second realm is kind of undecided, right? I mean, that's up to the individuals there, and I guess the cultural entrepreneurs, as they put it, which, you know, I've said this before, but any culture with a state sucks ass. It's just awful. Not a big fan of not a big fan of Western culture or anything like that. Which is why, the things that my interests, like say metal music, for example, that crosses culture. I love, Australia comes out with some great metal bands, and that culture is very much different than the one here. At least not I guess counting the state out. Australian culture, from what I understand, is quite a bit different than that of the United States. There's different forms of music that come from both different versions of metal. So yeah, I think that's I'm extremely curious as to, especially when it comes to individuals who have autonomy and aren't beaten down by the culture at large, by that status culture. I'd be really curious to see what developed in the second realm.
Yeah, exactly. Actually, following on your example of like musical taste or whatever. Like I've been kind of I've been trying out something called dark country, which is basically kind of merging country/Western music with not rock and roll or metal, but more of like for lack of a better term, more of like a gothic type sound and or lyrics that are more of like a dark fantasy type thing too. So like or actually, even though it's called dark country, the aesthetic equivalent would be what's more commonly known as Southern Gothic. So, for example, TV shows like True Blood, The Walking Dead would be aesthetic examples of Southern Gothic. I think there was that movie with Kevin Spacey at one point. It was something along, or in Jude Law, it was the can't remember the title reference, something about like Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil or something like that. That would be also Southern Gothic too, at least to some extent. So that I think is something to kind of keep in mind, is that there are certain degrees of aesthetics, or shall we say a variety of aesthetics, that can be uniquely part of the second realm as opposed to the first realm. I mean, hell, actually, here, let me do something a little bit more concrete, actually. At work, there's always the warehouse. They always have the friggin' radio on, and sometimes they can actually turn into the more mainstream country music, which is actually tolerable, at least to some extent. But a lot of times it'll be kind of the Euro trash or some other stuff. And, I've kind of jokingly mentioned that, I still think to some extent that rap metal as a hybrid genre is in many ways still pretty eclectic because, well, if rap metal was allegedly mainstream, shall we say part of the first realm, even in an aesthetic sense, if rap metal as a hybrid genre really was part of the first realm, wouldn't you be hearing it on like the mainstream FM radio stations? Because last time I checked, I've never heard rap.
And that's why,
ever, not once.
Yeah, and that's why I love metal, because it's kind of countercultural in a sense. I mean, there are individuals, there are teenagers that go into metal because their parents don't approve of it. You know, it's anti-culture. You know, they're being kind of radical about it. That's not, I guess, the reason I like it. I like it because, you know, everything else is garbage to me, essentially, other than you know, classic rock. I like the artists I listen to write their own music. I like them to be talented, and you don't get that with you know, just as unfortunately autonomy has been just destroyed by the culture of the first realm. The musical, I guess, maybe not the ability, but the musical desires and the quality of said music has decreased so significantly. And I sound old when I say that because that's what old people say.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, I agree.
But yeah, it's almost like I interviewed Matt Battaglioli, who's the author of The Consequences of Equality, and he has a chapter in there on art. And literally, there's this guy who just turned on his recorder, and like it's like a 20 minutes. I don't remember how long the song is, but it has, you know, millions upon millions upon millions of views on YouTube, and people are commenting saying, "Wow, this is beautiful." All he lives in like a city. He opened his window, turned on the recorder, and that is art now. Like that's you know, demanded music on YouTube.
Wow.
And I'm sure he's probably sold it too. So along with kind of that destruction of autonomy, that destruction of creativity and innovation, it affects the culture too, whether it be music, art, whatever it is. He also mentioned that now art, like you can see, like if you go to art exhibits in like Los Angeles or New York City, you'll have like an exhibit where it's just a smashed bottle. Like someone will just like throw it on the ground, you know, move it over there, and that's art. And people pay a lot of money for this shit. So yeah, as far as first realm culture, when it comes to the second realm, you ain't seen nothing. You haven't. Just as I guess economically, you'll see great products, innovations, creativity, you know, producing things that people need, and they'll pay for them, and you know, there'll be voluntary trade, and it'll be all good. But with culture too, with music, with art, man, I can't even imagine.
Well, one of the last just to use a side example here on this related note. You know, one of the few places of like any sort of real aesthetic development, which may or may not be considered first realm, this is a debatable point, arguably, would be like indie video game developers, not the big, you know, name corporations that sometimes put out decent video games and sometimes don't. But I'm talking about the really like indie, the real indie developers, and there is quite a bit of innovation because they're much more entrepreneurial than some brand name corporations that I will not, you know, name here. But some of those, I mean, and sometimes some of the, you know, it's like any real market, you know, sometimes those at least attempted innovations will fall flat because not everything can work all the time, right? Creative destruction and all that. But then other times something really snazzy goes through. You know, there are certain gameplay mechanics that were very creative and have never been done before, and thankfully were pulled off right, and gamers really responded to it. Or even if it's just even more purely aesthetic in terms of like the art design of like certain levels, or especially if you look at like more like open world style games. And how much more, because now they're kind of going in the direction of like photorealistic instead of like cartoony, like Saints Row was like a cartoony version of it. It's now going more towards photorealistic, like the last Grand Theft Auto, for instance. That's where it's going. Or even what was it called? Batman Arkham Knight is going towards more photorealistic and so forth. That's actually been kind of something interesting to watch, is kind of like the further development of like virtual reality simulators, even with hardware like Oculus Rift or other competitors and similar like headsets that you wear that and all that. So there's all sorts of innovation going on. Whether, you know, it was, I would say probably most pronounced would be the indie video game developers of one kind or another. And sometimes they limit themselves to 2D platformers, and other times they're doing other type, like whether first person shooters or something else. But I've really been kind of in between other things, kind of like either reading things or watching things, and I am astounded by the sheer freedom they have to try all sorts of things. And sometimes if something goes well and the customers like it, those guys make some serious bank. And then if something falls flat, but it's like real entrepreneurship. It's the damnedest thing.
Right. Yeah, I definitely agree. So let me read just a few more paragraphs here, and this is also from the culture section. It goes there's quite a bit more to it, but as far as culture specifically, I'm focusing on that for the sake of time and also for the sake of discussion too. And we'll cover some of those things like adjudication as we move forward in the series. So, quote. Respect for property not only extends to the physical territories we occupy, it is integral to the less visible parts of our world, much of which remains unseen to observers. Hidden behind encrypted anonymous digital communication, this connects us and creates another realm where property is privacy. We protect our secrets, we value them. Protecting our privacy becomes second nature to us, liberating us from the prying eyes of our enemies. But our privacy is also a key symbol for the autonomy we live. We are taking back what a totalitarian outer world wants to steal from us. What fences are to atoms, data privacy technology is to bits and bytes. We claim that both are owned by us alone. This is our place. Our places of trade arouse amazement in visitors. As a culture in exile, we have developed unusual practices of trade, with some of us excellent in tradecraft. Be it wearing masks when setting a deal, or blind handshakes to agree on prices, it only covers half of what is going on. Most trades happen in cyberspace, supported by bonds and reputations extending from the merchant's bar, where we meet face-to-face, to the depths of secure digital escrow platforms. Let me see if there's anything else here that I had highlighted. Yep, skipping forward just a bit here. Quote, we are tribes of mind and soul, not defined by nation or race, but by thought and substance. We are everywhere, and we are here to stay, end quote. So, as a huge part of the culture of the Second Realm, you heard I think that's my favorite quote in this book. We protect our secrets, we value them. Protecting our privacy becomes second nature to us, liberating us from the prying eyes of our enemies. That one, man, like that's amazing. Like that's the culture of the Second Realm. It's privacy
first.
We claim that both are owned by us alone. This is our place. Property is privacy. I mean, oh my gosh, that is a major distinguishing factor between the Second Realm and the First Realm.
And even if you look at the more kind of moderate, for the sake of political expediency, so-called civil libertarians, language like this from the book on strategy makes so-called civil libertarians look rather kind of ineffectual, right? Because the civil libertarians may make all sorts of noise about, for example, how the ACLU protects privacy rights allegedly or whatever, but then you read material like this and you can tell these guys are serious about privacy. I mean,
yeah, to communicate with them, you literally have to go into an IRC chat on ITP.
Yeah.
And even then, I sat in the chat room for days upon days, every once in a while, putting in messages, anyone here. I don't know if they have specific times where they meet or if it's just random. I don't know, but I've never heard back from anybody. And there are over 30 people in that chat room. So
yeah, I'm sure they have their reasons. I wouldn't be surprised if that's kind of part of maybe a sort of a type of vetting in and of itself too for other reasons. But yeah, it's. Let me draw a distinction. Let me draw a distinction here too regarding the privacy issue. I think this is one of those points of difference between the alternative media and the Second Realm. Notice how the Second Realm is very big on privacy, and they even go kind of even one more step and mention about keeping secrets, like in the sense of either professional secrets or maybe even other types of secrets. Whereas the alternative media, by its very nature, is all about transparency and kind of has to be, at least to a greater or lesser extent, because of the type of function that it is. And so it would kind of make more sense based on this kind of dichotomy between privacy/secrecy versus transparency, that political crusaders would be more inclined to co-opt the alternative media for their purposes of basically promoting statism, as opposed to the Second Realmers somehow using the alternative media for their purposes, because they don't really need the transparency because they're not all about that. So I guess Shane, this kind of makes you and I kind of like the thankfully the wonderful outliers, right? Because
Yeah, what other podcasts or radio shows are talking about the second realm?
Nobody.
It's just like with Vonu. I mean, there's only one place you can get that information. The Vonu podcast. There's only one place you can get a whole goddamn series on the second realm. And that's Liberty Under Attack. So yeah,
we're you and I are kind of like the fortunate outliers in some sense, because I mean, even Alex Ansary kind of mentioned this on
our listeners are too,
of course, but even Alex Ansary kind of mentioned this on at least a few occasions where like you and I are like media guys, but what makes us different is the type of subjects that we kind of get into and all that, because we're basically, I mean, I think the thing that kind of makes you and I unique, and this isn't just coming from me, this is also coming from private conversations I've had with other folks too, who have listened to, interviews that you've done with other people or stuff I've done or stuff we've done together or whatever, that we're tackling topics, subjects, and of course, good old-fashioned direct action of 20,000 million flavors, like the Freedom Umbrella and so forth, that most of the rest of the alternative media is downright ignoring. So right there, that's an automatic niche, and that's before getting into anything else. So I think that's what's kind of interesting, is that the political crusaders really like to co-opt the alternative media because they like the emphasis on transparency, but then they twist it to their own purposes, as opposed to like what you and I have done, where if there really is a need for transparency, we're basically pointing at the bottom line, end of the day, we're either pointing the finger at the state or we're pointing the finger at the political crusaders who are kind of like with substance abuse or so-called, or druggies in some sense, enabling the state. Generally speaking, whenever we're doing transparency, like whether it's with like some of the political prisoners and the court cases, their court documents and all that, whatever project we're working on, if we're doing some sort of transparency thing, it's either some form of history and learning from history, otherwise be dooming to repeat it. And it's already on the public record anyway. All we're doing is just trying to make it, reader friendly in some sense by putting a lot of different pieces together. Sometimes revisionism, sometimes not, depending what the topic is. We're either doing something of an historical nature, or we are deliberately pointing the finger at the rulers and their enablers, the enablers being the political crusaders. Everything else is pretty much direct action and pretty much kind of leading people to the second realm in some sense.
Yeah. So I think another interesting thing to mention here, or is to bring special attention to, is just, I guess, that first or second sense of another paragraph I read. Our places of trade arouse amazement in visitors. As a culture in exile, we have developed unusual practices of trade, etc. I mean, yeah, as I said, the first realm culture sucks. I don't care if you're talking about North Korea, America, or whatever place you're talking about. And that pisses off a lot of people, wouldn't it? It doesn't matter. The culture of all of the culture is just it's awful. It's I guess as far as the propaganda that people go through, and how the lack of critical thinking, well, that also reflects in culture. Most people when they hear blast beats or off time metal stuff, they think it sounds awful, but it's because it's complex stuff. It's complex stuff. So again, the culture definitely has an impact on art. And first realm culture, yeah, not fun. That's quite awful.
Yeah, but it's also the type of values, or shall we say, at the risk of sounding like an objectivist, the anti-values that they are promoting, right? I mean, even if here's a fun homework assignment for anybody who, I don't want to sound like Tyler Durden too much, for anybody who watched Fight Club or read the book, but for anybody who wants to do a homework assignment, consider this. Actually, not just listen, but read the lyrics to most of the common like Eurotrash style like pop songs, whether it's a Rihanna or pick somebody who's really like establishment approved, okay, first realm approved.
Yeah, and they don't write their music, by the way.
Fair. That's true, unless they're like a designated singer or songwriter, which is
that's not a defensive. I'm just saying, they pay people a lot of money to write these shitty lyrics.
Yeah, but then like actually like really pay conscious. Don't just like casually absorb it like into your subconscious or whatever, because that's what's actually happening. No, consciously pay attention and really think about the lyrics. Like, I'm the only girl in the world. What does that mean? I'm the only girl in the world. No, seriously, I'm not joking. With my tone of voice, I may sound like I'm joking. I'm honestly as serious as a heart attack. What does that mean? I am the only girl in the world. And the rest of the lyrics, not just of that particular song, but of any of these songs, where there's also another one that keeps playing on the main FM radios when I'm at the warehouse, something about like, I want to see your body naked or something to that effect, but it says it like over, it's like part of the main chorus, so you hear it, what is it, 7, 8, 9, 10 times during just one play of the song, never mind when they play it and replay the replay. And it's just like, no, I don't want to. And you know what I said one time actually on the main floor of the warehouse? I said in my loudest voice, I said, no, I don't want to see everybody naked because not everybody's in good enough shape to be seen naked. Some people are actually in very bad shape. I mean, yeah, that's getting into personal preference, but I made a point about it and a couple people laughed about it because they know I was commenting directly against those mainstream pop lyrics. I mean, that's how asinine it has become, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. And I would even further say that the culture of the first realm not only it kind of reflects the I guess the intellectual needs of its audience, but it also, whether it's movies, TV shows, whatever it is, it provides unrealistic expectations. So when people grow up watching, Disney movies and they see, the princess, so they're waiting for their prince, this perfect relationship, everything's great. And that never happens. It never comes. So what you have and culture feeds into this so much. Anytime I sit down to watch anything, it's there. But it breeds these unrealistic expectations, which then, leads people to live, in large part, unhappy lives. Yeah. And not only is that, unfortunate, that they're not happy, but it also, I suppose, I don't know, that definitely has an impact on people, being, willing to to fight for their freedom, whether that's via direct action or other means. It's yeah, I think that's kind of what the state wants, right? I mean, you have I think the mainstream culture, the entertainment avenue is just another arm of the state, at least to some extent.
Well, of course it is.
It's certainly unfortunate.
Well, of course it is to some extent, and that's not even counting more specific examples like the Pentagon putting, propaganda placement ads, for the National Guard in like mainstream movies or something. Like consider one thing too, like polyamory, regardless of whether you like it or not. Polyamory in the first realm culture, the mainstream culture, is still considered pretty countercultural even today in early 21st century America. Oh, yeah. Polyamory is not the norm. And not only is it not the norm, more importantly, whenever it is brought up, whether you're for it, against it, or just being good old-fashioned neutral like I am.
So quite disparaging.
Oh, my goodness. There was even one conversation I had with one of my coworkers at the warehouse because he was explaining about all of he went on and on just over the course of the day, shorter conversations about, about his various, failed romances. And he even tried cheating on a long story for another time. But basically there was a kind of long series of stuff. And at one point I was just trying to kind of shut him up so that we could, he would stop, being annoying, because I was trying to be polite about it. And I said, well, have you considered polyamory? The second I said that, he just went almost ballistic on me. And I think that's kind of indicative of the mainstream culture as well, is that the assumption is it's not even so much monogamy or marriage versus not. It's not even so much that. It's more like a serial monogamy, I think, might be the most accurate way of describing what the mainstream culture expects, where you kind of hop from lover to lover, but you're only doing one at a time. And it sure as hell ain't, for a lifetime or close to it, or until death do you part. It definitely isn't that either. So because that's more the kind of Judeo-Christian model. It's not even that. It's more serial monogamy, where you're basically just bed hopping. But as long as you do, one lover at a time, then it's okay. That's the acceptable compromise, don't you know? Just make sure you're only sleeping with one person at a time. Because, of course, there's also the medical reasons, too. They'll kind of throw that in there and try to make it sound pseudoscientific in some sense. So they'll take some true things about STDs or pregnancy if you're heterosexual or whatever, and they'll kind of mix it in to try and make the more, shall I say, cultural case for serial monogamy. And then that becomes the norm. And then because of how all this stuff seems to work out,
and you have 50% divorce rates and all of these really awful things. And by the way, in a lodging way for any men, there's an argument made about that too. So you guys have mentioned that book a few times. Go read it. It's free at interplex.org.
Yep.
Or interplex.net, actually. I'll put a link to that in the show notes because I've mentioned it so many damn times. And I've actually been mirroring some articles at Liberty Under Attack, some essays by James Farber and such that you can find the link there too, just libertyunderattack.com. It's the last post that's up there. You'll see it at the top of the page. Okay, so Kyle, let's begin to close out here. So in this episode, we've talked about the philosophy and the culture of the second realm, and also kind of how that differs from the philosophy and the culture of the first realm. And it's certainly quite different. The philosophy and the culture portion of the second realm, not only are they liberating, but human creativity and innovation aren't restricted or regulated by those who falsely imagine themselves to be our rulers. People can live free, and it's going to be quite impressive. Whenever we get to our second realms, and we can kind of see this philosophy and culture in action. It's going to be a really, really beautiful sight. I know it for sure. So I guess what are your closing thoughts?
Well, my closing thoughts are that, in some sense, the some of the better, let's say, at least in my life, at least as it is today, and sorry to bring up the warehouse for the 20 millionth time this episode. I'm sorry, my bad. I'm actually drawing on real world instead of, comic books for the 20 millionth time, right? At least recently, in recent months, right? In a sense, there's already kind of a emerging ethical enclave slash counter economy slash second realm, even at the warehouse, regarding certain types of activities that take place after official business hours. So, that's another reason I don't mention the name of the company either. But yeah, it's that whole gray, sometimes even black market activity isn't very much in keeping with agorism, with Vonu, or as is the case with what we're talking about tonight, the second realm. And that particular version of it that, I've been very fortunate enough to, I'm not going to incriminate myself, but let's just say I have some knowledge of it and leave it at that, is wonderfully freeing. And oh, by the way, let me mention something more of a psychological nature of sorts that I've had to kind of almost help some of those traders with, is some of them actually feel guilty. Like they're acting like, because they're still kind of stuck. They're still controlled schizophrenics, but they're not as bad as they were before because, well, they had me around. Thankfully, I like to think I had something to do with helping them feel less guilty about it. But many of them felt guilty about. I think I told you before about. I think I've mentioned this publicly before about the whole donations thing and all that. Which is really more about saving a trip to the food pantry, because all of that stuff was properly allocated, because those of us that actually do that kind of thing, those who do that kind of thing, we're responsible. We're respecting property rights, and quite frankly, management could give a crap about the investor's property, which is kind of another problem altogether. But at the very least, for the grunts, we're respecting property rights. We already know the stuff is not allowed to be sold. Actually, ironically, a good portion of it is because of the state's insistence on following the laws regarding expiration dates. Interestingly enough, even when such expiration dates are even as far as like a month out, sometimes under some circumstances, they'll actually prohibit the company from actually selling it, which is interesting. Therefore, it has to go basically to the equivalent of the homeless people. So I guess the certain version of gray market activity is then made possible, at least that one form of it. And if it's that, or even some other forms of more gray market activity, which I've been kind of experimenting with, and involving a use of actually a kind of a self-issued barter credit type thing, which maybe I'll save that for another time. Whatever type of activity is, one thing I keep noticing over and over and over and over again, and I think this is more pertinent to the development of the second realm more generally, is if your traders, your participants in the second realm are still, as they're transitioning towards the second and away from the first realm, if they're still feeling guilty about their trading activities, even though this is something they want to do, I think there is a market demand for, I don't want to say counseling services, but basically some sort of essentially a bolstering up, a kind of I don't want to say a pat on the back.
Yeah, and instead of the I guess the first realm beating people down,
building
all the
people
time,
up. Yeah.
I guess building people up in the second realm. Yeah.
And saying like, hey, you're doing nothing wrong. Like, yeah, sure, we have, as the Vonuans would call it, an ethical enclave, or the Agorist would call it the counter economy, or as is the case here, a second realm, whatever term you're using in whatever context. You're doing nothing wrong. You're exercising your individual autonomy to the extent that you can and or are willing to, and you shouldn't feel bad about that. So the social conditioning by people who are transitioning away from the first realm towards the second realm, I mean, even Rand mentioned about the sanction of the victim, which is very much what I've been seeing, is the full flowering of that when somebody is resisting their social conditioning. Actually, interestingly enough, has nothing to do with principles or any sort of philosophizing, but is more due to a more utilitarian necessity type thing, because it's more an issue of like paying bills and such. And in my own interesting role, has been more like, hey, you're doing nothing wrong. We're respecting. I kind of give the spiel, which many of them already know this. I'm only just kind of connecting the dots, so to speak. But the end product is now, all these months later, shall we say, our gray market participants, almost none of them feel guilty. And I would like to think I had a significant role to play in making them at least feel better. So I know there have been some libertarians who shall go unnamed here who like to talk about relational anarchism or whatever other terms, and it's all about right side of the brain, emotions, and whatever else. And I think in the past, on past episodes or whatever, I think I've expressed, or sometimes even in private conversations, expressed my reservations about that kind of thing. But I don't know. It's kind of like, in some sense, and almost in a roundabout, almost accidental way, I've kind of had to find that sometimes if I try to make people feel better about stuff that I rationally in my left brain knew was perfectly A-OK stuff, if they feel better, then a lot of times they're more willing to actually keep on going and doing that stuff that they were initially kind of feeling bad about. Because their emotions, because essentially their social conditioning was they allowed their social conditioning to manipulate their emotions about something that even their left brain knew was A-OK. And all I'm doing is saying, ignore your social conditioning. Your emotions are all haywired anyway. Let me suggest something to your left brain, and hopefully your emotions will play catch up. Is, I guess, maybe a roundabout way of putting it. So same thing here with the second realm. Whatever second realm activities people are going to participate in, I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some degree of emotional resistance and or some sort of guilt, maybe even shaming to some degree that they may feel, even if it's only internal. And I would just suggest that maybe a good prescription for that might be some form of, if not counseling, at least encouragement. Let's call it encouragement, because I can't think of a better word for it. I think encouragement would be good. Like, hey, you're doing nothing wrong. If anything, you're actually doing the world a lot of good by following your own self-interest and exercising your individual autonomy. Not only that, but not only keep doing that, actually, wait, hold on, do more of that.
Go further.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that emotional component being manipulated by the social conditioning is something to not ignore, but instead try and find solutions for, even if it's just encouragement from other second realm traders that hey, these are our principles, this is why we're doing this, and we're gonna not only keep on keeping on, but we're gonna do more of that and so forth. I think that's the closest thing to a solution that I have for that. And again, this is not.
We're keep doing more, and not only that, but develop the culture. Help develop the culture of the second realm. This I guess this newfound individual autonomy, although it's not newfound, it's just been neglected and literally beaten out of a lot of people, unfortunately. Build this this culture of respect for person and property, and actually live free. Of course, and that's kind of something to be kept in mind. So I understand that some people might have
some individuals who shall go unnamed will, kind of have expressed about, feelings this, feelings that. We need to have, anarchic schools of thought based on right side of the brain or whatever. And that may serve some purposes, maybe. I guess that is a debatable point. All I'm saying is that if you want to have people transition to the second realm, don't be surprised if at some point during their shades of gray transitioning, they start feeling guilty. And if that does pop up, just give them an encouraging word or two. And a lot of times that will make all the difference in the world. And in fact, that might be one of the more efficacious ways of growing the second realm even quicker and more sustainably, is just a kind word here, a little bit of motivation over there, especially if somebody's feeling like, oh, I'm not supposed to be living freely because how dare you live free in America kind of thing, or anywhere else on planet Earth for that matter. And so, yeah, I mean, that's another thing about the second realm too, is that it's recognizing that humans are social animals and the value of social interactions. Therefore, a word of encouragement if somebody's feeling down like a particular day is also kind of reaffirming the culture of the second realm as well.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess I don't really have anything else. Is there anything else you'd like to leave the listeners with?
I would say, there's a lot more content in the second realm book on strategy by XYZ and Smuggler. If folks want to read it, please do. And or as you're listening to these LUA episodes, follow along with us. And also trying to kind of make sense of it with other things you've read, and look for the integrity, and then also look for the contradictions and make up your own mind. And that's the other thing. Oh, let me say one final word about the political crusaders regarding the second realm. If anybody was going to demonize the second realm more than anybody else, it wouldn't even be your authoritarian left or your totalitarian right mainstream crusaders. It would be more.
It might be a modern incarnation of Sam Conkin calling Second Realmers retreatists or something like that, which would be unfortunate.
Or at the very least, it would be your oxymoronic anarchist politician flavor of political crusading, where they're just people who say one thing and do another. These would be folks from like the anti-libertarian Party or other versions and flavors thereof, where essentially they're just enabling statism. They claim to be against statism. They claim to be against authoritarians. They claim to be against the ruling class of any flavor. But really, at the end of the day, they're just enabling it, because bottom line, what it is just reformism. It's reforming the reform of the reform of the reform, which of course produces no real solutions. And in fact, like Old Man Rayo correctly pointed out, the current tyrannical situation is actually the end product of failed or sometimes even worse, successful political crusades of the past. So that's yes. Just kind of the bottom line there. So that's kind of something to keep in mind. So what I'm saying is that for folks who actually try to develop the second realm, don't be surprised if some of your current role models who are more insistent upon democracy and elections than anything else in terms of doing anything are some of the first critics and repudiators of the second realm. Just don't be surprised. I'm not going to name names here. Just going into the future, keep your eyes and ears open and see who's promoting ethical enclaves and or the counter economy and or the agora and or the second realm versus people who are demonizing it wholesale as people undermining our democratic form of government or the Federal Reserve System or whatever horrible tyrannical thing they're promoting this week.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Okay, all right. After the 6 or 7 buttons, we are here. Yes, you are listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. This is our Self-Liberation Saturday transmission, yeah, welcome. Hope hope you've been here since we started. I guess it would have been 4 p.m. It's been a long day so far. Cloak and Dagger kicked off at 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. But if you're just joining us, we're glad you're here, hanging out with us nonetheless. Here in the digital second realm. Tonight we're streaming to YouTube, Odysee, Rumble, and Zap.Stream. So if you're on Zap.Stream, feel free to shoot us some Bitcoin over Lightning. We certainly do appreciate that. Otherwise, I guess xmrchat.com/PAZNIA radio to donate XMR, or throughout the stream you'll probably see some QR codes for Bitcoin and Monero. Certainly do appreciate any donations there. But since I know I'm speaking to some new folks, my name is Shane, Rio2, and I am the host here of the Vonu Podcast, coordinator of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, and programming coordinator of the PAZNIA Radio Network. And when PRN is live, if I'm not here front and center, I'm in the background ensuring things go smoothly. That sounds self-important, but for the most part, it's hanging out here in the studio, doing dabs and watching chats. And when it's not 100 degrees mid-afternoon, homestead work is a high possibility. Anyway, before I go on too much further, let me just double-check things here. I'll go ahead and start. Don't need to be sharing audio and video with you anymore, Shadrach. The music has stopped, but let me just double-checking everything here. We are still good. That's great. Last time I tried to do a Vonu Podcast Live, it died about a minute in, inexplicably. But we're still rolling.
We'll cross our fingers. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can, Shadrach. Yes, I can. Right on, brother. Well, let me. I'll get right. I got a little more of this introduction, then I will bring you in, brother. But glad audio is working and video is as well. Since I'm speaking to some new folks. Yes, I already said that. But as I mentioned, Cloak and Dagger is one live show every Saturday. We've got Music Monday with Richard Dick Greaser, and starting this Monday, the 11th, Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora. But I don't do much live stuff anymore, and there's not much live material vis-a-vis the Vonu Podcast. I'm thinking that will change, and we'll try to do a Vonu Podcast Live 1 or 2 Saturdays a month. That means Cloak and Dagger will finish up around 6 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Central, then a couple hours of PR&D programming, and then we jump back in here live for a couple hour stream to close out the evening. Sounds like a solid plan to me, and one we should get to tonight already. I'll stop talking in that regard. Back in April, the Free Wife and I attended a freedom festival called Midfest in Oklahoma. We chose to go there instead of the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest. Actually, I'm sorry, guys. I forgot one bad audio. I had my fan going in the background. Hopefully that wasn't too bad or too disruptive, but it's off now. Anyway, the Free Wife and I decided to go to Midfest over the Midwest Peace Liberty Fest this year. And while I did miss MPL Fest, this was a really good idea for a lot of reasons. But relevant to tonight, someone I got in contact with via Dick Greaser of the Bitcoin Bugle, Shadrach, happened to be in the area. Not only that, but his team came out for the weekend and spun up a mesh network in no time. Trying to remember back to some of the conversations, Shadrach and his team are working on a lot of cool things. One that's especially at the front of mind is Nextcloud over mesh networking. So meaning local video, audio, book streaming potentialities over mesh networks. Bitcoin Lightning transactions, which isn't new by any means. But I'm sure there's been a lot of progress in the 6 years or so since we've talked about it on the Vonu Podcast, and even a lot of networking within the hardcore Bitcoiner communities. There's Bitcoiners setting up citadels or other nodes similar to those you'll find here within the PAZNIA network. He also pointed something out to me that now seems to be a idea, that there's a necessary merging of the Departments of Transportation and Communication. And most importantly, we'll get to know a fellow self-liberator, someone out there doing real important shit in physical and digital space and time. I hear his colleague might join too, but we'll see. Last thing before bringing him in, we'll take your calls this evening here in about an hour, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Central. Thane Riddle actually talked about calling in. He's very big. He's got a crew of folks working on mesh networking there wherever he is. So hopefully we'll join in. You guys can connect. That would be a really swell thing. To call in, just type PAZNIA.chat/PRN. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN into any web browser. Configure the audio and video settings for Jitsi, and we'll bring you in. Again, PAZNIA.chat/PRN is the link to call in. Without further ado, Shadrach, brother, welcome to the Vonu Podcast Live here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. How are we doing?
I'm great. I really enjoyed the shows today, and it actually worked out great because I think Thane really covered the technical side in the first show, and then we got the whole second realm connection in the second show, and really everything I'm trying to do is bringing everything together. So just a quick my background, I'm Gen X. When I started in the internet, it was VAX VMX accounts that you would connect from home, dial into the university. The university was the node. The nodes connected to other universities, so you had some kind of inter-university communications. Usenet lived on the university computer. You could either connect to it and view the news groups remotely, or you could later on, you could download them. So that's kind of the second generation is when we started using personal computers and the internet. But what was interesting then is we had this really unique time period in the mid 90s. Web was just taking off. So people were putting hosted servers on T1s, and then you had people were owning their own servers. They were owning their own data. And then we were doing things like connecting the server at my house to the server at my friend's house using Free Swan and VPNs and stuff like that. So we kind of had created the perfect system by the end of the 90s. And right at the end of the 90s, we started getting mobile data. So I could connect a cell phone to my laptop and go sit at the lake. And I could log into all these resources because everything was configured for low data. And then once web and images and shopping online and stuff started happening, we started facing other problems. And that's kind of where the encryption piece started coming in. It's like, oh, well, now all this data is just flowing on the internet. We need to start encrypting it. When you encrypt it, you start bringing in, you need more processor on the server side, on the client side, and then you start increasing all of the bandwidth. And now we end up at this kind of where we are now, where the best use of the internet is having a 5G network, and everything's configured for a mobile size screen, and you're trusting third parties for everything. Everything from our money to our data to the sites we rely on. I mean, people land in cities and they just expect that Uber's going to work to get them to their Airbnb, that they expect, they'll be able to text the host and get in. And these are all relying on third-party systems.
Right.
And we can, so yeah, back to the, so that's,
and I guess I'll just mention real quick on, relying on the third-party systems, harkening back to Thane Riddle, Cloak and Dagger earlier today, and I guess the past couple of weeks, there's been a number of them, these big IT outages, whether it was Starlink or any of the, I guess there were a couple other ones too, I don't remember offhand, but there's been a few big ones, and yeah, relying on those big third-party services, that's not swell, but yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm more like, I guess, high level, especially in the Meshtastic scene. Like I dabble with it, but there's people on the ground definitely doing the good work, and hopefully Thane can chime in later. But kind of but back to what I was saying, like that it's that low data kind of thing. We need to start thinking, like a Bitcoin transaction is very small. A cashew eCash note can be very small, and then we can start adding compression to that and getting a little more useful. But like when you talk about like Nextcloud over Meshtastic, I mean, we definitely have a lot of work to do in those areas. But again, I think we're getting back to the hardware versus software side of it. So on what the second realm can do is start building out alternative versions of everything. From our own computers, and another thing Thane mentioned was like we are relying on Intel and AMD for our processors, but there are options out there that we can be exploring. We need to be manufacturing our own stuff kind of across the board.
Yeah, certainly, and you're right. I didn't experience much of the decentralized internet of the 90s. I've heard things about it, and I guess I've experienced IRC chats, which I guess is kind of similar to kind of the I guess the 80s and the 90s maybe. And I experienced Skype when it was peer to peer, back when it was technically, I guess, kind of gray market, kind of agorist, kind of illegal, because the big telecoms had monopolistic laws. And then Skype became okay because it got bought out, and it wasn't peer to peer anymore. It went through a third party central server. So and then I guess the Bitcoin one I love to mention is the veer walks, caching, going from Bitcoin to fiat and fiat to Bitcoin, and using kind of the virtual gaming currency, loophole, where some of those digital gaming currencies would, they aren't digital currencies already, so Bitcoin had been there for a long time, so you could trade very easily, and you can't really do that. It's definitely not as easy today, but I guess these things are all possible, but I guess I'm curious to kind of, which I know it's obviously it's more important to talk about practical stuff, but I am curious kind of what got you into these topics. You've been into computers and stuff, but what specifically drew you into kind of the second realm, kind of the liberation and kind of the building freedom sort of side of things? Was there a catalyst? Was it like like for me, like 9/11 being a false flag was definitely a big catalyst for me. A lot of people have have something like that. So I guess was there something like that for you?
Yeah, I probably had a bit of an inverse one. I was into the university objectivist groups in the early 90s at college. And I definitely had libertarian tendencies. And we did a walk for capitalism in Austin where I tried to give the CEO of Whole Foods an award, but he wouldn't accept it because he didn't want to come out as a capitalist. But really what happened with me is I had my first child, and she was a baby, and we were sitting on the TV watching the compound in Waco burn down. And I had already been in talks with friends about creating an intentional community like between Austin and Dallas. And that was kind of like, okay, I'm going to need a bigger tank, so I kind of went in, and that's kind of where I started focusing on, I would say, digital sovereignty. But that we tried different things with the Liberty Dollar and different kinds of alternate currencies. But really, the first realm is fiat, and if they've got you in their claws, you've got a family. I mean, are you going to have your house repossessed because you spent 3 months in jail for standing up for your rights? I mean, we all kind of fall down there.
Yeah, and I guess that's a really good segue to, I guess, the first thing. I know you're big into Bitcoin, and I am too. I've been been in it for a decade or so. Not necessarily as into the technical stuff like the self-hosting until the past few years or so. But Bitcoin's changed a lot. It's never been great on privacy. But always for me, there's only been one case where I've had one transaction that didn't go through, and it was one of those times people are complaining. It was, I guess, the block size, where it's probably around 2018 or 2019, whenever the hell that was.
Mm-hmm.
Bitcoin's changed a lot. What really, I guess it's been sliding downward. And one thing that gave me hope in the Bitcoin privacy realm was the folks at Samurai. Which I have a feeling it came out within the past week or two that they took plea deals, I guess, pleading guilty to the unlicensed money transmitter charge, and that's what I think too. Like I constantly have to go back to that because I covered a lot of the Patriot political prisoner cases from 2008 to when was it? Whenever the Malheur Wildlife Refuge standoff was, 2016 or 2017. And there was one guy, Robert Beecher, who he was a felon, 20 years, when he was like 18, he did something stupid, became a felon, and his daughter bought him a gun for his birthday because he was into guns, and they posted it on Facebook. And the feds, when it came, used that Facebook picture to try to charge him with, felon in possession of firearm, and they were going to charge his daughter if he didn't just, plead guilty. So I kind of, like the what goes through my head in case like the Samurai case is like, I'm sure him and his wife have a joint bank account. I imagine they're on under a lot of coercion in a lot of areas, and we can't even imagine. But I'm curious with your experience and perspective. From when you got into Bitcoin and kind of your perspective on it now in terms of freedom and liberation and privacy.
Yeah. I actually got in with Monero. Nice. That just made the most sense from a privacy perspective. And then I got into commercial Bitcoin mining. and I would somewhere around there. I became a maximalist. I guess philosophically or whatever. But really, what I've come around to, I think that was a really great that Midfest we went to, because seeing people pulling out the little gold dollars and people using cash and they knew of Bitcoin, but they were not interested, and that really opened my eyes to for this to work, for a real second realm, for us to make this work, we have to look at first realm is fiat, second realm is everything else. Things that we control, things that we can own, things that we can trade, things, and we have to get into credit as well. I mean, we can't have a smooth running second economy without basic ways of having lines of credit, having responsibility for, if I'm transporting something, I have to be responsible for it. But also I can't be like fully responsible. So how do we put in these pieces that kind of smooth the transition of goods across the country?
Yeah, certainly. So, I guess on that note, I mentioned in the introduction that something we talked about at Midfest, that it makes perfect sense, and I can't remember who I was talking to about it, but it's like, well, yeah, of course, a lot of mainstream communications, networks are centered around highways or interstates, major areas of travel, van nomadism is a critical part of liberation anyway, at least, or I guess Vonu, at least
yes.
pertaining to Vonu. So I guess the whatever it's hard to phrase these questions because I don't want to probe. I know we can't go too deep into things, but kind of with your line of work, and kind of I know you've got some people you're working with, and I actually got to see some of it. Getting connected to, I guess, your Meshtastic group, and it looks like there's a lot of notes. I'll just leave it at that. But could you kind of, I guess, talk a little bit about, like the merging, like the necessary merging of maybe the communications and the transportation and kind of that avenue of thinking?
Yeah. So, I mean, basically what we're working on is there's the physical network. So we've got transportation routes around the country, but then inside of that, we've got our Citadel networks. And then we have just remote outposts where, like, you can park an RV for the night, and it's about getting kind of everybody on the same technology stack, I would say. So we can start with a Bitcoin node. So we've got some base layer. Everybody's got the same blockchain. And then we can add layers on top of that of different forms of communication. And then, there's a lot to it. I don't really know where to start with it. But as far as what another thing we're working on is vehicles and scooters that are carrying Meshtastic, doing a combination of cell phone and Meshtastic, where we can start not only carrying products, but we're, like, as we cross the country, we're carrying data, we're connecting to nodes as we travel down the highway. Like you said, that was kind of a classic,
kind of a data mule capacity.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
It takes me back to 2017 Vonu Podcast.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, all this stuff has been talked about for a long time, but I think we're finally getting there.
Certainly. Yeah, none of this stuff is new. But I guess the thing that's when Kyle and I got into a lot of this stuff back in 2015 is when we started experimenting with Jitsi, which I use like on a daily basis now. PAZNIA.chat being, but back in 2015 it was not this easy, and that was kind of the complaint for everything. Like Jamin's been working on he's been working with Freedom Box, which I guess he's kind of transitioned over to Nextcloud now. But like a lot of these things have been around for a long time. And whether it's just not good marketing to where no one knows about it and they can't get any funding, or it just these things are fucking complicated, and I forget that too sometimes. It's like like there are real human beings back there, slaving away, doing real hard work trying to figure these things out. These aren't easy problems. Building alternative infrastructure. It's not easy to do when you extort the citizenry, and then fund it out fascistically. Like it's still not easy to do, but yeah, to bootstrap infrastructure is not easy. And you spoke to capital earlier too. Maybe decentralized capital. Maybe you can speak to that at some point as well.
Yeah. But yeah, it was great meeting you, and I've been really enjoying. I had not been exposed to the Second Realm material. Another thing I've done recently is I went over to Europe, and I was meeting with lots of people over there who are trying to do similar things. They are under a lot more pressure than we are right now, unfortunately.
Yeah, over in the EU for sure. Yeah.
But they have a history of it. I mean, they have the parallel polis from '78, and I've heard some of them use the word Second Realm, so it's good to know that it's crossing the pond.
Oh well, I think it actually started over maybe in Germany, Berlin, and came over here, and then I think it was actually the inverse.
Oh, nice. Okay,
yeah,
perfect.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, no, so Parallel Polis Prague. I interviewed Uri Badnar, and we have his book listed on the LA Publications site. But it was very interesting timing. I was playing through a video game called Deus Ex. And it's based in Prague, and there was one thing where you basically like hijack a communications network and broadcast propaganda. Good propaganda, kind of what we're doing here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. And apparently that was based on real life, and that was people that Uri was involved with, and I was like, holy shit, okay. So it's art imitating life. Is how that worked out. But no, like it's not. I guess the difference is like there's some hardcore conflict. But the other shenanigans they did was they went and stole the national flag or something in front of the president or something, and no one went to jail or anything. And I was like, well, in that case, you'd probably get shot in the States. But but yeah, so like it's different. There's advantages and disadvantages. But no, they're under some interesting pressures. But it's yielded results like Parallel Polis, where you have a truly parallel society where they only accept crypto for transactions, and doing a lot of other stuff too. But was there anything else you could share that? Because I'd like to get over there at some point. Parallel, I guess, what is it called, Hackers Congress? But it happens at the same time as Vonu Fest, so I'd have to reschedule Vonu Fest for 1 year and head over there. But is there anything you can share from your experiences over there in the EU Second Realms?
Yeah, I would say the proxy systems, I've only kind of been learning about that after going over there, and we definitely need to work on that. And I liked who was mentioning import export. I think that was the second show.
Building the second series.
Kind of figuring all that out. But they definitely have some good proxy systems. There are people who are completely living on crypto. So
and businesses too. Which it's very very interesting. It's inspiring. It's definitely inspiring. But I guess let's get back to kind of mentioning Thane Riddle. Cloak and Dagger happens every Saturday here, 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central, here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. But earlier today on Thane's show, he was going very very basic definitions, foundational principles of digital privacy and digital sovereignty and all those things, which I love because every episode that Kyle and I did, we usually spent a lot of time defining terms. So I guess if we could get in, a little bit into kind of basics on mesh networking. If the average freedom pioneer is or self-liberator is looking to get into mesh networking, what would you kind of suggest? Is there anything you guys are working on that you could point people to? Those sorts of things.
Yeah, I think most of what we're working on is integrating them into more systems where they can be used. Because right now they're just you have your handheld device. And you connect it to a phone, and then those devices connect to each other. Then you have your outdoor kind of, they can hold and send messages. And then another thing, which I didn't realize, was basically BitChat is just Meshtastic over Bluetooth. So it's kind of all using the same code base.
So BitChat does that?
So yeah, well, it's the same kind of the back end software is the same messaging software, but instead of using Bluetooth to connect to a Meshtastic device, it's just using Bluetooth. So you can connect to another Bluetooth device running BitChat.
Okay. Yeah. So I tried to, cause I was curious, so I was gonna go do a little R&D, but I got kind of dismayed because it asked me for my phone number, and I wasn't quite sure why that was. So I just stopped, and I'll revisit it at some point. But I didn't know I was asking my phone number. It's kind of signal-esque. I mean, I don't know. Bluetooth doesn't require a phone number. I don't think that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I didn't get that on my. I've got a.
Yeah, so I'm glad I stopped because that was.
I haven't tried it on my Android.
That was that was via Aurora Store.
Okay.
So I guess just be aware. Yeah, if you're trying to do R&D on stuff like this and something shouldn't have something like that. Unfortunately the Android store and some alternatives. Yeah, even like DuckDuckGo promotes a lot of crypto scams.
I would be careful. I remember when BitChat first came out, people were saying there were bad versions for download. So yeah, definitely watch
sketchy
out.
shit as always. It's a dangerous world. But
yeah, I wish I had more. I mean, I've got. We can bring in some of my team if we want to talk about that more.
Anytime.
But again, the specifics. I'm more like, what do we need to be able to go from Austin to Nashville? Like, what kind of hardware, and then what kind of financing would we have to do to get that deployed? And then getting all the hardware, figuring out what hardware is upgradable. So kind of the idea, if you can start with like a base node and you can plug in different devices to it, possibly Start9 or Start9 clone type of system.
Yeah. Yeah. So I guess I'll say anytime your team wants to jump in, great. I'll mention anyone that's tuning in on YouTube, Rumble, Odysee, or Zap.Stream. Please do feel free to give us a call. PAZNIA.com/PRN is the link to call in tonight. Again, PAZNIA.com/PRN. It'll bring you into our self-hosted, quote unquote self-hosted Jitsi chat. Yeah, you just got to configure the audio and video settings, and you can hop in and chat with us. But I guess one question, because I know this is something discussed, and I'm very 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 curious about this. Because it brings together a lot of avenues of avenues we've talked about on the Vonu podcast, where you have like 3D printing. You could 3D print like a weatherproof case for a Meshtastic node that's powered by a super cheap. It requires very little power to transmit the data that it's transmitting. It's like a small solar panel, and you could, I don't know how long it would last without maintenance. I don't know how flawless the tech is at this point. But you find if you can get them manufactured for like $50 a piece, and as you're saying, which I think it's very valuable to have folks like you who may not be who may not who not just be able to think about what will be necessary, but how to actually acquire the financing to bring it to fruition. And we don't have that much, we don't have that much funds for, via the PAZNIA general funds. But that's something that's I would love to. There's a guy in the Simplex chat. Listener Cloak Dagger, and he's going super deep into a lot of the stuff. And I was like, we don't have a lot of funds, but hey, if we can help with R&D, with PAZNIA, PAZNIA funds, let us know. Because I think it's so valuable to. I don't know what the range is on some of these things, but line of sight, if you could get, if it's 5 or 10 miles, and you could string, a couple dozen of these, across, like a main line of transportation, across, interstates, which I think might already be happening, to a certain extent, maybe. And then, it's creating, first off, the alternative communications networks, which are super important now. Because it's great to have, Simplex and avenues like that, but what do they rely upon? Well, cellular networks and the internet. So if we need an alternative. So just communications at a base layer, text, audio and text, that's already, can be done over mesh networks for sure. And I guess it's just kind of kind of the interconnecting of, Meshtastic nodes. I mean, might be multi-purpose ones that might. I don't know how the communication. If you could set up a Meshtastic node that could communicate with the internet, So you could have avenues to actually communicate with the first realm internet if you wanted to, but you could do it in kind of a decentralized manner. Of course, this is going to slow down, speed and such, but that's fine for very many cases other than like video streaming and what we're doing right now. But I guess any thoughts on it, on all those ramblings?
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, it's you can definitely. I mean, that's one of the ideas, was have the Meshtastic to internet kind of interchange, and be able to have like backbones across the internet. That's all doable. There's lots of small, like people send Bitcoin transactions over ham radios and stuff, but it's really about like what's the, not killer app, but like what's the thing that's going to get these in enough houses and businesses to be able to be an effective backup communication. And so one of the things we're working on is like application specific nodes. So like maybe a convenience store has a alternate payments system where they've got a Bitcoin node that has a Meshtastic antenna on the roof. And then if you've got those up on, once you spread those out to the other convenience stores, and then you've got half of Houston covered.
Yeah, and this is even much easier. Like I think in terms of like long distances, because I'm out in a 22-acre homestead in the middle of nowhere, so I'm thinking large distances. I don't even think of Vonu in cities that much. But yeah, to do this in cities would not be that hard. I guess to cover like the entirety of as you say, Houston. Yeah, so yeah, the city folks definitely have an advantage here. Yeah, definitely have an advantage.
But back to the rural folks, I mean, like really, that's my true passion, because like everything you need where you are, if I'm driving by your house, I can be bringing stuff from the other citadels. And you mentioned financing, like if everybody's working together on this stuff, like financing is really not an issue, because again, that's our fiat brains going like, how do we pay for it?
Yeah, so I guess just speaking speaking live on air about collaborations. I guess what we need to talk about more, probably in private, is trying to connect the citadels versus the PAZNIA nodes per se. And find ways, if there's already again like communications and logistics networks, we need to merge as much as we can, as safely as we can, and then we need to start building bigger, faster. So yeah, that's one thing of action.
One of the things I want everybody to start doing is just look at what you need to live. I mean, everyone's been looking at their food sources, but like, I mean, I just had to go to Lowe's and get water softener. So now the Lowe's AI license plate thing has reported to the state police that I just went to Lowe's to get water softener. It's like, where's like Sovereign Salt, like, the company that is procuring salt on a Bitcoin standard, delivering it to my house. Like every little thing we need to be looking into how do we source these things alternatively.
Yeah. Certainly, and sounds like someone might have just dropped in. Jitsi here. Caller, welcome to the PAZNIA Radio Network. Looks like you're unmuted. Welcome.
Hey, how's it going?
How's it going? Who do we got? Obviously, Adams, welcome, but what can we call you?
Well, this is Thane Riddle.
Oh, Thane Riddle. Okay,
hey.
Welcome, Thane.
Yeah, I was hosting a show on here earlier. I think that you said the call-in URL wrong. Maybe I think you might have said PAZNIA.com/PRN.
Okay.
No, it's PAZNIA. No, did you say it right?
Yeah, it was right. I wasn't sure if it was the right one or not either.
Well,
yeah, PAZNIA.chat/PRN.
Perfect. Okay. Well, I appreciate the attention to detail is important there, because if you will go into a website that, or a page does not exist, or a random Jitsi room, and it's not fun to be in a Jitsi room by yourself. I've been there before. But anyway, Thane, it's good to have you. I know you were talking about some mesh networking stuff today, and we're going to continue, 4 hours later, because this is what us autistic nerds do, is just talk about mesh networks for hours on end. So we'll continue doing it. What are your? I guess I don't know how if you've been tuning in, but any thoughts on the broadcast so far? Any questions?
Well, shit, I don't know if this is a good time to interrupt or what, but yeah, I've been listening a little bit. So your thing is Meshtastic, right?
Yeah.
So, and isn't the way Meshtastic works, just like every node that gets some data relays it?
Yes.
So I feel like, what do you think about reticulum?
I've messed with it. We've looked at it a little bit. I've heard good things about it. Somebody asked about it in the chat earlier, so it's commonly asked about. What do you think?
I just feel like reticulum's more. See, I was into Meshtastic a few years ago too, but since I discovered reticulum, I definitely prefer it because like it seems more efficient. Like it's about routing the data to where it needs to go. Like with Meshtastic, every node just sort of blindly relays everything that it receives, which doesn't seem efficient to me. And have you thought about monetizing mesh networks at all?
Absolutely. Kind of one of the plans would be where you attach a payment to your packet, basically, and that's how it's effectively routed.
Yeah, maybe there could even be like onion routing where there's a little payment with each layer or something.
Yeah. I've asked my experts to join, but we'll see if they come on.
Gotcha. Yeah,
it is
a Saturday evening.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been much more passionate about the physical infrastructure part lately, I must admit.
Gotcha.
And that's the is there like a word for your network for you guys that I know about?
Well, we've I guess loosely called the Meshtadel. It's basically a mesh network of citadels, and we just had a big meetup last weekend. I wasn't able to make it, but there's a lot of good work going on.
Yeah,
that's cool. I wasn't trying to really interrupt your interview. I was just
that's all right. Note that we just kind of finished and we just kind of finished up, and this is the I guess the cool part is hopefully more collaboration because he's got like him and Dick Greaser have lots of inroads into the Bitcoin meetups, big and small, and then kind of the Citadel sort of Bitcoiner types. So we're definitely it's definitely a collaboration opportunity for the PAZNIA network, and a really good one because there's.
Well, yeah, and back to the Midfest stuff. I mean, it's like we need hubs and citadels and intentional communities and co-working spaces and cottage industries and farmers and ranchers. Like we're all on the same mission. And so this is a big collaboration.
Yeah, I think there's huge potential for tokenizing mesh networking in some way. I'm not exactly sure how. It was really my friend gave me the idea. It's one of the people talking in the PAZNIA Anti-National Security Agency of like I don't know, taking something like reticulum and then building like a chainless token with like a hollow chain or something. But now I've heard a rumor that the reticulum people were always had monetization in mind. They're just sort of like putting it off. So I don't know what's going to happen, but it's a big deal, whatever it is.
I mean, it would be nice if somebody, like when Jack Dorsey pushes something, like it gets lots of traction. This is a serious issue. I mean, everyone's talked about it, and no one is really doing anything about it.
But I think that might actually be changing because it's coming into my purview. So obviously we've talked, like I mentioned earlier, we've talked about mesh networking on the Vonu podcast for at least 8 years now. So it's not it's not a new topic for me, but it was never actually something that you could do or that seemed possible until now. Things had to get I don't know. Technology had to get to a certain point. 3D printing had to get to a certain point. The efficiency of solar panels. If we're talking about these, off grid, mesh networks or whatever. But yeah, I think it's getting a lot of attention, and like anywhere I look, whether it's on the PAZNIA Simplex chat or just in the general technology chats. Or on places like what's the Hack Liberty forum, there's a lot of off-grid homesteaders there, and they're doing a lot of experimentation with mesh networking right now too. There's good stuff on this, on a lot of good R&D everywhere. But I know there's probably I don't know. Yeah, we're at a good point where a practical solution is really possible. So it's good it's good you guys are connected now. Hopefully your folks are able to join at some point here soon. And anyone else, PAZNIA.chat/PRN is the link if you want to hop in and talk to me, Shadrach, and Thane Riddle, host of Cloak and Dagger here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. But Thane, any other thoughts while you're here, brother?
Are you doing anything cool besides mesh networking, like distributed data storage?
We've touched on that. We've had interest from different people, like in different industries that rely on that. Again, I think that's when it's going to become important, is when it's important to film companies and music people who are storing and releasing music. I think there's lots of I mean, we've definitely played around with different models, but not me personally.
Yeah, and I guess it's kind of connected to the data mule thing, or as I would call that a digital drop, I guess. But yeah, I think there's definitely potential there. And well, something I've been keeping my eye on is the Femtostar satellite network.
Yeah, I heard you mention that. Yeah.
Oh, you're listening to my show.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, Femtostar. I mean, it's not decentralized, but it's kind of a legal, what we call legal interstice thing, because you can't make a decentralized satellite network legally. You have to kill all the military and police first, or at least enough of them for them to give up. But as it stands now, it's an attempt to make a legally viable satellite network that will be anonymous and stuff. Like the satellites can't tell where the terminals are, and you pay with anonymous tokens.
Wow.
So it was actually created by mesh networking people, mesh networking developers and stuff who got kind of tired of trying to make a mesh network that scales to cover the planet. They wanted to skip to the good stuff. So they came up with something that's not a mesh network project, but it can support mesh networks and help them connect to each other.
Very good.
Gotcha. Yeah, so I guess I'm curious myself, because I'm really big into the something Gary Hunt brought up, probably a decade ago. But what's it called? Dual layer encryption, where so even if something like PGP is broke, which I don't think it is, but even if it is, if you do, write your message and then you use it, and then you physically encrypt it, like not using digital encryption, and then you run that encryption, via PGP, then you've got extra layer of security. I'm wondering with mesh networking, and this might be a silly question, but I like the idea of merging high tech with low tech. But is there any potential or I guess maybe use at all? I don't know, from going from Meshtastic to shortwave, or I don't know, could you Meshtastic to AM or FM? I guess I just don't know. I don't know what the range of transmission is with Meshtastic, but yeah, any thoughts?
I mean, I'm sure you could. It'd really be about data compression and how much could you get across those, because shortwave, you're talking about whistles and beeps. Meshtastic are small packets of data.
Gotcha.
Now, I was under the impression that Meshtastic was a LoRa specific protocol. Is that right?
I believe so. I mean, there's the Meshtastic software, and then there's LoRa devices. And as you know, the reticulum, a LoRa device could be reticulum or Meshtastic.
Yeah, I thought Meshtastic was specifically for LoRa devices, whereas reticulum is agnostic to the data link layer. It could be anything. It could be LoRa, Ethernet, satellites, whatever. But so I guess if the question is, can you do Mesh-tastic over shortwave? I think the answer, if I understand correctly, would be no, because Mesh-tastic is LoRa, which is specific frequencies that aren't.
What about reticulum then? Maybe not Mesh-tastic specifically, but mesh networking.
Yeah.
And I'm showing for the video viewers on I guess YouTube, Odysee, Zap.Stream, or Rumble. I've got a couple little Heltec devices here for Mesh-tastic, and then actually the one that you gave me, Shadrach, here at Midfest, which I think these are both LoRa Mesh-tastic specific right now, but I'm sure they could be modified for. They could be modified, but I don't know.
They're
cool,
so
cool devices,
MQTT is Mesh-tastic over internet, so it's got to have something.
Yeah, I guess Mesh-tastic at least has internet bridges. See, it's been a while since I.
Yeah, that's the way I've thought about it is like Mesh-tastic bridges. So yeah, I don't think that's like I don't understand the actual implementation.
I see what you mean. But, I mean you could bridge anything with anything, really.
Just is it worth it? Like, do we need to reach our friends on shortwave radio? No, it's not 1990s like Bill Cooper era. Probably not. But well, I would like to just out of like it'd be cool just to be able to operate off shortwave radio and to get a movement of folks on shortwave. I think it'd be cool.
I think there's totally reason to use shortwave radio. The reason is that
I like it.
The reason is that it has really long range with like hardware that anyone can get their hands on. The thing with shortwave radio is that it's regulated. So you have two options. One is to break the law, and the other, you have more than two options. Well, yeah, one is to break the law. The other is legal interstices. And then there's like a gray area in between where it's like, what if you're using a proxy merchant's call sign? Who agrees to it? Or like whatever. And they don't allow encryption over most of these ham frequencies, like shortwave frequencies. However, we can use steganography to conceal that we're using encryption. So yeah, I think from a technical standpoint, there's plenty of reason to pursue shortwave because
I like this.
Any old idiot can get shortwave radios and transmit a really long distance. So it could have a lot of applications for connecting local mesh nets. Like, for example, LoRa, it's not a big range. But shortwave can reach across oceans.
Yeah, so if you go from Mesh-tastic, if you go Mesh-tastic to shortwave and then from shortwave to Mesh-tastic. No, like I like this, and it just kind of I've wanted to look into like the pirate AM/FM. I'm gonna start recruiting people to become radio pirates for the PAZNIA radio network. When I get the financials figured out, like if I can get like a $500 donation, we'll send you an AM/FM transmitter, and you just gotta like basically rebroadcast PAZNIA radio network streams on. We do not recommend. There are ways to find frequencies that are not used in your area. We do not recommend or advise people use other frequencies. But hopefully we're trying to come up with a plan for AM/FM, pirate radio stations, transmitting this all over the world. But the idea of doing that via shortwave is even nicer. So I'm even thinking about my mind's racing now to I wonder if there are Mesh-tastic mesh networks to shortwave, sort of like PAZNIA radio network opportunities here too.
There's definitely some crossover, and we've got a lot of guys have gotten their licenses, ham licenses, and are interested in ham licenses. So I love the initiative.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many potentialities. That's what I'm really good at, whether it's mesh networks or buying decommissioned aircraft carriers. There's lots of good ideas, but implementation is what's important. And I think we're at a point where this is actually kind of possible, not just possible, but a reality. Oh gosh, where do we go from here? I guess it's
private radio is way more realistic than aircraft carriers. That's for sure.
No, that's no shit. Yeah. Again, No, that is definitely true. Unless we can find someone that's connected and can find us one of those dollar menu special.
You need $1 billion in crude oil or something to move.
Well, that's
one.
that's probably not. That was back in my pre-breakthrough energy days. It's like, no, of course they're not using fucking jet fuel. Like, I'm sure it might be like a backup, but like, no, they're using like nuclear power, or that's what they say they're using, nuclear power, but they're using like some crazy shit probably. And that's why you got to be connected. We got to find someone connected that can get us one of those dollar menu aircraft carrier deals, and then we're good.
Well, to be fair, the Eagle Research electrolyzer fuel saver thing could reduce the fuel cost by quite a lot.
Oh god! God, yeah.
What is that?
Well,
there's
it's
these
it's that, or just the
electrolyzers.
1920s Mercedes, or the ones that they're patents for, that kind of the fuel saver kits. Basically the same thing. It's been around for a long time. But go ahead. Go ahead. Thane.
Well, basically, you can use electrolysis to, if you have lye or some other really basic chemical, you can turn water into hydrogen and oxygen gas using electrolysis. And if you add that into the engine, when a combustion engine is going, you can reduce, you can get more power for the same amount of fuel.
At least like 20 or 25% increased. Sometimes.
Well,
up to
that's
50.
for gas. That's for gas. For diesel, it's up to 50.
Yeah.
And for, I think some of these ships
propane
use
is like 40 or 50% too. So I wonder what it is for ships.
No, I think propane's less. Isn't
Propane's
propane
less.
like 10? But for some of these ships use an even longer chain hydrocarbon than diesel, which has even more savings potentially. I think like maybe 75% or something ridiculous like that.
Interesting,
but no one's done it though. It's theoretical.
Yeah, certainly. Looks like someone else dropped here into the Jitsi chat. We've had 2 callers tonight.
Yeah,
on the very first Vonu Podcast Live. Thane, we're already beating you, and you're one of the callers on this show.
Yeah, that's Polycarp.
I don't
that's
count.
One of our guys in Austin. We have an amazing. We're actually doing fuel studies there too.
Hell yeah. Well, so I affiliate, and I've had George Wiseman on the Vonu podcast a couple times. I help sell his aqua cures. There's one behind me up there, and that he kind of started with technology on cars back in the 80s or 90s. But yeah, his he doesn't necessarily sell the kit anymore. But yeah, for like basically it's like for $100, $200 you can do this, and the tutorial video he has his like 14-year-old granddaughter do every step but one step which requires soldering. So he was trying to show you like, yeah, this is not hard to do, like
wow.
Like to that level. And yeah, it's $100, $200 and cost. It might be up to $200 now with the cost of materials going up, but even then the savings are remarkable. And it seems remarkably simple. Sometime we'll do one here at PAZNIA. Just haven't gotten around to it yet.
Awesome. Yeah, well, I got Polycarp on.
Polycarp,
he's the head of our Austin Citadel. If you want to go into some stuff that we're doing with Meshtastic and nodes and
yeah, absolutely. Hey guys, great to be here.
Welcome,
Thanks
brother.
For having me on. And so yeah, we can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Yeah, we are experimenting with Meshtastic, Bitcoin nodes, BitChat. There's a lot of really exciting stuff out there, and we definitely would like to explore more the idea of running servers and networking equipment off of biofuels. That's like a big focus of ours. So it's really cool that you guys are talking about this. It seems like we're all thinking similar things right about now.
Oh, yeah, it's all about the hydrocarbons. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
they're everywhere.
Yeah, yeah, nanotubes with the charcoal as well. I mean, there's so many amazing technologies coming out of renewable alternative resources, and so lots to explore there, especially with Bitcoin mining and what the future of that looks like when we can make our own energy from things that grow out of the ground around us. That's a big focus for us as well.
Yeah.
Did these guys know about Skies?
I was just gonna bring that up. I was just gonna bring that up. So there's a guy I've interviewed a couple of times. His name's Sky Huddleston. He is a well, I guess he's probably 31 now. But last time I talked to him and interviewed him, he was like this 30-year-old, just super high-powered autistic, but just like a genius. And he's already got his commercial business now is a Liberator rocket heater, which touts like 99.5% efficiency, better than SpaceX. Yeah, he had make sure to mention that. But the Liberator rocket heater venture, and you can get one now. Those are available. They have been for a year or two. Eventually, when the R&D time is, time and finances are there, he's going to be working on a Tesla turbine that can attach to that super efficient rocket heater, to where you can power your off-grid home with the same thing you used to heat it, and to cook your food maybe or whatever. But I guess one of his other main projects is there's in the 1920s, I guess there was something developed called the Bork engine, and it kind of sounds like it kind of sounds like the engine turns things into supercritical form, and then burns them. And it's like 5 minutes to take the entire thing apart and to put it together. And Sky made a couple modifications to it that have made it even more efficient. But it's you can burn anything in it, whether it's like charcoal slurries, whether it's vegetable oil, like anything you can harvest hydrocarbons out of, which is anything. It can burn it. It's super efficient. And again, like it takes 5 minutes to put together and take apart with like one tool. And this guy, 31-year-old probably now, Sky Huddleston, and he every single year he says he's gonna come to Vonu Fest, but something always comes up, and because he's always focused on all this sort of shit. Like he has forsworn the female race, and he is purely committed to reading books on like metallurgy and stuff. So yes, thank goodness for folks like Sky, truly.
Incredible. I really see a movement towards sovereignty, not just with our data, but also with our energy and our food. It's all one holistic sovereign stance, right? It's not like, you can't be sovereign if you're depending on someone else for your energy and someone else is holding your data. There's just no way. And so that Bitcoiner ethos of being sovereign in every area of your life, I just love that Bitcoiners are really pushing that forward.
Yeah, and I'm curious, so like along that same Bork engine line, he talked about he's starting with, he knows better than target the automotives, cars first. People like Alex Stanley Meyer end up getting suicided, so he's going to go for small engines like lawnmowers and stuff first. But he talked about on one of the podcasts that we conducted with him, basically like with the cost of these things and like the power they can generate, you could put one in your car and you wouldn't be talking about plugging, like the model now is plugging your car into your house to power it. Well, with the Bork engine, you would plug your house into your car to power the house. And to scaling that up, it would make like the energy's equivalents of a small nuclear power plant available to like the individual. So I brought this up to one of my colleagues in the past who was big into Bitcoin mining, and I would love to get your guys' thoughts, since you're much more into this than I am. But what if what impact would that have on Bitcoin mining if some sort of like breakthrough, like, and I say like breakthrough energy, not in the sense of like free, like one of the common retorts is free. Nothing's free. We're Austrian economists. Free market anarchist types here. So nothing's free, but at the same time, it's a crazy potentiality, and one that I don't think is very far out of range. So like, what do you think about like some of these super radical energy possibilities and their impact on Bitcoin mining?
I really see it as the impact of Bitcoin mining on the energy. The more this stuff comes out, the more people will be using excess energy to mine Bitcoin. You turn your energy into Bitcoin and then it stays in stasis forever. I mean, that's a miracle.
Yeah.
I mean, wouldn't the difficulty just go up if the hash rate went up? Isn't that the way it works?
It would, but then anybody paying 9 cents a kilowatt is going to be turning it off. So, it's going to level out and it'll be renewable energies running the Bitcoin network.
I think something that a lot of people fail to consider with free energy is available energy. That's really the big bottleneck, is you can have something that creates energy, but how do you get it 200 miles away where it needs to be consumed? Right? And so that available energy is really what I think Bitcoin is unlocking, because now we have energy in the middle of nowhere at a gas well, and it's just being burned off. But thanks to Bitcoin mining, now you can capture that value. And there's a lot of things that we spend on energy, like drying our clothing, right? We have clothing dryers that consume massive amounts of energy.
Absolutely. Chemical plants rely on heat to transform chemicals, and we're just pumping it out into the air from Bitcoin mines. I mean, we haven't even started recapturing any of this stuff.
Bingo.
Yeah.
I think the hash rate from the clothing dryers and the renewables in that way is going to absolutely overshadow the mining from big box miners. I don't think that data center mining is really the future. It's finding all of these, stranded energy sources and really utilizing them, or replacing heating elements with Bitcoin miners everywhere in everything that we could think of.
I can see the big mines like stabilizing the grid, but that's all a bit of a scam too. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I recently heard something on a show about somebody's building something to do cooling with mining by putting
That's our
Did you
friend
hear about
Carl.
that?
Yeah. He's a good friend of ours.
Crazy Carl or
Crazy
something.
Carl,
They were on Ungovernable Misfits. Yeah, I heard that's where.
Good friends of ours. That's all part of the Meshtadel community. We're getting crossover.
Yeah.
Well, what does Polycarp think about reticulum? Have you experimented with reticulum?
I haven't. No. I've heard about it, but I haven't done a deep dive on it yet.
I just feel like reticulum is better than all this Meshtastic crap you losers are doing. I thought Meshtastic was cool a few years ago, but like, it's just LoRa, and every LoRa node relays everything it's getting. It's so yesteryear. Reticulum's where it's at. You can use that over anything. It finds a good route.
What's the footprint? I mean, what's the user base of Reticulum versus Meshtastic though? I mean, I see Meshtastic nodes everywhere.
Smaller.
Yeah,
I suspect it's smaller.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's one. I guess that's one argument for Meshtastic is there's more. But like shit, I mean it's not like Meshtastic's that popular, right? But
I mean Meshtastic taken over Austin. If you come to Austin and turn on your Meshtastic, you will connect with like 40 peers immediately. And
okay, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, so that's what I saw connecting with Shadrach at Midfest. He gave me one of his little nodes, and going through the Ghost phone on the Meshtastic app, it's like there's a pretty large network. It's impressive. And I'm not in Austin. It wasn't in Austin, but I'm not going to say where. But there's in cities. And
even I get a message a week from someone flying over my house.
That's awesome.
Really? Okay. So they can connect to your Meshtastic node from a plane, or your
Yep.
Maybe we just need to bridge Meshtastic with Reticulum, and it would be good if you could use the same LoRa node to do both. It might require custom firmware though.
Sure, or two. I mean, they're cheap. You could just plug two into USB.
Of course, that's the easy way.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but you mentioned firmware earlier on your show, Thane, and that's like another thing. We're exploring using different CPUs and stuff to stay open source.
Right, I heard you talking about CPUs or like open CPUs. Maybe it almost seemed like you were hinting at.
Well, Polyzon, is it? What's the one y'all are looking at, Poly?
Is it Risk 5?
It was maybe it was the Risk ones.
Oh, Risk 5. Yeah.
Alternate open source CPU, get more open source architecture.
Yeah, the
I was talking about that.
It's included with the framework laptops. So if anyone wants to start developing on RISC-V, I highly recommend buying a framework.
Awesome.
Is framework the name of the company or the laptop?
Both.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah, on my show today, I talked about Pine 64 RISC-V SBCs, but it sounds like what you're talking about is probably easier to work with.
Going back to Meshtastic, one of the issues that you run into with Meshtastic is if there are too many people sending messages, the network really drowns out. You can't get your message through if everyone is texting, and there becomes a lot of noise between all of the nodes.
Yeah,
so one of the reasons why the Bitcoin network is so important to mesh networks is the Bitcoin nodes themselves could be the ones that route the traffic, solving the mesh network overloading problem. If you had clusters of nodes together and they routed traffic, you would be able to hop clusters rather than hopping individual devices. And Bitcoin is the only distributed nodal network that's open source and permissionless that we found that we can use as a backbone for building a true global mesh network.
Yeah, this is good. I'm curious your thoughts, Thane, because I know you're into the monetized mesh networking stuff, but I don't. You aren't thinking about Bitcoin as the solution for this, are you?
Well,
at least not initially.
Well, I think there's definitely potential to monetize mesh networks with blockchain-based cryptocurrencies, which include Bitcoin, maybe with Lightning or something. Yeah. It's just that, to me, what I'm really interested in is making a chainless token for a mesh network, so that way you could bootstrap it from nothing, like without the presumption of an existing internet connection.
I think that's where Cashew and eCash come in, because those can be routed around without the base chain being there. They just have to be redeemable upon delivery.
Yeah,
is that like
I don't know much. Don't know.
Is that like a blockchain project, but you can do stuff off chain and it just goes to the chain later or something?
It's like Fed. It's the Fed. It's was it? Oh God.
Fedimint.
Fedimint is one implementation, yeah. But now you can just anybody can run a Cashew Mint and issue tokens.
Here in Austin, we have a food truck that is off-grid, and it's kind of a picture of what it looks like to live off the Bitcoin standard. And we allow people to mint eCash from the food truck website to then pay off-grid, peer-to-peer at the location. eCash is extremely powerful, and it's great for Bitcoin. It's a privacy and scaling solution, in my opinion.
I'm definitely gonna have to look into that.
Yeah, this is interesting. So that was Cashew, is which was what you're mentioning? Cashew.
Yeah, if you go to k.l484.com, you'll see at the bottom you can click the mint Cashew token button and mint eCash on our mint. And earlier you talked about an incentivized mesh network. I believe that eCash, Bitcoin eCash specifically, is the holy grail for scaling a mesh network, because you could theoretically pair eCash with data. So everything is kind of like sending a letter in the mail. You go to the post office, pay 25 cents, send a letter. And so in this new mesh network of Bitcoin, you would essentially send data, and the sending of the data and the receiving of the data is also a financial settlement at the same time. This does two things. One, it makes the new internet that we're building on Bitcoin AI proof. If AI has to have a cash balance to attack networks, it's limited by how much Bitcoin it has, the ultimate limiting factor. It wouldn't bother me if it cost me a penny to log into my email, but it would totally prevent AI from being able to do that. And so that's the one thing. The second thing is the incentivization of the network. If you don't get any type of reward for hosting an antenna on top of your home, then you're probably not going to do it. But if you could put an antenna on top of your home in a tree, and all day you're just pulling Bitcoin out of the air by relaying data to its destination and taking a fraction of a penny via eCash, that would cause a worldwide mesh network to pop up in record time. Everyone would want to be actually getting Bitcoin for the work of relaying data to your neighbor.
Yeah, this is we're on the same page there. This is what I'm talking about all the time.
It's the only way to fix the internet. AI is going to change everything, and right now it's kind of on a leash. Once it gets out of control, or once cyber warfare takes off, a decentralized internet with no central point of failure is the only way forward. There's not really another option. Sorry for all the noise.
Yeah.
Busy street.
Oh, that's all right. No, and I guess yeah, Shadrach and I were talking about this before. Like, we're not just talking about like a decentralized internet here. We're talking about like the base things like just communications, or like the entire world is connect. Like if the interconnectedness is turned off overnight or in a moment, yeah, everything is dependent upon it. So the time to start building alternatives was like a decade ago, but today and tomorrow are the next best steps, or the next best time. So yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, about the doomsaying tinfoil hat thing that I do in my show, where I say there's going to be a worldwide cyber pandemic hoax, and that's why there's all these IT outages, because they're testing kill switches. That's my going theory. Anyway, since they have been planning it right out in the open with cyber pandemic war games, and the WEF is saying this is going to happen, so it seems kind of obvious to me.
Yeah, the Starlink one recently was because Starlink has it's never failed before. Like the satellite internet we had out here before failed all the time, but Starlink never failed, and then it did, and it just didn't work. And I reset it. I reset the entire Starlink router and all that, but yeah, it was not that. It was Starlink was down. Not only like for the satellite internet customers and rural parts of the United States, it was like the entire world was without internet, or I guess entire parts of the world, not the entire world. But yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for doing this. I'm glad you got on, Thane. This is a really good discussion.
Yeah, and Paulie too. Yeah, this is great. This is truly great.
Yeah, I had a really great. Thank you so much.
Yeah, so I guess we'll begin to close out here. It's been about an hour and 15, and we have been going. The stream has been going for over 6 hours today. But anyway, Shadrach, I know at some point you want to get out here to Veritas. So I guess might we see you out here at Vonu Fest this year, September 22nd to 29th, and I would go ahead and say anyone that you trust and work with is vetted too. So yeah, Paulie, you or anyone else on your team that you would vouch for, is welcome out too. It's gonna be a lot of fun for a lot of regards. But yeah, Paulie, step in, brother.
Yeah, we would love to have a presence there. Thanks so much for the invitation. Definitely will make an effort to be there.
Cheers. Shadrach, what about you, brother? I guess that he kind of gave an answer for both of you, it sounds like, but
that's perfect. The only thing, there's the Kansas Folk Festival, I think might be slightly overlapping, but I will go look at my calendar right now. That's awesome. I'll definitely at least be at the end of it.
Right on. Yeah, and most people only come for the weekend, which I guess would be the 25th through, or I guess 26th through 28th or whatever. 29th Monday. So
perfect.
So yeah, the weekends when most stuff happens. Just we have a lot of nomads, and a lot of them work on their own schedule, so they can stay for a week or two, and we make it a week-long event.
I love it.
So yeah, would love to have both of y'all out there. So yeah, I guess we'll leave it there for this evening. Shadrach, thanks for coming on. Paulie, much appreciate your insights and a lot of the overlapping stuff we've been talking about and how Bitcoin can make that possible. Because I've been kind of black-pilled on Bitcoin and pertaining to the privacy area. But it sounds like you're inspired and working on truly liberating things using Bitcoin. So that makes me happy. Thank you so much for calling in, brother. It was great to have you a part of it. Do you want to? I can do it, but if you're still here, I don't think you've dropped off. But you can tell people where they can listen to your show and find you.
Oh yeah, I have a show here on the PAZNIA Radio Network called Cloak Dagger. That's about like privacy and security and shit like that, and building the second realm. And it's on Saturdays, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep, correct.
And you guys should come into the PAZNIA anti-national security chat or something. Talk about mesh networking.
SimpleX chat, yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome, definitely.
Also, if you guys are ever in Austin, we have our Austin Lab 484, and we would love to have you guys here, check it out, and meet the team.
Hell yeah. Yeah. Austin's, getting out to Prague is probably going to be difficult, but Austin is possible. I lived there for a couple months. So yeah, I mean, I might take y'all up on that. Shadrach shared a little bit about it, and yeah, I got to get out more. And thankfully, the Free Elf and I are talking about getting a small camper. To pull around to Mobile Starlink. She works remote, so as long as we have an internet connection, a place to lay our heads without having to deal with tents. We're kind of sick of dealing with tents. Mobile Starlink, we're good to go. So we're gonna start hitting the road more, hopefully the next year or two, and we'll make that part of it. But gentlemen, I won't keep you any longer. Thank you so much for coming on. I will go ahead and close out this Jitsi chat and do the conclusion. But yeah, thanks again, guys. I will catch up with all you guys here later on. All right, now for the rest of you, the listening or viewing audience on YouTube, Odysee, Zap.Stream, or Rumble, thank you so much for tuning in to this Vonu Podcast Live episode here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. I guess just to close out real quick, tomorrow I'm going to try to, which I think is certainly possible. It should only take a half hour or so to get it finalized. But I'm going to try to get the Anarchist Abolitionist audiobook, or I guess the audiobook stream ready to go to start at noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central tomorrow. This is Ben Stone's book, Anarchist Abolitionists, A Bad Quaker's Journey. The audiobook premiere is scheduled for tomorrow, Sunday, August 10th. At hopefully noon Eastern, 11 a.m. Central. It'll be about 8 hour stream. So I'm trying to get it up 10 or 11 a.m. Central time, hopefully. But it might be a little later. We will see. Then we'll be live again here on the PAZNIA Radio Network, Monday, August 11th, for the relaunch of Anarchy Radio with Phoenix Aurora. He'll play some damn good music and give you an entertaining time. And then, this Saturday, as Thane told you, Cloak Dagger. We'll be back 4 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Central. PAZNIA.com/radio is the main link for all things PAZNIA Radio Network. You can view the full schedule. You can find the link to join our SimpleX channel. You can find ways to donate, ways to reach out, and much more. Got about 5 minutes here to close out for the stream, but I'm done for right now. So much appreciate all you guys tuning in. And we will go ahead and close this out until Monday. Cheers, guys.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu Life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu Life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu Life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA radio network, we are now ready to start building out a regular, and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA radio network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@PAZNIA.com. Again, coordinator@PAZNIA.com. See you in the second realm.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA radio network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA radio network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.